20 civilizations immediately, just off the board.
Do they have a map ban before the picks here, or is it just all maps are played? I forget how big the map pool is. I think we maybe have 11 maps.
I think they each
the
get
bans.
banned.
The bans aren't on screen, but the reason I think of that is because like I would be banning Bedouins right now if I'm Hera because of Cumans being picked. Because Cumans is a very specialized pick.
And Gajara's is gone, so you can't do that strategy that Viper did.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a pretty big deal here because humans don't feel natural in a lot of other maps. I know some people might think Copenhagen. No, for me, that's not a good civilization for that map. And maybe bypass then is an option, but it leaves you pretty exposed as well. So Leary, we talked about needing that one extra game when he plays against Hera or in any final of the LAN. Humans could be that one extra game, but is he overextending? Is he taking a risk here and playing a civilization that you wouldn't normally associate with his strength?
Well, I don't hate Cumans as well now because Gajara's is gone, Hindustani's is gone. Those are two, camel civs are something that Cumans kind of struggle against late.
Yeah, that's true. Saracens out of there.
Yeah,
Aliens
true.
out of there.
True.
Like, there's a lot of civs that can give Cuman problems that are now out of the picture.
Even like Bohemians, I think you could make an argument for. I mean, man, this might be looking good for Leary's third pick up at the top. We're still working through the map bans.
So they're going to be, like, they're essentially given some time.
And here we go.
To write things down and think about things after this unfolds.
Everyone's got a different system. ACCM's got Paint up, and he's marking things, and he's drawn circles. Yeah, MS Paint. MS Paint.
I did not know that.
He's got the Margugu system like Hidden Cup. He's got the whole, clipboard set up as we see now. Bypass coming in for Hera first pick, and then we have Citadel for Leary. He's really liked Citadel.
Yeah, he's looked really good on Citadel. I think that would be where Dravidians would shine.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if Leary watched that game up against Hera that Mr. Yo played, where Hera went for the sneak. Hera also went for an adaptive sneak against Winchester on Citadel.
Yep.
As we were informed that Copenhagen was actually one of the map bans.
Yeah, so we just don't have that on screen. There's a lot to show here. So Hera banned Bedouins, and then Leary banned Copenhagen. So already I'm thinking, where on earth is Cumans going to be played? I think there could be a possibility we look back at that. Because to draft third and now have that civilization not necessarily fit,
I think
is a little awkward for me.
You could play it on bypass. Cumans is not bad on bypass. And we look at the civs that are banned out. Bohemians gone, Turks gone. Like, Hindustani's gone, Gajara's gone. Like, there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, the rest of the maps are going to be flying in here. And then the one map that is remaining at the very end will be game number 1. But, of course, we got to go back to the civs after this.
Leary should ban Teutons if he can. I don't know what order the bans come in after this, but I think you should get Teutons out of there. Hera looks so strong with those. And Viper managed to come back from a really rough situation with them earlier, too.
Yeah, so far, I know we're really early. We've only seen 3 civ specs, but I really like Hera's draft just because all those civilizations can be flexible and played on almost every map. We know it's probably Mayans on Arabia. He's super comfortable there.
Admin ban-nya ada berapa?
Now I'm curious on which player here is going to get
Total
Tatars.
20 ban.
Because
Nah.
they both have played
20.
Tatars on
22.
Arabia in previous sets. So it feels like they might be fighting over that. Now, if Hera's playing Mayans on Arabia, he might not.
I believe Leary banned Tiergarten as well. And then there's one other map that I can't remember.
I think it was Dry River.
Dry River. Okay, so Hera banned Dry River. As we see all of our maps here.
Every single map for Leary has water on it.
Yes.
So, I mean, African reed beds, it's kind of like a puddle.
Technically a hybrid map because we've seen 30 fishing ships on that before.
Yeah,
and
really
Burgundians banned out. So the Mr. Yo strategy, Hera doesn't want to see it anymore.
So Mongols were banned, right? Were Mongols banned?
Mongols have been banned by Leary. This is interesting. Dude, okay. It's probably not going to happen because it's an ultimate meme strategy, but I cooked one up and I told Hera about it for Pacific Islands.
Okay.
With Sicilians.
So Dungeon Rush?
We'll wait and see.
What other options are there?
We'll wait and see, dude. We'll wait. I think it's really. I even went into the scenario editor to see something, and I think it's good.
Okay.
Now, whether he probably was just being polite. He's like, oh yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. But he was
Meanwhile, in his head, he's like, this is the dumbest strategy.
It's actually the dumbest strategy. You shouldn't use it in the grand final. But if it gets used, I take full credit.
Well, I mean, there are. You know what I was thinking for a really late pick. I actually wouldn't hate Sicilians on Citadel or Tidepool because we see a lot of issues with map control on both of those maps. And so being able to combine like double dock play with a forward dungeon and a couple sergeants, like it could get super annoying for people who are usually used to just walling up and playing water. But not a high priority pick, probably getting ahead of ourselves.
I mean, we're running out of civs. Like we said, we're running out of high-tier civilizations. There's still plenty remaining, but they will have to get into the weeds, as you said.
Vietnamese, Tatars, Lithuanians, all these civs jump out at me as high priority behind these.
Yeah, you can use them multiple places, too. And
it's
that's high value.
It's also super difficult for us to do this when we don't have like the full list of civs remaining. And for those that watched the little guessing scenario, the little quiz I did earlier, that was also very hard to not have my list of civilizations in front of me.
Yeah, we were all gathered on the couch, kind of going through them, and we missed a couple of them, and even like Tato and I were really struggling to think of them. I was impressed with the two guys you were playing against. They were so good.
They were really good.
Unbelievable. Like we thought Portuguese was so like out in the weeds that maybe even Nelson hadn't thought of it, and then they guessed it first.
Yeah, I didn't.
Incredible.
I mean, Viper and I said Portuguese, but we said no because it gives ships armor.
Cannon galleon.
Forgot about the cannon galleon. So, also right before that, so the original plan was for it to be Doubt and Viper, and I'll let people guess what happened to that.
Well, I saw Doubt at 6 in the morning. So.
So Doubt just didn't show. So it's not like I had a full final to cast today. So I got asked to replace. But literally right before I knew I was the replacement for Doubt, one of the players who was going to be playing them came up to me and said, "Hey, do you have any tips on how to trash talk Viper and Doubt?"
Oh.
So I was helping him with strategy. My strategy was, I said, "Listen, against Viper and Doubt, if you want to trash talk, don't, because you always lose."
Yeah.
And then turns out
they'll take you down to their level and beat you with experience.
You're in the same category, by the way. Like I know if I ever have this creative diss against you, I'm completely screwed. So it's you three.
You got me good a couple times. I'm immune against the obvious ones. That's the problem. All right, so we still wait. Players are really like they need this time. They need this time, and it's going to be a ban coming in from Hera first. This will be an interesting ban. I think Leary should ban Teutons. I really do.
It does also depend what you want to play.
Well, I don't think Leary's going to play Teutons, and I think he can play basically all of the remaining civs fine. So just take that off the table.
Yeah, that's true.
Good idea.
That's true. It's not going to hurt you to get rid of it.
Leary's not really a fan of those slow civilizations.
Yeah, Leary's also not going to tower rush. I should have about 10 seconds to get this final ban in here, and then he'll have one more.
I like this, though. We haven't gone through the drafts this tournament yet. Burmese gone. Okay. Koreans. That's a great civ.
So really high priority on Koreans. Am I crazy?
No, I mean they're good on a lot of these maps. Pacific Isles. They can be good on Tidepool. They could be great on.
Yeah.
Like Citadel, even you could pick them. Like there's a lot of really, really nice.
I think the Cumans, Koreans pick staring at me already, saying these are going to be make or break potentially in a best of 9. And then Lithuanians Khmer there from Hera, so 2 very comfortable picks for him.
Incas is still available.
Stream yang khusus di suara turnamen, suara caster sama suaraku balance.
Yeah, I would say Tatars, Vietnamese are the next 2 civs to shout out to me. Do we have Japanese out there at all?
Japanese has not been picked.
Kalau aku yang kekencangan.
See, Japanese have not been doing very well in African read beds because they've been losing to Vietnamese. So I wonder you could pick both. You just pick both.
You have 2 picks in a row. There's Japanese right there, and we should see another one here from the. Oh, it's a ban. It's a ban. Teutons.
Hari-hari Bogor Bangor.
Teutons.
This is a very complicated draft. I keep forgetting how many different times they have to switch categories.
They have to switch order all the time.
Crazy.
I can see you just assuming you got 2 picks in a row and then you accidentally ban a civ.
Yeah. Look at
bukan.
Dave.
Beda lagi, ini Age of Empires, bukan Victoria
Title.
Sicilian ban. Ini Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2. Game lama kok. Game tahun 98. Tahun 2000-an ada kok game ini di komputer apapun ada semua.
Without ever running into a navy because you have 4 tiles of warning before they see you. So you can Dungeon Rush.
Siapa ini? Discord.
Grab your villagers or your sergeants, like Fast Castle, Dungeon Rush. Grab that. You don't need water control because you avoid the ships.
Oh, Bang Kendra, halo Bang
Transport it
Kendra.
around Home Island.
Aku lagi
Come
nge-stream.
back the other way.
Oh ya
If you
bentar.
need another transport, it's like 60
Oh, di
wood.
Discord nggak ada ya? Bentar. Di
It's
Discord nyalain.
but no,
strategy
Era
is to not
lagi,
make
ya,
any navy because you could
Ah,
simply
gini aku kecilin suara ininya.
and it's
Suara otomatis.
you know,
tetap
basically have
ke
price
shadow.
Suara
transfers.
OBS-nya
Plus,
kenceng
in the
nih.
Dark Age, you have
suara
all the
OBS
time to
sih.
scout. You can see like all of the islands. You can
Okay.
scout
So
everything.
you could see the islands.
And
don't
you can
control.
see
Jadi
where
kita
they
semua betul.
where they
Ini
drop
game
lumber camp and stuff.
gamenya
Okay.
sama
Wow,
aku
that's
tuan
really
game.
valuable.
I think
Kenapa?
I
Yang 7 ya?
could pull it off,
Ini 7 ya?
but I think someone with
Habis
their
besok
APM
7 ya?
could.
Okay. All
Apanya
right.
yang 7?
You're right about you not
Ini
being able to
besok
pull it off. That's for sure. But I don't think they could as well against some of
Let's
these
load up a game.
Gak ada yang Indonesia.
tonight after a
Oh,
couple.
di
Let's
ban.
load up a game.
Ben.
I was cooking. man.
Justasnya kena admin Ben.
So I love the last couple
I mean,
picks here
Benjamin
from Leary.
siapa
Again, the
yang ban?
main surprise to
Kenapa?
me is mainly the priority.
Ya admin ban tuh siapa yang ban?
Humans could have always been a
Admin
late
Ben
pick though,
itu RNG.
and still had the same
Oh,
effect. of
anjing.
course. Berber's
Random, man.
Vietnamese super flexible on the land map. Same with the Japanese. And again, I actually think it's a pretty big
Baik,
deal
luar
that you
biasa.
can maybe play Japanese on African reed beds now because you're not worried about big
Apa nih,
cav
Jet?
archer civilizations
Aduh,
on the
kenapa
other
ini?
side. In fact, Hera
YouTube is not receiving
doesn't
enough
really have a
video to
single
maintain
cav
smooth
archer
streaming.
civilization
What?
on his side.
How many hussars?
isu kah
It's
YouTube?
been honestly one of the surprise civilizations so
That's-
far in this tournament
is
for me,
it
just how
live?
successful they've been.
What do you think about humans for enclosed for Leary? Is that too risky? Build your second TC out in the gold?
You can, but then Hera has Slavs. And
Oh
it's
iya
just,
bener.
he's probably gonna get all the relics.
Laptopku
He's
gak
just
kuat
gonna be,
nge-stream 2 kali di
you
Discord
know,
sama
booming up
YouTube.
behind and
Yeah.
make his way into Hussar.
That is really like
90 farms or something.
that is the civ. That's the
yeah.
big one for me that stands out as the outlier here.
Mhm.
Maybe you could say Hera picking Armenians, but no, I think Armenians can be really good in some maps and can be played if they're played well, especially maps that incorporate water. But yeah, humans, second TC boom in feudal age. Where is Leary going to try that? I think it was going to be Bedouins, but he picked humans with the first 3 civs, which led Hera banning that map out later on. So we'll see, but I'm excited to see when he plays that. I'd say there's limited options. Could maybe try Arabia. The version of Arabia we have is fairly
Orang-orangnya
close.
kemana? Oh,
So
istirahat
could try
dulu,
it
belum
there.
mulai. Nggak lewat
Maybe
semenit
could
gitu.
try it on African
Langsung main
ring
kah?
beds,
Tarik napas dulu.
citadels,
Bukan nafas.
maybe
Oh, mikir dulu, nyatet
bypass.
dulu.
But yeah, we've got a
Nyatet
big
beda.
best of 9
Tapi kalau
final.
ngecek
Every single player who's in the
civilization ya.
semifinals, so all 4 were asked, what do you want, a best of 7 or a best of
Ngeri
9?
banget dah,
Every
terima
single
6.
player said best of 9.
Paspor udah nambah
It
16.600
surprises
dari
me for a player like you
dari
to say that,
apa
or even a player like
Paspor.
well, Viper
Paspornya
still
naik itu,
believes
donasi.
if he's on his day, like
Iya.
he can beat anybody.
Naik
even
16.600.
with this run of dominance. But Mr. Yo, when I've talked to him about his matchups against the others,
Yeah.
it actually kind of makes sense for Mr. Yo because he's only really concerned about playing Hera. He wasn't really overly
Ini
concerned
karena
about
yang di
Viper
ban
earlier.
22
And he
civilization
would have
ya.
had to play Hera in
Banyak
the
yang ketutup,
semifinals.
setengah
I
full.
think NAC 4, Leary and Hera faced in the
Full
finals,
HFFR
and Leary was
2
up
ini.
4-3 and
Hilang.
eventually lost 5-4.
Iya.
So if I'm Leary, I'm like, dude, give me that best of 7. I would have won.
Di Indo nggak pernah ada
Greg
turni
Miller,
1v1 ya kita.
couple years ago, he was up 4-2 and he lost 5-4.
Yeah. He's come
And
so
it wasn't
close.
like throws.
Yeah,
It,
he's come so
it's
close.
just
Yeah.
amazing games from Hera. I think any
Di luar-
period of time.
Di luar
where
dah,
Hera
lo
is
ilo tuh
not
ada duitnya
in the
ya, lo
scene, maybe
ilo
this is the Messi
Legends tuh
Ronaldo
biasanya ada tuh
conversation,
tiap
right?
bulan.
Like, it's like Leary would be super successful in recent
Well, would
years.
Leary be like the Zlatan Ibrahimovic of AV2
Gak ada
players?
He's not doing bicycle kicks.
I don't know.
Nggak laku game
I
ginian
don't
di Indo.
know who Leary would be. We'll let chat decide on
Kurang
that one.
exposure
But yeah, I
kalau
think
aku
a
bilang.
best of 9 favors Hera. Against everyone in the world, the longer the day goes, the longer
Bukan
the
karena
series
aku
goes,
kurang
the better it
exposure.
is for him. And I think, even though I predicted
Iya.
Leary winning this, I think it was I would like a little bit
Susah
of
juga
credit.
orang belajar
The only
belajar
person
game
amongst
ini.
the casters ahead
Yeah.
of this
Pasti
tournament
FPS.
that put Viper losing in the semifinals. Sorry, Viper. And I was the only person that said had anyone other than Hera winning.
Well,
So I have Leary winning.
mine, but
Oh
I
yeah,
did say Leary in my interview before the event
True,
started, and
true,
my interview happened before yours.
yeah. But
Although
you put-
it hasn't been shown.
yeah, and you're not.
Wasn't
upset
Pasti
good
about it.
draft
You're
pick
not
ya.
upset
Iya.
about that.
Wasn't good.
Playernya nggak tahu kemana. Tuh hilang.
Who
Tinggal
knows what?
kursinya
Maybe I
doang.
look really stupid. Maybe I don't want it to be shown.
It can't look more stupid.
Draftnya
than
udah kelihatan tuh.
That was
Mapnya yang di
That was the
bawah,
first day,
yang
dude, before I
high
got a
tides,
fitted suit, you know, that
bypass,
was
segala
annoying.
macamnya ada nggak?
I I got off a plane, I
Siapa yang nonton?
took a taxi,
Ada yang nonton.
changed, and I
Satu orang.
walked to the gamer house for that interview. So that was
Dan
great.
itu juga sama-sama streamer.
But yeah, I think Hare's the favorite. Even despite leading up, he has to be. There's no question. I wonder how the belief is from Leary at this point.
Yang atas ini civilization kan.
Like how much
nggak
belief can you
nge-capture
really
cursor ya?
have? Obviously,
Are we
there should be
starting?
an immense amount of belief in your
Ganti
ability
kamera.
because you're playing so well. You can feel that, and you've made all these.
Klasik
finals,
ini ya, apa namanya T90 sama
I
Dev
know
Duo.
it's in his head because yesterday, Hera was sitting over there. Leary
Bukan
came in
tanpa
after
alasan
winning
sih,
against
aku
Viper, and Hera almost immediately
ketemu
was like,
sama Age
he was
of
like, Leary,
Empires 2
I just
lagi
need
itu
one
pas
more. I need one
browsing
more, and then I'll
YouTube.
give you whatever
Dia pas lagi
future
ngopi kan.
tournaments you want, right?
Belum
So
Definitive
then-
Edition
Maybe a little bit
2018
more
masih sekolah.
Maybe.
This time around.
Well, yeah.
Iseng
I know he said
iseng
in the
search
interview, "Oh,
di
it's just
YouTube
another tournament."
ketemu
Yeah, there's
Both
no
of us
way.
turned to each other.
videonya
Yeah,
itu tadi
Okay.
si
I'm
T90.
like, okay, someone's had media training, clearly.
Nah, ada pelajar
But
ada
no,
balik.
like, think about it.
Leary itu
Hera says
2002
that, he says,
BTW.
I just need that one more. He's like, I need it more than you, is what
2002
Hera
apa
said. And
2000 ya
Leary
dia?
said, oh, I'm 0-6
Apa
in
99?
finals. You need it more than me? So if that was Leary's immediate
Masih muda.
response, obviously that was a bit of banter. That's in his head, dude. And I think even in the group stage, I saw a little bit of hesitancy when he could have gone for the kill
sekali.
at times against Hera. So what I want to see today, we're going to have that clean, overall great control play from Leary. But there's going to be moments, I guarantee you this, where Hera is sitting back on multiple TCs,
Yep.
waiting to push back with like a late castle age push. What Leary typically does is he gets the lead, and then he tries to click up to Imp. And 2 times in his series against Hera in group stage, he then lost full map control. I want to see Leary become Mr. Yo occasionally.
Yep.
And just get a position and send more army. All in
And
castle
add
age,
TCs
forward
behind
castles.
once he's secure. Yep.
Yeah, forward castles. Like, I think if he does that, Hera's tendency to sit back and be defensive can't be punished.
Yeah, but it is a best of 9. So if Leary tries that strategy, Hera does have a couple of games to start adapting his gameplay, and we know he's probably the most adaptable player
Pemanasan
we
dulu.
have currently.
Itu
Maybe even the most
apa
adaptable
namanya
we've ever
isu
seen
yang sering muncul
at
di
the
pro
high
player ya,
level.
professional
He has
e-sport
been
player ya.
absolutely incredible at mixing and
Apa
matching
namanya
against
kanker
other players'
pergelangan
strategies,
tangan.
both of them just getting ready. We saw Smile before the series began.
Kayak siapa
think, like,
namanya?
I
Piper.
want to see a pop off
Hyper juga.
from both of them. Like if either
Oh,
one
dia ada
of them, I
kanker
wanna see
tangan
Hera
deh.
pop off, I want to see
Iya,
Lear pop.
kan
Lear
pergelangan
pop
tangannya
off
dia
because
pakai
it's a big
burisnya kan
win
pakai apa itu
for
bantuan
each
support.
player. It's snapping the
Makanya kan
0-6.
performanya turun.
It's getting that record for
Bisa, itu performanya
consecutive
turun.
S tier wins over.
Tapi
the
masih
previous
menang
round
Red
of
Bull
Viper,
Wololo.
and he's
Red
tied
Bull
with him
Wololo
right
5 masih
now.
menang dia.
I wanna
Itu
see the
tahun
crazy
dimana
dude.
dia kena
I
isu
wanna see
Gris
how far
pergelangan
they can
tangan.
throw that back force chair right there.
I have a feeling they're gonna, if they do go crazy today, they're gonna do it off camera.
Yeah,
that would
probably.
be my guess. They probably don't
Tapi karena
wanna
kita udah ngeliat
be
dia streaming
perceived
ya,
as
udah
rubbing
aktif
it in
lagi
the
berarti
opponent's
membaik
face when that's probably
kondisinya.
not what it is. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with celebrating. Look like Leary getting a little warm up in there, but we should be starting strong.
Movement kameranya Leary.
They're gonna need to start strong because it's high
Senggol,
times
senggol.
game
Apa tuh?
number 1. This is one of the more difficult maps to play in the entire pool. So none of the game
Udah,
1
kameranya
and
goyang, kameranya Leary
closed, or
goyang.
like game
Leary.
1 Copenhagen where they have time to chill. No, I mean the villagers could kill other villagers building the dock at the start. I mean, you got to be locked in.
There is no
ready
chill,
to go.
and especially with the
Ini
tendency
turnamennya
that Hera's
di
shown to go out
markasnya
and snipe
Gamer
that
Legion ya,
initial
Jerman.
villager.
Mm-hmm.
There is no chill here. It's going to get started right off the bat. Obviously, 9ville start is a little bit quicker as well than a standard one, so you don't really have much time to
Ini
get settled
tuan rumah
in.
yang
But we're
menjadikan
getting
Hera
settled
tuan
in,
rumah.
and we are about to
Mobile
begin the
Legends
game.
itu
I believe they've
divisi
already
apa aja
started,
ada
so we're
dia?
waiting for our observer to join
LOL
in.
sama
Thank
Counter
you,
Strike
everyone,
selain
for
SMM
tuning in.
itu
Our
ya. Setahu
prize
ya,
pool at
LOL sama Counter Strike.
56,637.
Counter Strike-nya main di Major kok,
You can
jangan
actually
salah.
increase that if you are enjoying the show and want to
CS-nya
donate
main di
on our
Major.
final day. All of the donations go towards that prize pool, which will be split
Ini bukan
between the
bukan
players.
organisasi
Nobles
kaleng-kaleng.
Apartment Cup,
Gamer
the
Legion
cameras
ini.
are shaking. We're about to get in game
Sama
1
kayak
of
Leary kan di Wii Sport ya, nggak tahu kalau masih
Yeah,
di
Hera
Wii
and
Sport atau
Leary.
enggak. Wii
Should be a
Sport
big
juga
one. We'll be in, and when we're in,
organisasi
there will be
e-sport
docs
yang
going
main
up.
di
Thank you everyone for
LOL.
the support this week. It's been a
Jadi
lot of
AW
effort,
juga
both
masih
from
belum
production, the
narik
casters, the players,
organisasi
obviously
besar
the
sih.
crew.
Soalnya belum ada
We have plenty of
centralized
time for that, but let's get
e-sport
locked in,
organization-nya.
watch some excellent Age of Empires
Nggak ada
2.
upaya dari
Game
Microsoft.
number
Oke,
one
game
in the
dimulai.
grand final, we have Hera versus Leary, and as expected, Dave, Persians
Map
coming
ini
out
ya.
for that early dock, and it is the matchup we thought, Persians versus
Map
Lithuania.
High
It's
Tie.
a pretty good matchup for the Lithuanians,
High tie.
especially later
Ini
in the
berapa
game.
yang
I
nonton?
think they have a lot
Berapa?
of potential early
Berapa
game.
yang
They're going to
nonton?
kind of balance out that extra food,
Satu.
extra wood that the Persians
Satu
get
aja.
with the
Nonton nggak
extra
nonton
food of their
pro
own.
live ya.
But still, Leary is the first one out here, and I'm not seeing anything coming from Hera's side out towards that dock area. Okay, just now sending a villager up north. Where is his scout? Is he accompanying that? No, he's pushing in deer. He's pushing in deer. If Leary spots this villager, it could be a real problem for Hera without Loom. Leary's actually going towards the middle of the map. He should be scouting that north area.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting dilemma here. A lot of the time, you're going to see the scout accompany that villager out to the shoreline, which means Leary can't really do anything. So I think Leary's probably assuming that was going to be the case. He's headed home to scout. Hera gets away with a little bit of greed and pushing in the extra food there. But docks are going to go up. Persian should be the favorite on
Metanya sekarang emang nge-push dir sih.
Their docks have more
Selalu
HP,
nge-push dir.
and they also have a faster work rate. So I wonder if Leary's even going to go 2 docks. I think someone like Mr. Yo, he's going to think, 1 dock is more than fine here if I have the stronger dock. But if you could just completely dominate water early, some players are going to drop that second dock and ensure they do that. But it's a balance of investment on water and investment on land, and it is a very delicate balance where scouting what your opponent is doing at all times is so important.
Oh, biasanya stream sore itu karena malam itu ada kelas.
He'll probably assume that the dock is out there. He doesn't know specifically where it is. He's actually just scouting the back of his base right now, so maybe even looking for like walling potential. No, okay, he's pushing in the zebra. It was another
unit. Kalau aku mau nge-streaming main Age of Empires 2 ini pasti bosan yang nonton.
As feudal age is on the way.
POV player tuh membosankan.
TC production
tapi kalau nonton gini seru.
The age up timings as well, so he's gonna be a lot
mereka nge-push diri semua Bang Gendra.
Really tight early builds, and now he's trying to leave with the
notice gila. Reaction time. Reaction gila.
Leary trying to wall off this bill, and Hera's there with the scout.
Yeah, so this is a water build from Leary. He wants that second dock. Hera was going to wall in that villager.
Oh, dibiarin. Oh, ya udah.
Hera decided just to back away.
Oh, Hera respect.
He's going to drop a second dock. So it should
be
2 docks from both. Interesting that Hera kill though. I thought there was an opportunity to maybe kill that.
Respect.
I think he just
Hera nge-respect
Leary, and he really suspects that Leary's up first.
Jadi nggak di-exploit, nggak dikejar-kejar sampai mati.
Like a long drawn-out battle,
respect.
and you're near the scout when Leary gets up to feudal
age. Kenapa dia
scout, which is not great at all.
Ya harusnya di-kill kan?
HP battle against, he tries to bring it back towards that.
Harusnya kill aja itu.
Oh, dia mau ini, mau second dock
really close to the fish.
Kalau nggak second dock ya feudal sih. Aku tadi nggak ngeliat time frame-nya sih. Kalau udah start feudal harusnya bisa nge-save scout ya.
That we are seeing Hera commit so much to water here. But water is so important.
Dia
mau komit water kayaknya. Udah 2.
Hera iya. Leary juga 2 kok. Tadi bangun dock baru.
Iya. Dia takut ini. Takut kalah di laut, makanya langsung bikin dock.
Oh, bukan. Dia mau ngejagal persian ekonomi, Bang.
I think there's an opportunity here to kill Hera's villager.
Persian Iko kalau doknya dibiarin ngeri itu. Leary kan persian.
Look at them, dude. Look at
them. Gak bisa dibiarin. Doknya kerjanya cepet.
Jadi
udah pasti
makanya itu. Dia mau ini tuh, udah bikin fire.
You have to check to the south of the map, which we haven't.
Oh, dari masih dikejar dia nggak bisa bikin ini, belum bikin dock.
Oh iya bener ya, mau main dock ya, bener.
And the second someone loses their scout, you know the opponent's going to try and sneak something.
Okay, so here comes Hera. There's a fire galley there to support, so he's going to end up tanking.
Udah 2 di lapangan ya itu di map. Di lapangan di air di lapangan ya.
Just maximize as much damage as he can against that. As the fire galley now comes out from Leary, and we've got 2 here from Hera, but the demo already in the queue from Leary. Oh, the dog got denied, didn't it?
I think he has the wood. I think he deleted that.
Oh, deleted. Okay.
That fire galley.
Bentar aku mau ambil makan dulu ya. Makananku datang.
That's incredibly weak. And now Hera needs to repair as well. Leary's blocking the damage there. There's a demo on the way though, and Leary needs to notice this, and that's a good demo for Hera.
Yeah, really good demo there for Hera as he continues to repair, and the scouts continue to dance. Leary a little bit behind on the HP on those 2 as the demo comes out. Leary's trying to get greedy with it. He's trying to go after the villager. He just goes for the fire galley.
That's got to be a kill there for Leary. That's got to be a kill to be happy with things. He will lose another ship himself. And now the scout goes down for Leary. So I almost immediately I would expect Hera to consider a barracks here. The other extreme is you don't add army at all and you just full wall your base because Leary's going to expect that you're going to send in land presence.
Was Hera really tanking damage with the demo so it didn't do damage to the fire? He was dancing in front of it. Now he comes over, just takes out the fire galley. Leary's still trying to kill the scout with the villager. Now he's got 2 fire galleys over here. Kind of a weird situation here for Hera. Has to be really careful with that scout. But you can see Hera trying to bait that villager back into the fire damage. Great play from both.
Yeah, really good play. I mean, that villager can still repair there for Leary. I'm sure he's a little scarred from all the fires, but this should be fine. I think we see a barracks coming up for Leary now on the other side.
Saya kembali. Apa ini?
And like we
Ini loh,
said,
aku suka ini format barunya turnamen sekarang NAC tuh. Dikasih apa namanya? Scene di tempat lain.
Oh,
tadi ada barak. Ditunjukin ada barak tadi. Sebelumnya kan nggak ada kayak begituan. Kelewat biasanya turnamen apa? Turnamen Age of Empires 2. Apalagi tim game. Banyak banget hal yang kelewat.
All of their opportunities as Hera starts to wall up. I think he's a little bit later to the land.
Tinggal fitur live replay aja sih.
No, he doesn't. He's just gonna wall.
Kira-kira bisa nggak ya? Age of Empires 2.
No barracks for Hera.
Tapi kalau ngomongin turnamen ya Bang Gendra ya.
Still contesting on water.
Yeah, I mean that's one way to deal with it. If you know your opponent will likely make the switch, just wall it out, and that's not really that uncommon for Hera.
Jadi ketika gamenya membosankan ya, nah, sekarang ada aksi sih. Kalau gamenya lagi fase membosankan gitu dikasih replay, tayangan replay. Demo, gila hilang 1 dapat lumayan lah. Dapat 1 sama ngurangi kapal lain. Demo lagi dapat 1 doang. Oh, dapat 2, nice.
Yeah, nice job here from Hera. He hasn't officially won water, but that's the first significant lead we'd have in regards to sniping the fish. So the fishing ships for Leary will have to move around.
Apa ini? Archer. Oh.
And now Hera. Does Hera even have scouting on the right of his base? I think he doesn't. I think he's hoping there. Well, he does.
He does,
and that's wide open.
It's still going to take a long time.
Wide
this
open.
Is some greed from Hera. If Leary shows his army, Hera's going to know and going to be able to quick wall in time.
Oh,
and Leary
react gila. Reaction time mereka lu cepet. Bang Gendra beneran.
And now Hera will confirm that the archers are coming in. Fletching is on the way for Leary. So Hera does
get the minimap all the time.
This is kind of a pain, and there might be a hole on the backside.
There is a hole there, and Hera knows about it.
And Leary's sending the spearman.
Spearman could potentially kill this Vilde because the villager is weak from an archer hit. And with fletching in, well, that one's not weak, excuse me, but the other one is.
Yep.
This for me is more than fine for Leary. I know he's not going to break through, which would have been ideal, but still he's got a follow-up army, and Hera's just been so greedy here. I guess it's because he prioritized the water, but to have no land control just yet tells me he's thinking Castle Age will make all the difference. His woodlines can be
How much is on that tree that he's chopping? That's what I'm wondering.
And it's a new tree. So that's 60 wood.
Okay. Needs to keep tabs on that. There's the archer range going up for him, though, so he should have skirmishers to defend. Still, that's going to take resources away from potential Castle Age. He has lots of gold, but no market at the moment.
Also, he only killed 1 fishing ship from Leary, so well played from Leary to fight back. Leary's collected like 400 more resources. I honestly think that's just the benefit of being Persians here. I don't think there's anything Hera's done wrong.
The tree. How much is on the tree? Oh, that's a new tree. We need the old tree. 48 wood on that. That's potential for disaster.
I mean, Hera should check that, right? But it is the grand final. It is game number 1.
Hera dapat 2 lu.
Hera is going to have what? 3 skirts or something?
Oh, persian.
He won't want to invest into that. Unusual circumstance here where we see Hera in Feudal Age with 700 gold in the bank.
Yep.
So you can tell the amount of pressure he's been put under. He's going for that market. He's going to balance it. He's going to be fine, but he will lose the fishing ships. Leary has done a fantastic job on water. Leary might be clicking up first to the Castle Age, going up a little bit faster with the Persians, and he does. And he's also adding in a couple extra fish, and he kills another villager.
And
this is an amazing start for Leary.
We got to check that tree. That tree is dangerously close. Leary needs to back away.
If Leary sees that, just don't touch it.
Yeah, don't go there. Go to the other wood line. Focus here. Hera's got the skirmishers now.
Armor coming in for the skirmishers. This could make all the difference. Leary, is he adding in a stable at home? I don't believe so. And Leary is now sending a skirmisher there. Hera opened the wall a little bit.
Yeah, these archers should probably not do too much now. But Hera had to invest into fletching, armor, and these skirmishers. And this is a pretty natural situation now for the Persian player to want to play stable units. So he killed a Vil. He forced some reactions from Hera. He ended up winning water, most likely because Hera was distracted on land. So not a bad game here
Classic
for both players, but advantage Leary right now.
Okay, so just about 30 seconds ahead to the Castle Age. Armor now on the way. Fishing ships are going to be big, and Leary walls towards the water as Hera has cleared up that forward army. He's coming back across with the skirmishers. This could be a very annoying army if Leary isn't able to deal with this, but with the knights coming in soon, should be fine. Spearman still working his way out. Unfortunately, getting hit by a throwing spear from the other side, so he's gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, high priority stuff here. We gotta make sure you guys knew that Spearman was going to die. This is a grand final after all.
We only show the important bits.
7 on food for Hera is what I'm noticing right now.
Mati
He
sama
doesn't have the
skirmisher.
first boom. His food
Stress
is
unit
go.
versus stress unit.
Largely relied on the
Is
market.
it like cav archers for
Oh,
him
scout.
or something? No, he's got double
cav
range.
archers. Yep.
Okay, so
Oh,
cav
scout.
archers with the Lithuanians, not a terrible choice.
Berarti nggak
but
ngeluarin
obviously,
knights.
gonna struggle if Leary can get the food eco up, and then he's going
Camel.
to
Oh,
could be
camel
pretty
on
brutal, especially if he
Q.
gets that +2 armor early. Second town center.
Ya itu on
immediately
Q-nya
from
biasanya
Leary
dari
adds
pojok
in a
atas
camel,
tuh ada unit.
and he's
What?
still
Ketutup.
adding in fishing ships.
Pojok atas
take
kanan
advantage of
kiri
that
itu ada
water that
production
we won
unit
earlier.
masing-masing
Remember,
player.
Persian TC producing
Mong,
faster, right?
monasteries
Should
buat
constantly
ini,
be better for
buat
Leary.
player merah.
Leary is expecting
Leary,
knights
nice.
here. He's expecting
Harus
knights to
dijegal,
really
jangan sampai
usually wanna
Lithuanian
get those
dapat
relics
relik.
and get the extra attack on the knights. But he's going to see Cav Archer now.
Cav Archer.
So he'll have to think twice about how he wants to play this because a big group of Cav Archers
Ya,
can
sekarang
take
meta ya.
down knights and camels, no problem. Hera is dropping TCs as well. The nice thing is with Lithuanians, he'll get 100 food per TC built. So he will actually be okay with the food economy.
Even with 5 on food.
Ya,
He's
sekarang
going to
meta
be
dia
okay
orang-orang.
for the next 2 minutes or so producing villagers. But after that, we're going to have to see some more farms from Hera. He's never had a problem with that in the past, as 3 town centers are going to be complete soon for both players. Siege Workshop now added from Leary as he pushes away the first couple Cav Archers. Husbandry on the way for him too, and the monks are already coming out from Leary.
Husbandry
Udah
time is
siege,
actually
udah
kinda interesting here
monastery.
because Hera won't have it.
Berapa
So,
wood itu?
unfortunately for Leary, he's
Town
probably not going to
center,
recognize
kedua,
that. But he
tambahan.
could actually chase those down or get away.
Saving this camel is actually kind of big. He saves for the +2 armor.
Wow.
So he's just going to play cavalry. Not going to play into skirms or anything like that. Just cavalry and some scorpions to counter and maybe to raid as well. Remember, a lot of those walls from Hera are just palisade walls. Very easy to break.
Yeah, I would have to say, though, the fact that Hera is walled is a key difference right now. Leary opting for the economy and the army first, which is, of course, fine. But I think long-term, you need to get walls down. You can't give Hera opportunities to raid you. Hera is known for playing super safe and taking no risks. Leary a bit more the risky player between the two of them. But the Scorpions are going to push those Cav Archers away. And Leary is
Scorpion untuk Cav Archer, Manghoner untuk
He's got 3
Terus,
town centers. He's collected 1,500 more resources. I think Hera could tell he needs to play catch up as he drops TC number 4.
Oh yeah, Hera's read the situation already. He's behind economically. He's going to be behind in military. So he just needs to catch up somehow, drag this out, and try and win the late
keempat.
game, which might be, you know,
Lithuanian,
strength
setiap
for him
town center
against Leary,
baru
who's
dapat
not
100 food. Lumayan.
usually known for his late game prowess.
Let's see if Hera can get these conversions here. Those skirmishers have done a great service to their people here,
Nice.
giving Leary the
Big
vision over
relic
that.
gathering here from Hera as well in that middle. That contested relic is so valuable for Lithuanians. If he can get it.
I think you just got to, even if you give up
there's
a
a scout.
camel or two, I think you just have to fight
Cav
those
Archers are out of
monks.
position. The scout comes in, and Leary's got a
Oh,
monk up
dapat
there
satu,
too.
nice.
Leary's going to take a monk in the south and
Yeah,
kills the monk
tersnipe.
in the north.
Tersnipe.
Beautiful job from him. He's trying
Nice
to
snipe.
hide his own monk so he
Itu
can
mahal sih.
sneak that relic
Stepnya mahal
back
sih.
home. Hera sees it now, but Leary has that +2 armor plus husbandry.
The
on
upgrades
the
are
camels.
horrible for Hera. This is what I said earlier. I think there are instances where people will respect Hera and the greed could pay off. But Leary, in his group stage sets, had opportunities to really push in Castle Age and never stop pushing. And what ended up happening occasionally was, and it was actually on high tides where he didn't go all in, was he stopped production. If you control the middle of the map, you control the relics. If you control the middle of the map, you control Hera's main gold. I'd love to see the Scorpions come forward and more military now from Leary.
I mean, Hera's trying to do so much with so little right now militarily. He's trying to control the map. He's trying to grab the relics. You saw those skirmishers in the south protecting, quotations, the relic
lihat
down
camel,
there
nice.
against +2
Tolong?
cavalry.
Oh, enggak.
It's a difficult position for
Tolong
him,
di atas.
but he's confident in his late game ability, and he's just booming up at the moment as Leary's eco is looking insane.
I mean, where are the Scorpions right now?
Relic,
Leary's in an
Hera
amazing
dapat
position,
satu.
but I think the Scorpions are just waiting at home. This is
Satu
because
lagi
he's
udah
not
ambil
walled.
Leary.
If you
Bisa
have
berapa?
walls, you
Satu
can
lagi.
comfortably move out in this situation. If the Scorpions arrive, Hera has nothing. His monks get picked off by that. His cav archers have to back away. You could tell Leary's starting to advance forward now. And Hera, I guess, is building up for a castle here, but he has not been able to outboom Leary in game number 1.
Still, the eco upgrades for Hera are looking solid. The food eco for him is looking amazing. I mean, it's just a benefit.
Kalau mau ngejar Persian 3 town center tuh harus bawa 4 town center.
Forgiving for this boom, and 4 town centers is nothing to laugh at. As Handcart comes in for both, really on top of their game, getting all the crucial technologies. Hera just trying to hold that middle area for as long as he can until he can push back out.
Dave, this is the exact scenario we talked about 5 minutes before we entered game 1.
Yes.
A situation where Leary has the economic lead, Hera has been camping, and Hera wants to come back with a big Castle Age push. This is also the exact scenario where Leary, quote-unquote, threw a game on high tides against Hera in their group stage match. What Leary usually tries to do here is go in. And then Hera comes out with lots of army.
Full castle.
Full castle
and then
age.
Forward castle.
And forward castle. Exactly. I think if he produces more army, Hera's going to have a really tough time locking down his
He's
base.
got 5 months. He's about to have 6 months. You bring those forward to support the Scorpions. Hera can't approach with the Cav Archers. Then he has to go like into light Cav or something like that. You play Camels, you play Knights. There was another stable there from Leary. Food eco is looking good. Gold eco is kind of inching towards Imperial Age. And the stone is almost there for Leary. What is the choice that he's going to make? Is he going to go up to Imp? It could still work. But we would like to see that Castle Age pressure.
I think just 10 more camels, and Hera has such a tough time. But if it stays on 9 camels, Hera could maybe get the job done. Now, Leary will see the stables, so maybe these are the warning signs that Hera's about to come out with a lot of army. And Leary is going to click to Imp, so it's the same thing he did in their group stage match.
He's still got a really good setup, though, obviously. Leary's still in the lead, right? He's on the way to Imperial Age. We get nervous because we've seen Hera push back from positions like this. But still, the Vil count is competitive. Eco upgrades are there. Military is still in favor of Leary. And if he can get a castle in a good position and he's got the economy behind the spam units, I mean, Hera's still in deep trouble.
I would really like the castle to be more towards the south. Another thing we've seen in games is players will take the north, but that just gives you gold. The south gives you access to more stone and more gold.
There's the castle for Hera.
Great castle from Hera. Hera's got 2 relics with Lithuanian, so he has that extra attack. Leary will aim to convert here, but beautiful micro saves the monks.
They're so on top of it right now.
Yeah.
Like from the scout dancing at the beginning to the monk splits right there, just everything that they have done has been so high level. Tristan, great reference there.
So Hera will get the forward position he wanted, and now he'll stall the production.
Is that a castle in the stone area to the south?
Has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be.
I mean, it's smart, right? That's where the majority of the stone is, and if you get secure down there, you can toss all those villagers on stone, then you can start making them in more defensive locations.
Would you queue a demo or 2 in that dock and sit it there, because Hera could still run through fire ships?
No, I don't know. It's going to be knights, right? You don't have the upgrades. It's kind of if you were concerned about cav archers, sure.
Okay.
But against knights, I'm not certain how much it's going to do. The knights are over here. It would have been nice.
Yeah, this is why
game sejarah BTW kuda lawan kapal ya.
And Leary may be regretting that right now. And Leary kind of losing track of Hera as he's just been waiting for Imp. He advances forward. He'll reach the Imperial Age, get heavy camel, and get armor. 2-minute advantage to the Imperial Age.
And
but
that's the heavy camel timing.
Can he push?
Yeah, Pikeman now on the way from Hera. This is a different stylistic approach, though, from Leary. To castle that south area, it's an adaptation from him, maybe based on the previous series that they played together.
Yeah.
I think in that series, that castle would have gone forward, Imperial Age would have come up, and it would have been a risk, for sure.
Yeah, that mining camp, that could be anything. That could be stone and gold. Both are going to be helpful here.
Is that the only place he can put that? That is just a wow. Leary, what on earth? We got to make sure we ask him about that one later if he even remembers it.
Leary's got to get walled up here. This is a warning sign. This is fine because you're only losing a couple vills, but this is not something that you really want to let happen. Look at the difference in defense. Hera's turtled up, and Hera's placing castles where he could pretty much never.
Nice.
Hera main safe ini.
Walls from Hera have been much better.
Ya, seperti biasa ya.
Hera has essentially used his imp advantage to just react to Hera, gives Hera the time, and now Hera 20 seconds away from imp upgrades himself.
Yeah, and food eco down to 40 now. I believe he was at 50 before. Hera's now at 50 on food. Look at the resources. Hera's going to click up Imperial Age. He's not satisfied with the first when he gets there. Maybe he could even go.
Oh, armor infantry sama cavalier. Oh, ditabrak cavalier.
Plenty of things to do as Leary now has enough stone.
Berapa relik?
This one's on the hill.
2 relik sih.
Slightly in between their bases and kind of also protecting that gold spot.
2, 3 satu 4 ya.
My question's been answered. I was gonna say
2 relik itu di kanan bawah ada relik. Hera megang 2.
So he's gonna try
2, 3.
Savar camel mix. Not go for hand cannons, not maybe go for the crossbows, which I kind of get.
2 relik bagus sih, minimum kalau mau main Lituania itu minimal 2 relik buat apa? Ya, buat trade off ini, buat mengganti ketidakadaan Blaze Furnace. Kan Lituania nggak punya Blaze Furnace, upgrade attack terakhir.
I think the
setup
is really important for Hera. Are you asking if Hera can play for gold?
I'm asking.
Ralik nambah
I don't think Lear even knows how to spend his gold.
Ralik nambah attack.
He ever since
Ralik nambah attack Lituanian kan? Bonusnya Lituanian.
In the north from Hera.
Like Lear is ahead this whole game.
Attack buat Knight sama ini. Apa Lightis?
Oh, di atas.
Naik sama Lightis. Naik Cavalier, Paladin sama Lightis. Set. Spam ini. Ulal berdir.
Such a huge advantage into late castle age there. He had a massive advantage.
Apa namanya turnamen 1 lawan 1 menang lawan unit pramuka, bayangin.
So Hera's going to take some time to break him. There's not anywhere that Hera can immediately push. He will get gold access up here. You have to be concerned that Leary still has docks.
The castle pun ditusuk-tusuk.
Galleons or something, and then you'd have to counter that.
Belum ada ini.
Oh, Safar lihat kiri atas, Safar. Leary mahal banget Safar 1 lawan 1. Nekat. Bukan nekat kan. Safar upgrade. Wow. Dapat. Tapi mahal sih. Safar atau Paladin di 1 lawan 1 itu mahal. Soalnya kan goldnya terbatas. Tapi ini goldnya banyak sih. Di atas sama di bawah ya. Kayaknya nggak masalah. Kalau mau Safar atau Paladin gitu.
Ada yang pakai halberd apa?
Iya sih, lawannya halberdir sih. Bahkan Safar masih, ketemu halberdir cuma -1 doang, kayak kekurangannya cuma 1. Kelebihan lain kan masih ada. Kayak mobilitas, rate, segala macam, snipe. Safar masih Safar, tapi ya.
That takes away trap production time from your castles, and then you have to protect
disadvantage buat ngelawan halberdir. Tapi udah ada kanonir, ada
smart. And the key
mahal banget ya.
One player is spending all of their
rules. Pro player sekarang matanya rules. Dulu meme, sekarang meta.
We haven't even seen pikemen yet for Leary.
Kenapa kamu rules? Lihat kastil yang dibawa kan diserang sama halberdir.
And that's not the first time we've seen it in this tournament. We probably
seen more
in this tournament than ever.
Enggak, yang di bawah. Tuh lihat, tuh. Itu kalau nggak ada rules kan nggak mati.
The outpost rush from Hera. He's got a line of the outpost.
Waduh, di atas nggak dilihat.
Jagain sayang. Oh, ke snipe kan, bagus kan? Safar tetap Safar ya, meskipun ketemu. Meskipun ketemu halberdir, tapi tetap ya daripada hand cannon ini aku lebih suka skirmisher sih.
I just think comp is such an issue for Leary. It's been such a talking
tapi Persia nggak punya ini, nggak punya bracer, jadi ya mungkin make sense ini. HC opsi yang lebih bagus tapi gold unit. Beban goldnya terlalu tinggi ini, siapa namanya Leary. Unitnya komposisinya gold semua tuh, Bombard Cannon lah, Heavy Camel lah, Safar lah, Hand Cannoneer lah. Gold unit semua, nggak ada trash unitnya sama sekali. Eco balance-nya terlalu mahal.
What he wants to go for, he just can't seem to figure it out. Meanwhile, Hera's got Paladin, Halb, and Siege, and that's it. And he's pushing forward. Leary's forward here, so production is going to stall. More villagers getting sacrificed there from Hera. He's still got 137, so he can get that castle up. And now he's got access to the gold in the north. Leary is falling apart in game 1. He played so well with the execution early. Just didn't have that plan to follow through.
Yeah, and I don't see it turning around now. Hera's game plan is perfect.
Tapi ini termasuk sebentar set BO9. Terus sekarang standarnya best of 11 kalau 1 lawan 1.
Easiest no-brainer of Hera's career. And Leary is got to be kicking himself right now. This is going to be a mental hurdle. I thought he had this game, and he probably thought he had this game. And now look where he is.
It was all going Leary's way early as he taps out. Hera takes
typical Hera gameplay. Tapi emang bagus.
In typical Hera
Tapi emang bagus. Cara mainnya kayak gitu.
And I think we might have audio on these guys, but they're not going to say a word.
I just heard one sniff.
Yeah, I really don't think they're going to say a word in between games. This is a grand final, no longer a group stage. Great performance from Hera. I'm going to come off a little harsh here, but this is the high level.
I think it's deserved, though. Like, the transition there was not...
It was the same issue that Leary had in his game.
Makro yang ku kejar dari Hera sama Viper sama Yo. Kayak gitu. Meskipun kalah mid game, tapi end game-nya masih bisa balikin.
And
itu makro high level.
I hope Leary can figure that out throughout the series. We've got a lot of games here, but clearly he had a lead. You got to be able to finish the guy off, and I think he's scared. I think he's scared of going all in Castle Age and dropping castles. Maybe too much respect for his opponent.
Yeah, so we're going to take a break in between these two games. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned. Game number 2 coming up shortly.
Gaming
and now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us.
Iklannya ini era 1800-an banget.
Temanya mana nggak jadi.
Kok ini 1900-an banget ya. 1800 1900 awal.
The back force. OnePlus doesn't just stands like a rock on the digital battlefield.
Kursi kayak gini mahal loh. 8 juta 9 juta gitu anjir. Anjir kursi dok. Kursi lo mahal banget.
It's a throne.
Aku sampai sekarang aja masih pakai kursi makan yang sandarannya itu udah copot. Aku ikat pakai tali rafia biar gak jatuh.
Including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway.
Pengen punya
Game Allegiance special
kayak
edition.
Gini. Kursi kayak gini, secret lab lah, secret lab. 7 juta anjir.
If only we could combine Leary and Mr. Yo into one dominant player. We at the 30-minute mark or like 35 or
just
something.
Swap it over to Yo?
Yeah, we just swap it over because we were talking in the break. We don't think a player like Yo ever loses the game from that position in the Castle Age, right? He just goes forward, doesn't try and prioritize him. But even then, Leary didn't really seem to have a game plan. But we're only talking about this because Hera did such a phenomenal job of rebounding behind, walling up early, like maintaining his position on the map so Leary couldn't raid his base.
I agree.
And then the patience and the intelligence to go for Paladin instead of Lattice to just build up and slowly push out. We've seen it so many times, but it works. And it worked again there.
I was just at the live viewing party in Berlin before this earlier on in the day, and I had a group come up, and we were just talking about the games and whatnot, predictions, whatever else. Someone asked me, like, do you think that people are respecting Hera too much and that occasionally he gets a win because of that respect? Yeah. That is it right there. That is the game right there. It was a great question. Like, I think Hera, because of Hera's reputation, that Leary said, oh, no, I can't break this guy, and forgot about the 2 forward golds, didn't think about making him messy and applying pressure. With 10 more camels on a forward castle, Hera's without any gold, and Hera dies to camels.
We saw that with Viper for years. It's the same thing now where the top dog, the guy that nobody feels they can beat, they give them that respect, right? They don't expect it to work, so they don't try it.
Yep.
You need some like maniacal gameplay to be able to punish Hera, and Hera was definitely in a position where he should have been punished if Leary was thinking about it. But still, we have to recognize that was game number 1. Leary played insane for the first 20, 25 minutes of it. His eco was on par.
He's playing amazing, yeah.
His micro was there, right? Grabbing the relics early, everything like that. Just, it all fell apart because there wasn't necessarily a plan behind it. The execution is here going into his next map pick. It's a tough one to see for him, but I think Leary is one of those guys that gets over games quite quickly.
Well, I mean, you would never know if he was annoyed with himself because his performance in every game is just top tier. He's got 4 options now to pick from. Bypass, or sorry, that's Hera's side. Citadel, Pacific Isles, Tide Pool, and African reed beds. So considering how that game went, like Leary, he played very well in Feudal Age, was very active in Feudal Age, and enjoyed that. I could kind of see him just going straight for Citadel here, maybe going straight.
Minimapnya masih milih player ya, masih di player ya.
He is, in my opinion, the best Pacific Isles player here. I think that is a very important home map for him to play against Hera and win today.
I mean, water maps, Leary is amazing. He always has been. I know people don't give him enough credit for that, but as far back as I can remember, ever since he started getting deep into tournaments, maps like Islands, maps like Pacific Isles, maps like Northern Isles, super, super strong. And we go to Pacific Isles. We're going to have Leary playing as the Koreans here. Hera picking the Armenians.
All right, so there's the two islands in the middle which the players will want to control for. I'm wondering, does Leary have a villager inside of that transport? No, he does not. Sorry, it was just off screen. We've seen some players put villagers into transports and send them out early, so that's why I asked. But one of these islands is bigger than the other. So the smaller island, which Leary is currently scouting out, has a little bit more space, maybe 60% of the land space on the map. So we might have a situation where both players scout this, and there they go just passing. Maybe they both end up sending their villagers there in feudal age, and then archers could come out.
I mean, you have enough time before you send your villas to generally determine how big the island is. The one set, I think, Viper versus Tato, where we had the tiny little T90 mustache island, they both explored it. They were thinking about it, and then they didn't go there.
Yeah.
Right. So they'll look at this island, they'll see how big it is, and they'll probably both land here. It's also a little bit closer, I believe, to their base. I'm just disappointed.
Dua-duanya pindah. Dua-duanya pergi.
Not where it should be.
Okay, yeah. So Dave's
pergi di waktu yang bersamaan.
Sicilian line of sight.
Literally 3 times bigger.
Sicilians was banned, so they gave the strategy respect. As far as I'm concerned.
That's what I'm gonna go with that one.
Hera landing di base-nya Leary.
You wouldn't need a scout to do the island. You can see everything.
You also wouldn't have an eco bonus. You also wouldn't have a lot of other things. But hey, could potentially work out. Now, Leary against Viper yesterday, he went for galleys. That was with Saracens, but I could still see an argument for him trying to go galleys here being the Koreans, because Koreans can't make demos. We could see the occasional turtle ship later on from the Koreans. And then Hera, he's got probably the best galley civ in the game, at least for the early stages. So would expect galleys from him, but
it's all about the timings with the galleys, because you can't take advantage of the fish. There's not really that much fish on this map to really fish boom from. So if you go for galleys early and your opponent goes fast castle, you're kind of out of luck in a sense. You have to mix in land first before you go.
It's funny. Hera transported his scout to the main island from Leary just to take a look around. I mean, why not? There's nothing that could stop him from doing so. But Hera really maximizing his transport ship and his scout there. Here's the thing I want people to continually look at when they watch the Armenians, because I still think people are thinking about the unique text of the Armenians and maybe the monks. It's the mule cart upgrades and how efficient their eco is. That is the #1 reason why they are picked. Yes, there's the other factors, but if both of these players are getting their wood upgrade, getting their gold upgrade, advantage Armenians if the engagements are not good for the Koreans. Typically, by the time you make it to castle age in a close game, you'll see Armenians 600 resources more. So on water map, I actually prefer the Armenians, but Leary, this was a high pick. This was pick #4, and he just lost with pick
Anjing,
#1.
grafik
So,
tahun 2010, Cok.
but I think we're
Ini
definitely
2019 yang dulu lebih busuk lagi.
take this one for the draft.
I think I do like
Salah sih
Armenians a
grafik
little bit better just for
Ini
their
yang
ego,
Definitive
but in the
Edition.
later stages of the game, like I love Koreans, man.
Lu belum lahir
This
dulu
with
game
the
ada.
towers set up,
Yeah.
then you have
Yeah.
the gunpowder, which could potentially counter him. The
Game
champion
orang tua.
spam,
Iya,
I mean,
wajar
it's
dia kalau
very
nggak tahu.
devastating, as now Leary finds those villagers and
Oh,
he pulls the
spot.
scout back right away. It's like he didn't want Hera to
Spot
know
ya.
that he was actually
Hmm.
over there.
Hera will drop a barracks now at home.
Oh, barak di
Ini
rumah.
nggak ada
which means
4
he
lawan
will
4,
drop an
apa
archer
cuma 1
range
lawan
in
1
the
doang?
north.
Buat sekarang
Ini lagi turne 1v1
I
ini.
don't know if he saw a. He's gonna
Kalau
take
butan
out- he did not
$56.000
camp from Leary on that island.
Itu satu orang
Just looking
ngepantar
now,
dibagi, Bang.
He's just found it.
Yeah,
He's
he's
just
Bagi
found it.
1, 2,
So
3,
now
4.
he knows if he's going to be going archers, he'll have the transport. He did scout the main island of Leary early.
Anjir,
So I think
village-nya
there's a
sakit ya.
very good chance his transport
Sakit.
ship is going to be used
Sakit
to
banget.
transport some archers to that island.
It's just where you build the archers.
Kalau
If
di
you
OE
build
lemah
the
banget,
archer
Cok.
range
OE
back
4.
here, it's a long journey. It's
Yeah.
a very, very
Yeah.
long journey. You can be found out by Leary.
Villager itu 3 lawan 1 kalau menang buat ngelawan
It's
scout.
actually the archer range over
Udah
on
tadi.
this island. So
3 lawan 1
all
menang.
of
Oh,
his
tadi
focus
scout ah?
is going to be on
Tadi scout.
transporting those archers. Leary's already going for a tower, and Leary's going to have galleys coming up through the middle, which is in
Tower
direct
defense,
path
nice.
from where the archers are going to have to go. If Hera wants to
Geli
move,
banget.
he'll need to do it to the north of that island and then come all the way around.
Gale ya, padahal lautnya sempit-sempit ya, mainnya war Gale. Biasanya laut sempit-sempit gini ini, fire Gale.
Interesting, he built a mill.
Ini ada
actually.
maksimal
He used a mill
unitnya
cover.
kapan?
I guess you
Nggak
need
ada
the
ya?
mill.
Ada
There it
200.
is.
Ada dong.
Scout from Leary scouting. Will he try and
Oh, ada
land here?
pukulin,
Looks
pukulin.
like he will try
Pukulin.
and land
Iya.
these buffaloes
Oh,
because there weren't enough villagers there. This is something Hera's done to a lot of people. And
Oh,
now the
misklik.
shots
Miskin apa ketembak tadi itu, mati satu.
I mean, it's annoying if nothing else.
Ketembak.
Right? It's very, very annoying, and at the same time, Leary is coming in
Misklik
with
ya, ketembak ya.
galleys. He sees that wood line, he can harass the wood line with the galleys.
Hilang
benci orang lemming
satu.
kayak gitu.
Waduh, itu water buffalo tuh 150 foot loh.
He doesn't see the dog.
Eh,
He
150 ya?
never scouted the dog.
Ya,
If you look at his
ship
fog of
biasa
war,
kan
he
itu,
just
ship biasa
missed the dock
100,
from
water
Hera. He looked to the
buffalo,
left.
terus
Just
sama
missed
cow
that
itu
with the transport
100.
earlier.
I mean, where
50,
else can he-
150 apa
Yeah, you're right.
120
But it's
gitu,
a
pokoknya
little
lebih
bit
dari
of
100.
time. Hera knows exactly where Leary's dock is, and so Hera's galleys are going to
Lumayan
be
mahal
moving
itu,
around
mahal
to head
banget.
there. But
Still no loom for Hera.
Gele ada banyak.
still no loom. Wow.
Yeah, still no loom. So I believe.
Itu
Kayaknya gua
mengganggu
perlu
banget
pindah
sih itu.
ke game ini.
Kapalnya mengganggu
Galleys
banget
doing
sih.
the damage there.
Well, I like what Leary's doing there. I like the
Terus
scouting.
scout ya?
I like the galley
Scout,
approach.
yep.
The thing
Scout.
is, as far as he's concerned, Hera doesn't.
Orang
even have
gelenya
a
udah
dock.
6 dia.
So there's
Dari.
really a lack of vision right now. He's going to loop to the left. He'll find
Gale
us,
ini fungsinya
but
apa?
Hera has galleys
Oh,
on the way as
itu
well.
gale.
We
Mana-manahin.
still need to keep
Itu
an
ada
eye
di
on
Mana?
kiri bawah ada nama unit
because
yang
pretty soon
dipilih.
Hera's archers could be loading up into
Di
a
bawahnya
transport.
player.
Oh, archer range spotted. Flags.
Enggak,
Scout.
fungsinya
Where's
gale itu
the
apa?
transport
Buat
ship from
It's
Hera?
just
mana-manahin.
Galleys have
Perang.
found the
Ya.
dock and they're going to take out the fishing ships.
Kapal
It's
perang
been
itu, war
found.
Gale itu kapal
It's been
perang.
found. If
Ano, ke spot.
Sicilians, you never would have even come close.
Shut up about the Sicilian.
Mahal itu, transport ship itu mahal.
Banned, bro.
Mahal itu.
Mati dia.
Mahal itu mahal, itu mahal.
Mati.
Well, Man, I
Mati.
mean,
That's crazy value.
Udah ada unit,
That's-
kalau misalnya ada
Now I
unitnya terus
wonder
mati
why
beh.
Hera's even making the
Tenggelam.
archers at all. I think he maybe forgot
Tenggelam.
about the transport. This isn't something I'd seen a lot from Hera, but now those archers are just protectors of the realm, the little northern island there.
Hera nggak mau
That
komit
was not part of the plan. The plan
air.
was to use them offensively.
God, that's
Enggak
gonna be an
kayaknya.
expensive
Itu TC ya?
transport.
Bukan.
And you
Oh,
can't
jadi
even do
range.
it because you're not even going water. Like his whole strat was to go land.
Tapi di mapnya gambar
He's
town
got
center,
two
ya yang ada
galleys,
gambar
and Leary's
apa
got
simbol
soon
sendiri
gonna
itu town
have
center.
12. So Leary could actually fully dominate
Di
water, and
minimap.
those archers might never make it to their
Ini
destination.
gratis ya gamenya ya?
Great play
Oh,
from
beli.
Leary so far. The archer is feeling like a
Oh,
wasted
beli.
investment at this point. They're still going to control that area, and knowing Hera, he can make full
Oh
use of them.
no.
But his mobility
Beli
is
sekarang dapat
completely
4
shut off.
DLC kalau
He's
nggak salah.
stuck on the small
4 apa?
dock with
Bertiga.
archers, and
3 ya?
you're an expert
3
on this,
DLC
like,
isi
Tiga.
4 tambah
1.000
3.
tuh.
honestly,
Isi-
100.000 dapat 3
he's
coy.
missing a couple ranges.
Kenapa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dapat 3 DLC 100.000.
I've never heard
Would you
that one
call
before.
this a
Ya,
neutral line?
dapat 3 DLC sekarang.
Iya,
AW2.
100.000
Bro,
coy.
you want a neutral island right now.
Mantap.
Di bundling
know.
gitu. Jadi mereka itu target sell DLC-nya udah terpenuhi, jadi masukkan base game gitu kan. Masukin base game aja lah gitu.
Oh man. So is Hera gonna try
Oh,
to
dibales.
sneak a dock up right now? I
Dibales.
think he's trying to
Dikejar
sneak
sekarang
a dock.
transportnya ini.
Yeah,
Oh.
this is what happened to me. I couldn't do it again
Udah
because I didn't
12.
have water control.
Mm-hmm.
If those galleys are actively patrolling around that island, I think it shouldn't happen. Now there's the transport theory. This is going to have less of an effect, but still an annoyance
Still
if he
very
loses
annoying,
it.
and he blocks it a little bit with his galleys.
Iya,
Now he's trying to
AW2
block
lebih
it,
rame
and he
daripada
blocks the
AW4.
shots, he got away.
Jauh.
He got away.
No
Lu tahu nggak kenapa gua transfer dari 4 ke 2?
Hera's clicking fast. Leary just gives up on it. He
Nge-lag.
gives up on it. That was a
Bukan nge-lag.
amazing effort
But-
from
but-
Leary to try and save
But
that
look
transport.
behind this.
Gua
They're
nyari
actually
pas
sneaking
full
up
di
this dock
ini
behind
aja.
this.
Mm.
I also
Di
think
small-
Leary's probably
small tour
thinking
nih.
this is too good to be true.
Look at this, Mike.
Gua cari
Oh,
price
how
pool
is
di
he
amateur
able to
tour itu
block?
gede.
Finally, Leary
Udah ratusan dolar.
but still, amazing job there from Hera to get as much value out of
Rame
that as he
soalnya.
can as Leary
Rame
now
banget.
goes south
Ya,
with those
gamenya udah
galleys.
lama,
Ini yang
dua-
paling
20
paling
tahun
ini
lebih.
paling apa?
Remember the
Paling
thinking,
stable, paling
at
apa
least
ya?
from my perspective, after game one, where I said
Paling
he had an
balance.
amazing position. He didn't just take it. He didn't
Paling balance, gak nge-lag.
I wonder if right now in the back of Leary's mind, he's like,
nge-lag 4 lawan 4.
Hera has.
Mesinnya nggak kuat.
Lebih smooth.
There's no way
4 lawan 4 nggak kuat mesinnya.
And then he starts to second guess himself.
Mesin lama kan ini. Nggak ganti mesin ini.
Thing right now, which is stopping those archers from coming across. I think the
Tetap
dock has
menggunakan
been
mesin yang
spotted.
lama.
Iya masih tetap masih mesin yang lama.
Masih engine lama.
Oh, engine-nya ya? Masih lama ya?
Iya.
Game engine-nya masih lama. Apa namanya game engine-nya Microsoft itu?
Ini tatenya udah mau diperbaiki kan ya? Ada ini. Ada info tuh.
From those 3 town centers.
Small thing here, and this does occasionally happen on this map, but Hera was actually gifted a relic on his starting island.
Yeah.
Now he made his fortified church on the
beli
northern island, so he would have to transport to go get that.
Lagi sel kah? Oh iya lagi sel.
Harga 100.000 lah.
So it was not.
100.000 dapat 3 DLC.
Bawahnya sekarang dapat 3 DLC.
3
DLC itu 7 civilization baru.
He needs something to counter
Ah,
that,
ditangkap
to be
tuh.
able to build that
Tangkap
legacy.
ya?
A
Apa
slight
shiftnya
delay,
tuh?
but at
Kayak
least it's not like 5
ada
villagers lost. It's probably
unitnya,
gonna be
terus
1.
openingnya sama.
I mean, Leary
Apa
took a
beda?
risk there, but Hera with
Age
the
of
time
Empires
Kalau di AE2
openingnya sama.
itu ada generic opening. Jadi lu belajar satu opening bisa untuk semua shift kecuali 2 shift. Cina sama
Gujarat.
sama apa tuh lagi? Gujarat.
Gujarat.
But well done from Hera. That denies a TC and also kills.
Gue so far baru bisa ini aja. Baru bisa 3 opening aja kok.
Plus he had to make siege.
Itu generic opening masih bisa dieksploit. Di snipe. Di snipe. Jadi sedap. Badak itu 400 foot itu. Kalau badak 400.
Gila.
Bor cuma 350. Badak 400.
Gue mau tidur jadi nggak jadi.
Badak 400.
Hera will know that, and he'll know that his eco is probably ahead because he.
Oh, kalau mau ngambil badak harus masuk rumah dulu ya?
You're talking about Leary.
Enggak harus dibunuh.
juga sih.
Dibunuh
Tapi-
tapi pakai villager. Nggak bisa pakai militer. Kalau militer hilang dia.
Ya hilang.
Karkasnya hilang.
Tapi exploitnya iya. Exploitnya lewat town center bisa. Tapi lastnya harus pakai villager.
Langsung villager.
And prevent those
Tapi
future
kalau mau
dogs
ngurangin
from coming
darahnya
up.
ya
It's
nembaknya
still
bisa
a very
pakai town
frustrating
center.
position to be in if you're
Ya, gue lihat
even though you
ya
have a good eco,
orang main
how are you
gimana
gonna
di
retain
YouTube
water control
masukin
later
di
on in
TC
the
dulu
game?
baru dibunuh.
Even bigger
Itu
than
namanya
Kadang
that,
dapet
Oh,
ya,
mau
kadang
ambil
nggak.
yang ini ya? Ambil yang gede ya? Ininya, pulaunya sekarang.
So what I would like to see,
Ambil pulau yang kecil.
Sama berarti sampai H4 gitu ya? Oh iya sampai.
And start dropping towers. Like look at Hera's safe
Right on that farm
farming
eco.
Yeah.
And he can't stop
Tapi
you because
ini
you have
Leary
the
owning
CS
banget
still
sih.
for a
Kapalnya di
counter
mana-mana
tower of his
soalnya.
own, or maybe a siege in
Ya
his-
dari tadi dia menang
So you run quickly, there's a
water.
lot of resources on that
Dari tadi game 1 menang water tapi kalah di land.
Absolutely.
as Leary
Nah
now
kalau sekarang kan
finds
menang
himself
landnya
just
gimana
over
kalau kalah water ya kan nggak bisa
1,000
nyebrang.
gold in the bank for Hera. The
Yeah.
eco
Tapi nggak bisa
Iya.
trading di sini ya?
completely off.
Kenapa?
Yeah, I mean, he just
Nggak bisa
I think
trading.
Initially, he was gonna
Ada
produce
map
ships,
yang
but
ada
he's
ini neutral tradernya ada yang enggak.
making archers true.
Harus
Look at
harus
that. I think
market
we're about to see
player.
villagers and a mangonel
Kalau
go
nge-trade.
into that.
Enggak, sekarang map ada yang ini ada neutralnya.
Is that towers though? I would hope.
Oh iya ada.
Beberapa map.
I think a
Iya,
tower
sekarang yang ini nggak ada.
to
Beberapa
secure
map
the
ada.
spot because
Semua
you
map.
can't build a
Beberapa map
castle
ada.
with just
think
5
like
bills.
and also if you if you have a
Oh,
tower,
udah
you
nyebrang
have a
tuh.
fallback plan, so you almost don't
Hmm,
show
naruh
the mangonel until the tower.
Tower
is up.
kayaknya.
Yeah.
Kalau enggak,
I
oh iya
also
tower
think
2 ada dua.
that, I mean, the castle doesn't do much more than where's this transport
Town Watch
going?
is sick.
Loh,
From
kemana?
Hera, actually, Town Watch is really sick. He'll see this
Iya,
stuff coming
udah.
in quickly.
Wah udah
Leary
kalah
has Leary
si
sniped
birunya
a
tuh.
monk
Si
on
Hera.
that northern island, and he
Belum,
finally
belum.
lands here with Town Watch in. It's gonna be
Ya tapi
pretty
susah sih
close
kalau mau menang.
for what Hera can actually see.
This is very unimportant, but I just need to point
Ya,
out.
Oh timing,
Wah,
timing.
Aduh.
Oh ada mangonel, nggak bisa ada mangonel. Ada
Nggak
siege, ada
bisa.
siege.
Watching
Nggak bisa
moves,
dipaksa, ada
making
siege.
noises, but it was perfectly relevant.
Bro itu clutch banget itu bawa
Hera
siege.
wants the castle the shoreline so he could dock again. He's got an issue getting docks down.
Di AOE 2 ini
And well played for
mekaniknya
Leary
masih
here,
lawas banget.
as
Jadi
he's
satu
in a
unit itu
position now to
ngeblok
press
petting
this. I like
apapun
this.
itu.
I love the attack round. And
Apapun jenis
again,
unitnya bakal
I
ngeblok
think you
petting.
need to continue this push. I know
Apa
it's
tuh block
rather
petting?
difficult to add more
Iya.
siege, but the war galleys
Nggak
are
bisa
gonna
nembus.
value over time.
Badan
The
itu nggak
towers
bisa.
can push so much important eco
Bam,
position.
dapat
Oh.
satu.
But again, he's got no.
Bam. Oh enggak.
This mangonel is so good here.
Oh, and
Leary
on the
just-
Korean Tower
villagers
sih,
wouldn't
bener
have
sih.
been able to stop
Korean
that.
Tower. Towernya gratis.
Villagers are now dying occasionally under the TCs. Hera actually manages to save that one because it was sitting uphill.
Awas.
And Hera will be forced into a castle along the shoreline.
Skornya sih 900 ya.
Secure dock positions, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh iya,
If
kacak
Leary
900.
backs his ships up, I think the castle could go over Hera now. Is going to kill the ship, but if you just back up and sit him right there, then you can still deny the docks and the castle doesn't range.
Hera has to wait for the castle to go up before he can click, and look at the resources from Leary. He's not going to be very far behind Hera. This is an insane eco balance here from Leary, all things considered, considering he's delayed on that second town center. Mangonel now coming out from Hera. Castle is up, Imperial Age is on the way.
Orang itu punya unique tag buat nambah range Mangonel plus 1.
Yesterday, Leary and Viper played this map, and Leary ended up winning. And I felt like possibly a mistake one of the players made was at this point, they went for the super aggressive castle.
Hera langsung nge-spam dok
Leary
di atas.
forward castle on Hera's side right now. That's just an area that could just get
Udah
shut down.
so
Hera
langsung
like to see
langsung fast fire ship.
And if anything, just offensive towers, because you're just trying to deny resources.
Leary should be using his name. Right? There's so much shoreline to cover, but he should be patrolling.
Itu di atas hill itu. Bangunannya Hera di atas hill itu.
He's going to try to get back on water. We always knew he would. You can't win this map without water. But Leary is still applying pressure on the front side. He's not making it easy for him whatsoever. He hasn't spotted those docks. He might spot it with this tower, because Town Watch is coming in now for Leary. But by the time he does, there's going to be 6 or 7 docks.
Itu villager atau
Hera's back.
doknya kelihatan sih.
And Leary just simply has too much shoreline to focus on, too many things to focus on right now. The towers are going to get even stronger. He'll get the keep upgrade. But Hera has a castle to make trebs.
Wargali upgrade.
And I think the most
Fire ship sama Wargali
important thing is
jadiin satu
Hera has that unique
upgrade-nya.
tech. And if he can get all the upgrades on the
Pas fire
Armenian
ship-nya
Navy, it could
beda.
be really complicated for Leary to compete.
Tower.
I mean, ballistic spot Leary, if he gets all the tower up.
Oh, Galeon. Galeon. Hera mau Galeon.
But Hera can obviously reposition docks elsewhere. Still, look at the map.
Oh ya, Armenia punya bonus Galeon
That's what
ya.
I was about to say. Like, if we're thinking about long-term ship investment, where's he getting the wood for that? Honestly, there's nothing on his home island, and now he's coming out to the edge here. Like, he needs to take water control with this initial navy, because if he
Galley
doesn't,
line and
it's gonna be
Drummond
brutal.
fire
And
an
it's
additional
another tower
projectile.
right next to the
Oh,
docks.
nembak
Really?
satu panah
That's
lebih
a headache
banyak.
for Hera. That's a headache and a half.
Nembak 2 panah berarti kapalnya ini, kapalnya Armenian.
Before you can even engage.
Yeah, the thing is, Hera has the docks, but he doesn't have the navy, and we see heated shot. Not a tech you'll see every day.
Denied.
That'll add
On center.
damage output from those towers to the ships.
Langsung dibawa ke atas semua kapalnya sama Leary. Bagus sih.
Leary's
Heated
got
shot,
20
mantap.
war galleys. He's gonna be fine.
Heated shot pakai tower. Wah, udah.
Nah, ada gitu.
GG ya.
And Leary ties it up. It's 1-1.
Itu heated shot sama keep apa Korean keep itu bagus sih.
Game number 2 of our best of 9 already
Heated shot
over.
itu nambah
Leary
damage ke
and
kapal.
Hera chatting that much.
Gordon ya.
Production.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Unless we want to hear a
Thank you.
snip between every single game.
I kind of want to hear the snip.
I said yesterday.
It was an aggressive
I'm
one.
like, in the grand final, I really think these guys are just going to be locked in. It's been a good opening so far. I think Hera is going to be regretting losing that transport. That was a big, big loss.
Well, it was a great find from Leary. He was so active with the galleys early. A lot of times you see people like clump them up and just go right through the middle, and then Hera can weasel his way around the sides, right? And be sneaky, which he was trying to do with the redock potential there. But Leary was super active. He found the transport ship. At the same time, he was, I think, finding another villager raid or something like that, so Hera was distracted. Really, really solid job from him. And also, towering those docks at the end was, I think, what convinced Hera to tap out of that game. If you can't produce Navy, he's got heated shot with guard towers, you can't do anything.
First game, Leary played better Dark Age, Feudal Age, Castle Age. It went late Imp, Hera won. This game, I think Leary outplayed every single age as well. It just didn't go late Imp. Maybe that's the theme. Leary has to kill Hera fast today. But that's a big one draft-wise. I think if we look at the draft now, I can explain what I'm thinking. Hera, Lithuanians was kind of high maybe, but I'm pretty sure Armenians was pretty down as far as his civ priority goes. So it's a best of 9, and you'll look, again, Armenians very, very late.
Yeah.
So,
Koreans, I mean, they were only a couple spots removed from the Koreans on the other side, and then Lithuanians were in the same spot as the Koreans. The notable one is just Persians, right? But you draft that before the maps come in.
Yeah.
So you're hoping maybe there's some other maps included that Persians could be good on, and obviously Hera played really, really well there. So now it's Hera's pick For game number 3, which map do you think that he wants to go to? I know he wants to save Arabia for game 7 or for game 9.
Oh, okay.
I think they might have agreed beforehand. Arabia game 9 if it gets there.
There's no way they did that.
It would not surprise me.
I would have loved if it was like game number 3, Arabia.
Because like the last set that they played, I heard them afterwards, and Hera said like we should have just played Arabia game 1, and whoever wins that wins the set.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And Leary agreed, so I think they're going to avoid that one.
Well, it's apparently going to be tied pool, so this would be Hera's choice. He chooses to go to Leary's side. I think Hera did this as well when he played Mr. Yo. You could still pick any player's home maps here. And I think the reason you do this is because you look at Leary's civilizations and you do a little process of elimination here.
Yep.
There's Japanese, there's Dravidians, there's Tide Pool, there's Citadel, and then there's African reed beds. So I think Hera wants to force Leary's hand a little bit and see if he's going to play Japanese on Tide Pool. If it's Dravidians on Tide Pool, then Hera can maybe think a little bit more freely about what the other civs are going to be. And it is actually Berbers Khmer here on Tide Pool. I was not expecting this. Game number 3, neither one of these civilizations has big Navy bonuses. The Berbers do have the faster ships. I
think like as this tournament goes on and we see more and more of this map, people start to realize it's a map with water, but it's more of a land map than anything else. Like you can test the middle. The outside doesn't really matter overly much. But at the end of the day, odds are you're both going to be in Imperial Age. Odds are you're both going to be pushing from the sides.
Ketiga apa ini? Tide Pool.
Khmer and Berbers are going to have a big power spike.
Kalau nggak salah di
which one do you prefer going late game? Because this map oftentimes does.
Return of the Clan ada ini kalau nggak salah.
I think that the Berbers have the better early game, assuming the game is even. However, but I think the Berbers are more complicated to play.
Laut luar sama danau di tengah itu terkoneksi kalau yang di versi
which a lot of
Return
other
of the
players
Clan.
wouldn't have expected. And he went fast castle, he played light cap, and boomed. I think Khmer could do something pretty similar. Khmer could just go for scouts.
Yep.
And
di luar ya, dua pemain
that's got to be the game plan. But certainly you have to gain some type of water or eco lead against the Berbers. Because if you're going stable units, the Berbers have the cheap camels and the cheap knights. And camel archer, which is a big problem unless you can get to elephants or something.
I think camel archer has a bonus damage against ballista elephant.
And maybe
I think it might.
Maybe there's a little, dude. There's probably a little bit, right?
There's
I don't
probably
know the
like
amount.
the +3, against a 300 HP unit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wouldn't expect elephants unless the economy gets really insane. There's actually not a lot of space for farms. So this might be one of the rare games where we don't see Hera go above 60 on food or something. But the key, just like game number 1 and game number 2, is scouting, which is the one thing I love about this map. You could always dock the middle. You could always dock the outside. Players, they need to find out what the opponent's doing and try and pressure that in some way.
So Leary just building up here. Both players with the docks on the outsides, generally indicating they're not interested in the early push, but we could see a villager come forward. That's another benefit of the Berbers. You get there a little bit faster with your faster moving vills. Move across the map in the early stages to try and get that dock down on Hera's fish. And Leary hasn't really scouted anything, neither has Hera. They're just pushing in the deer. Love to see them come on the inner shoreline first with the scout, and then move out to the outer shoreline.
Yeah, so in theory, Leary is 1 or 2 vills removed from doing the same build if they're going scouts, because you need the extra eco to get the barracks and plan for the stable. So this is kind of expected here. And Hera just pushing in his deer, Leary the same. I think this deep into the tournament, especially with how predictably good these guys are, I don't think we're ever going to see anything beyond a scout opening. But in theory, if the other guys dock middle, you should want to pressure that. But I think that they see you're trying to pressure them, they adapt to it, so it's just a deer pushing fest for now.
A lot of the other games on this map, people won't fully push in the deer like these two have.
Yeah.
So they're going up a little bit later than maybe some others would have. They've fully pushed in the deer, and now they come out to scout. Leary already going for the palisade walls in front of his base just to secure the front side just a tiny little bit and make sure that the raiding parties from Hera don't do any damage. Now Hera escorting a villager. Where is this villager going? Is it a forward dock or is it a dock
might be to the north.
middle?
I mean, if they are this certain at
Could
this
be a
point,
sneaky dock in the middle for a fish boom that Leary doesn't see.
Yeah, it looks like it. Can I see the main gold from Leary for a second? Because there's unwallable terrain. That is actually really brutal.
That's not.
That's kind of tough because you have to waltz like to the gold.
You put it on the southern edge of it. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need map control. And
yeah, you can wall that. See?
Yeah.
And then a mining camp right on the corner there.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
You're fine.
Not too bad.
There's a stable for Leary. Walls going up. He's nervous about pressure from Hera, and Hera is adding in a galley. No ships yet from Leary as the wood upgrade comes in. Hera is just going to scout the edges of the map with a galley. Leary can easily defend against that by just making one fire or one galley of his own. Slightly faster ships for him as well. I'm not certain that Hera's going to really expand on his naval pressure past 1 or 2.
I think Hera does not have loom right now. I'm pretty certain. Oh, I'm stupid. Never mind. I must have mined some gold. Didn't have it before. That's obviously important. The walls coming up. Is it the galleys from the middle or the galleys from the outside? Right
I think the galleys should be from the outside, right? Okay. There it is. And he's actually keeping it queued in the dock. Now, did Leary see that dock?
That's a good hit.
Hera's actually getting hit by the spearman, and Leary saw the dock with a flag on it. So the flag will tell him that there's something happening out there, and he actually queued up a fire galley immediately after seeing that.
Interesting. So what players often do is they just leave one fire galley defensively and adapt. They don't move forward. Because by the time you get to the other opponent,
you might have gone the wrong way.
Yeah, you might have gone the wrong way, and then they could have 2 fires versus your 1, and you just traveled out across the whole map. So I think what Hera's counting on is that, so he can swoop in, only be up against 1 fire, and then snipe the fish. It's pretty smart, actually.
Yeah, 5 fishing ships here for Leary. 5th one on the way for Hera. Leary, I believe, has seen the dock in the center as he pressures forward with the spearmen, which the Khmer don't have because they didn't make the barracks. They only made the stable. So in a scout versus scout war, the ability to make spearmen is huge. Leary can afford to come forward in, like, even if he isn't fully walled because he can make spearmen at home. Hera doesn't have that same luxury, but Hera's going for the trap. Leary.
Nice trap. Kick. Nice trap. Mantap. Got him.
And Leary's like, why did I move out?
Got him.
So sick, man. Just perfect timing as well. That was like a frame away from failing, and then you waste the resources. You look like a fool, and Leary escapes with his scouts. Now there's no scout pressure forward from Leary. He has to keep them back as he is attempting to push forward with the fire, and also going for a dock in the north here. So extending his control on water just a little bit. Also going for a market as well, but I think I like the setup a little bit better from Hera here. A lot of scouts potentially to do damage forward on Leary.
That's really good spearman micro right there. That is really good spearman micro. He's getting a lot of extra hits. He wouldn't have otherwise gotten there. And these are weak scouts from Hera. Again, good micro there from Leary. Those scouts are not going to be a problem now. I know the trap obviously probably disheartened Leary a little bit, but he's okay. He'll find those galleys. He'll click up soon. And a really close game.
Farming eco will start to come into play here for Hera. It wasn't a factor earlier, but obviously the Khmer farms result in more res collected on average than almost any other civ.
He's got a block here.
It feels like as he tries to block the galleys, he doesn't get that one. It's super low. The other galley tanked the damage for it. Now those galleys are stacked up on top of each other, so I don't know which one.
That's so annoying. You
is
can't
getting
actually
the damage.
choose which one you're hitting.
Yeah.
Because they're on top of each other there. So they're stacked. Now here we have a fight.
Spearmen are still doing work. Leary's done so well with the spears.
But Hera just wants those fish. Can he get the fish?
I think both of those are probably really weak now. Both of those are literally... Nope, the other one's still 3/4 HP.
Yeah, yeah.
So tough to notice.
Yeah, really annoying. Yeah, if you use stand grounds, you could stack your units. You see it more and more these days.
Sometimes they also just stack unintentionally as well, and it's hard to separate them.
Typically, like, stand ground, it really makes it easier to move your units properly, so...
But with, like, 2 or 3, yeah, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, galleys are really weird like that. They'll stack on top of each other a lot. And Castle Age on the way for both right now. So, let's see. I mean, Hera's feeling pretty comfortable with the fish in the middle, it seems. But remember, Leary scouted that. And at the moment, these scouts are attacking that villager.
Mm-hmm.
And now the fire galley from Hera finds that dock. That's a really good find from Hera. And that's really good defense from Leary.
I'm surprised the value that Leary got from the spearman. You were mentioning it earlier. Really good spearman micro. I know it's only 1 unit, but he hit the attack, and then he reset so that he could hit another attack immediately with it. He didn't have to wait around tanking hits. And you saw Hera's scout number now only at 3, right? So the pressure's not really on the land. They can both kind of focus on the water. Attention shifting a little bit here as Hera goes for the second dock in the middle. Still only 3 fishing ships there. But he is starting to pull ahead a little bit on res collected. He's starting to get those farms rolling in. You can see the food eco. He's got a lot.
Those galleys have finally met their match.
Oh, come on. Thank you.
There we go. And you got to say, the galleys didn't really pay off for Hera. It looked like they could, but Leary always had fire galleys prepared, and so the low numbers of galleys didn't do the damage Hera wanted.
Look at this nerd micro from Hera with this one galley. And now Leary says, okay, we're done with that. Galley comes back across, still being chased. It's going to go down. The fishing ships are going to go down, and now Leary is exerting almost full water control on the outside. However, Hera has shifted, and he's taking control of the water in the inside as War Galley research now on the way from Leary. Hera's trying to take out that dock. I think War Galley will complete before the dock is dead, but the fires will eject it.
Ooh.
Leary's actually coming out to repair, but Hera's still there with the scouts.
Yeah, but the Knight is there as well. That is really smart from Leary. Even brings 2 vills just in case. So now he can maintain some control there. Now, I think Hera picked this map, even though it's on Leary's home map, because it's all about adapt with stable units and boom, which is his comfort zone. But the water aspect, advantage to the Berbers in terms of the speed. I also think Berber tech tree is a little better when it comes to water. They both, I can't even tell you if Khmer get Galleon, to be honest, but I think they do.
I believe they do, but Berbers get, I think Berbers get shipwreck. I'm not so certain about Khmer.
Berbers do, and I think the faster speed on the ships is super helpful. Let's just say that casters typically learn things from watching hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games.
There are a lot of technologies in this game, times 40, however many sips we have.
47.
47? Is it 47
And we have never seen Khmer Berber on a water map, at least at a high level in a tournament. So, and definitely more of a land pick, I think, from both. And actually, the big thing I just thought of, Hera can get help. And that was such a big problem when Leary had Persians in game number 1. I feel like maybe Halb, off a big boom here, into trebuchets could be Hera's approach.
I mean, he definitely is angling towards the later stages of the game. Hera, I mean, banking up the resources. If you go Imperial Age now, it looks like he can if he wants to, but there's nothing really to do once you get there. So I think it'll probably just be expansion into maybe a 4th town center as well. Try and secure the golds if he can. Try and grab the relics as well.
Like, when these two play, it is so close. Scores 1-1.
It is.
The res collected right now.
Leary's ahead.
By 100 resources. He's ahead by a sheep right now. And the population as well. 8 military for both. I guess slight economic lead for Leary. It's just... This is how this whole series is probably going to go, folks. Just back and forth.
So much
super close.
Res floating for Hera. So much res floating here for Hera. It's just a casualty of playing the Khmer, I suppose. And he doesn't really have the stone for an extra town center if he wants to go for the boom. He's kind of stuck in the middle ground of being able to queue villagers, but not really having a benefit of going Imperial Age.
Well, he clearly doesn't think there's any value in adding knights because he has the stable.
Yeah.
So he's got the res too. Yeah. Yeah, and I could see the argument because he's doesn't want to run into those camels. The more I think about this, Dave, I think Hera might shift onto stone right after he clicks imp, and he might aim for a castle in a position to lock down some of the sides, and Halb timing.
Yep.
Get that, because you can get Halb faster than the opponent can get hand cannons. And hand cannons is also not a very natural move for the Berber player.
The way that Hera has been playing recently and the way he's been playing against Leary is he has a couple good house walls here. Leary is into the eco from Hera.
He'll regret
There's
that.
a monk here. There's 2 monks here. Leary's going to have to delete those. We'll actually go after the monk first and then delete. Hera does manage to save that monk, though, with a garrison. I think the way Hera's been playing recently, and especially against Leary, he won't stretch for the golds to the right. He'll go for the gold to the north first of his base, build up his eco, and then slowly push out.
Yeah. Slow crawl.
Either to the north, to those other golds, or to the south.
I know everyone likes to talk about cav archers in our meta right now for a lot of the land maps, but I really think a new trend we're seeing is a combination of Halb and cav. Normally, we see players combine melee with ranged, so skirmisher with cav or something, but I think there's this window, especially when you have some trips, where Halb Cav pushes anything back just enough to take the map, which is kind of what happened in High Tide. So Hera might not even go drop a barracks here.
Is this fast
I could be
fire?
getting ahead of myself.
Is that what he's going for? Like, he's going up to Imp, but what does he make immediately? It feels like a 4th TC would have benefited him a little bit more, and that's exactly what Leary's doing.
I love that TC as well because Stone is at a premium here. Both players.
Still, Hera's not even on Stone.
I think he just shifted and he just got the
He's just going up to Imp. Like,
I mean,
with
listen,
no Stone?
there are times, like, I know Hera's got this crazy streak, but there are times where when he doesn't have map control, where he's super late to technologies and he's super late to his next option. Now, I think this might be hand cannon, but he's vulnerable in these moments, but Leary hasn't really been able to pressure at all. The
Leary's
2 knights he ran in with ended up getting deleted, so.
Yeah, Leary's about to click up. He's got the 4 town centers, so he can continue to produce from 3 on the way up, and Hera is coming out here to snipe the relics. He's going to be able to see that town center with the monk as he stretches forward. I believe Leary is also maybe scouting in the north, too, so both players just getting some good information. Love these outposts up here from Leary, especially due to the fact that there's 2 golds over on his side in the north, so it's really, really important to control that area. 80 villagers for Leary, 73 villagers for Hera, plus a few fishing ships on either side as Hera actually gets that conversion before the monk goes down, but down it will go, and now the camel follows. Leary has map control over on his side. Hera's got map control over on his side. Nothing in the middle.
You see what I mean, though? Crossbow's now coming in. Crossbow's a castle age tech. That technology could have happened 2 minutes ago. Bracer, fletching. I mean, I went out of order, but you know, all the upgrades that would benefit what I assume is going to be Arbalest could have happened earlier for Hera. So he's definitely been a little hesitant to get those techs and expand around this map. And I think Leary is going to be able to use this moment to just do some small amounts of damage. This is annoying for Hera, and it puts him further in that headspace of not quite being ready yet, you know, when your opponent's attacking.
460 stone.
Yep.
He gets to Imp. He doesn't have the castle. Khmer, you know, they're going for the crossbow upgrades now, but like fletching just now coming in.
Super late.
It could have been a situation where Hera wasn't sure, and or maybe he changed his mind halfway up, and now he's making the transition. He's going to be able to get there before Leary's applying serious pressure, but Leary has a plan. He's going for the cav upgrades, and now he's harassing a little bit, and he's actually got night production going on at home.
Now, it's kind of funny. I think Leary might see the Arbalest with his outpost on the other side and be terrified. Like, oh no, it's Arbalest.
He sees him with the knights. He sees him with the knights, and Bodcanero isn't even in.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I mean.
Okay, Arbalest, great, but Bodcanero isn't in. You already have the +2 armor just now kicking for Leary as Hera stretches out with villagers. Leary's going to see that with the outpost. What does he do? Does he shift all the knights over, or does he go for a counter raid on the other side?
I don't mind this.
Okay, so
One thing you do have if you're Berbers is you have that mobility now. So yeah, you do both. And Hera really hoping to force the issue here, but his opponent knows he's coming, spotted him with the outpost. Hera's going for a forward castle. It'll probably go up, but if Leary gets some raids in on the other side, he's going to kill the monks.
He finds the monks. Hera can't save those in time. Hera is getting raided right now, losing some villagers on the wood line. The knights can run in. Final armor upgrade, still only 40 seconds away here for Leary, and he's found that castle, and here comes another group of knights from behind. Quick walls coming in from Hera. Beautiful job from the Canadian as the Arbalists finally have Bracer.
I kind of like this fight, though, for Leary. You don't want these Arbs to mass up, so just jump on them. Your upgrades will come in, and you're getting some good damage in on the other side. Hera does the right thing. Bring the fire ships into the equation, but once the armor upgrades are
the knights are too strong.
Once knights are here, the Arbs are going to disappear.
Yeah, it's too low of a number. Yep. He didn't have time to mass, but he will get the castle up, and that's on the golds over there. It's also on the stones. Cavalier is now in. Final armor is now in for Leary. He's still killing villagers. 7-0 eco KD. It's actually much less than against any other civilization. I think Hera took advantage of the houses with Khmer, with the villagers, so great job defending, but still, 6 Arbalest. 6 Arbalists against the 17 Cavalier already on the field from Leary.
Leary's already got Trebs. Honestly, Hera needs a hard switch into Halbs, and if Leary foresees that and researches chemistry right now to prep to hand cannon, I don't really know what Hera does. He was supposed to have the timing and the momentum. He had very little timing and certainly no momentum. And this would be amazing for Leary, Dave. Yeah. You don't get these opportunities against Hera very frequently.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a bit unusual for Hera in this tournament right now to stretch out for a castle like that. I would have expected it more around where this TC is, and then the slow push out, but clearly was a little bit maybe confused with what his plan was going into Imperial Age. We mentioned it. He's been slow to mass the Arbalest. There's still a really good shot for him to win in any game that he's in with 100 villagers and decent eco upgrades behind him, but still Leary controlling the map, and Hera taps out second straight game for Leary. We have ourselves a finals here, folks.
I mean, I'm just as shocked with what I just witnessed as I was after game number 1, when Leary had the control, when Leary had that faster imp, and he wasn't really able to figure out what to do with it. It was very similar energy. I mean, we expect absolute peak perfection. Obviously, at the biggest stage, sometimes even the best players are going to crumble a little bit. And I think Hera right now is looking at himself, and he's like, what was that opening to imp? That was just not it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit confused. We have questions to ask about that. We've got plenty of more games to give us answers. Before the next game, though, we're going to take a short break. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned. Game number 4 coming right up.
And now, a word from our partners.
A mouse! A mouse!
What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the UH Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
A high-level final here. We're going into game number 4 shortly. Like Tristan said, similar energy between game number 1 and game number 3 there. When Leary got to Imp in game number 1, it seemed like he didn't really have a plan. Hera clicked up to Imp probably because he just had the resources.
Yep.
He was Khmer. Yep. They were flying in. He's like, I'll figure it out on the way, and he never quite did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think something I'm thinking about now is just how used to we are every single decision being perfection. Yeah. And usually people will know if they even play a ranked game. You probably struggle in your ranked games more than you do against the easy AI because there's more pressure there. But this is way different than that. This is a tournament finals. This is in person, thousands of viewers watching, and they've been working all week for this. So, I mean, Leary's still searching for that big land victory that he hasn't had in so long. So there's just a lot at stake, and I think that both of our amazing players, clearly the top 2 players this tournament, showed they could be vulnerable. Now, on that topic, this is why I would like to see what I call some land final energy, which means you're both nervous. Make it freaking messy,
dude. Make it so messy.
Just occasionally, just do something out of the box. I swear it's going to add so much more value than a standard game if you were just playing at home.
It's easy for you to say. I think it's a lot more of a risk to take if you're in that room than if you're behind the desk over here. It's really, really difficult to know what's going through their head. I mean, the shakiness didn't seem to be there with Hera. We saw the gate trap. We saw some really good engagements from him. The galley micro and everything was phenomenal. So, I mean, it seems like the execution is there. Just a momentary lapse, and a player like Leary is going to punish you extremely hard. Now, it's going to be Hera's pick. Going into game 4, are we going to bypass? Are we going to one of Leary's final, home maps? I mean, it feels like we picked 2 from Leary's side already.
I think Hera's going to be looking at his draft right now, thinking Malay, Bengalis, Mayans cannot lose. He's like, these are my wins. So you might want to get one of those wins now. But that could completely shred all confidence if you were to lose that game. I think based on what we've seen, you don't want to map with water against Leary. At high tides, I know Hera won that, but Leary was leading that game, and then Leary dominated Pacific Isles and then tide pool. So I would go enclosed, maybe sunburn, Arabia, anything on his side pretty much just doesn't have the water. I think that's got to be the best approach for Hera.
It's going to be African reed beds
naturally
coming forward. He wants all of his home maps coming home.
It's
a stretch.
It's interesting that he's now going back to another Leary home map after losing. And Leary.
I mean, it is a nice feeling, even though you know Leary's good at all of these maps, but it's a nice feeling to have those in the bank. If you win this one, then it's 2-2, and you have 4 of your picks.
I also, Civ-wise, I don't know if I really love this for Hera unless he has a plan to stop Vietnamese.
On African read bets.
I think it's kind of a no-brainer. Well, okay, no, Hera's probably realizing that Dravidian's Japanese are the 2 best hybrid civs, and then there's Citadel and African read beds, the only 2 remaining that make sense. So I think he's thinking maybe he goes Mayans or something against Japanese, or Tatars against Japanese. Like, you have to play Dravidian's Japanese if you picked them that high, but maybe you don't. I actually think Vietnamese is the best option here for Leary.
Vietnamese African read beds, okay. Maybe Magyars.
I think Vietnamese eco is too good to pass up.
Okay.
But you might want that eco on other maps.
If you think that Hera's going to go for a more boomy style civ, you could potentially pick Magyars. I'm not sure there's anything there that is particularly boomy for Hera. As we see the matchup, it's going to be Ethiopians for Hera versus Japanese from Leary. Okay, Ethiopians is not a civ that we've seen in any draft, let alone on an actual map, and here we are in the grand finals. We're in the weeds now, Tristan.
We're in the weeds. We're in the weeds, and Hera's going to be in the weeds if he loses this game. Being down 3-1 would be so tough to bring it back. Remember, this is, again, Leary's home map. It was Hera's choice. He has chosen to go to Leary's home maps, and Leary has won every single time. So, well, I guess technically game 2, Leary chose his home map, and then game 3, Hera chose it. But Japanese, we've seen dominate through the fish traps mainly on this map. Usually players have been walling up. I think being the grand finals, neither player is going to want to take the risk, and neither player will want to play fully open here. But if this turns into the Castle Age battles we think it's going to, Ethiopian crossbows could be devastating.
So that's the strat you've got cooked up?
I think so. I think he wants 1 TC, crossbow mangonel pressure.
Okay.
I think he goes all in.
Against Leary with crossbows.
Yeah.
Or maybe cav archers.
Well, the siege is an important move here for Hera. I don't know if Ethiopians can consider cav archers, even though in the tech tree it says archers fire faster. It's actually just their foot archers. Little confusing because the tech tree also says that like civs like Vietnamese get extra HP on their archers, but it applies to cav archers and foot archers.
And they don't actually launch the first arrow faster. It's the second one that they reset for.
Ah, interesting.
That they launch.
Okay, interesting.
So if you're doing like standard micro battles, it doesn't matter as much. It's you can reset faster. With the crossbows for that second shot.
Makes sense. Well, like I think on land, like this was an Arabia game. I would prefer the Ethiopians. Very strong bombard cannons long term, siege ram, hussar, all these things Japanese don't have available. But it's just that pond in the south, dude. We've just seen the fish booming become such an important part.
Fish boom is insane. And Burgundians was banned out. Like Burgundians is gone. That match, Yo against Hera, was crazy. Even though Yo lost his fish like 4 times, he just replaced them. And then he'd have that food income coming in the entire time. So there's the dog from Hera. Only 2 fishing ships so far. We've got 2 from Leary as well. Japanese fish will survive a lot longer. It's very hard to kill them, even if they're wide open because of the extra HP and armor. And they also bring in fish a little bit faster. Lots of hunt underneath the town center here from Leary. He's just pushing in those deer. He's like, I'll have it for later. Whatever. Saving his food for tomorrow. And shifts the villagers now into wood and gold. Still hasn't gone for the big walls.
Yeah, no big walls.
I like it.
So he wants to play aggressive. And Hera's bringing a Vil now.
Bringing a Vil forward. Remember what Hera did? I believe it was up against Winchester, where he went for the 1 tower, 1 archer approach. And he tried to like pretend like he was going full feudal. Winchester reacted with stable archer range. And then Hera just went fast castle behind.
Could this be a sneak Vil to try and dock before the opponent walls?
I think it's just too risky. You don't know the layout. Like he's sending a scout as well, but look at where Leary's walling. This Vil isn't going to be able to go anywhere.
Well, there's actually a
there's no path there.
It feels if this was a cross game or a 4 lakes game. No, this feels like this is a sneak.
This is the most spindly little path that you're drawing up here to get to that dock, and Leary's going to have to already be walled. Basically, by the time Hera gets here.
Will Hera run through? If you see the walls, do you run through?
And Leary's faster than Feudal Age, too.
Leary's scout might not be here. Hera has to make a decision here. Hera is hoping there's going to be a gap there. There will not be a gap. This lady has wandered the entire map just to be walled out.
Well, She's going to take a look. She's going to try and find a hole over here. Hera, not finding anything, could lame those Zebra before he leaves. I don't think Leary will take that, but I mean, at least you get some value from your villager. As Leary now scouts the opening from Hera and sees archer range immediately, probably suspecting that, but it's nice to know.
Yeah. So,
is he just going back to the dock? Yeah, he's going to beat that spearman there by a good margin.
Could maybe kill a fishing ship.
I mean, there's a villager out there, too.
I mean, Hera's not going to be feeling that great about this current situation.
Yeah, this Vil should die. This Vil should definitely die. Either the villager or at least a couple fishing ships.
You take the Vil.
The spearman's still a ways away.
I guess you could take the fish
No,
without...
he's not going to get the fish because the Vil will just repair the fishing ship. You always got to go after the villager there.
He doesn't want to lose his scout HP either. That scout could be really valuable here. So he's doing what he can. Hera's bringing his scout all the way home, and
you could almost, Tristan, you could take advantage of Hera's greed here, get those down to like 1 hit away, run away with the scout, and then come back and snipe them later.
With archers? Yeah, he'll know. Does Leary know about that Vil taking the Zebra there? That's worth checking. There's just a dead Zebra.
He saw the dead Zebra.
But you're never looking there at this point in the game. There's no reason to look there.
You might be. Wall's coming up for both. Mill now for Hera. Leary sees that, so he knows that probably no insane pressure coming forward in the feudal age, and Hera's going to go up to the castle age as quickly as possible. Does snipe the scout and keeps his alive critically. Leary has gone for the archer range. He's going for a few skirms, but I think everything is telling him that Hera is angling towards castle age. The walls, the mill that he just saw being placed, I mean, the lack of production from him as well as he checks for a hole. He saw the Zebra,
I think. The Zebra, yeah.
He saw the Zebra and he checked for a hole.
Yeah. Just, I want to say typical for Hera, but it's not typical for Hera. Maybe typical for Hera in this series, but just very little investment into the feudal age. Doesn't want to spend a lot of time here, wants to make it to castle. Now, he just saw the range. So, Leary has 6 skirms. Like, Leary is producing a lot of army here,
those
but
could be
Hera's not.
As far as Hera's concerned, though, those could be archers.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen anything. Leary has not revealed that. And I don't think there's any benefit to Leary revealing that right now. What are the skirms going to do?
Well, you would want the skirms to obviously kill some archers. I think here it becomes really important. It's important for Hera, that there's no scout right now for Leary, because Leary can't see that. This is an all-in, dude. He's not even going to make archers. He's going to go Night Siege with that forward villager,
Oh, that's sick, dude. With Ethiopians as well. Faster firing archers if you can get to them. The knights aren't really the focus, but you will get the extra food and extra gold upon reaching castle age, which is going to help a lot. Market now coming up from Hera. He's kept the stone, even with the all-in. We'll see if he sells it, but I assume that he'll probably try and make use of those extra resources he gets, and then the stone is just in case the all-in fails. You can add in TCs behind.
I don't think Leary saw the Zebra, because if he saw the Zebra, he should have gone over there to check this out. I don't think he knows.
I think it's a risk, though. The skirms, right? You're not really doing anything over there.
Technically, Hera could be adding scouts. Yeah. I think he just
Ito
saw
yung
the
lawan
archer and the spearman on
Japanese.
the left side. There he goes. Long term, way
Ito
better for
yung
Leary
lawan
economically
Japanese.
because he is the Japanese fish traps. But he is vulnerable there. If Hera breaks through into that area, he will destroy the main food eco of Leary, and that's his plan.
Look at that little zigzag wall. That's not going to be able to stop it for very long. Hera's going to be in the castle age. How quickly does Leary see this? How quickly will he know?
Leary
The
is
forward.
just expecting crossbows. Just expecting crossbows. He's going double range skirm for this. He knows that the front is vulnerable if the crossbows come in, but he's not expecting the position from this attack. This is so sneaky from Hera, but he did do a similar thing before against Winchester, didn't he?
Yeah, a forward, all-in forward. I think he was playing up against, I can't even remember the civ, but Vietnamese maybe?
Yeah, I think it was Vietnamese, Japanese, if I recall. So here's a key for Hera. You do not use your knights to attack that wall.
Does Leary recognize there's something over there? He's pulling the skirmishers back in that direction.
Well, I think he's worried being out in the map because he
Even
doesn't
Timothy
saw
sorry.
the zebra.
Well, it's too late now. Yeah, Hera should wait. Once you have the mangonel, you could break through, and that's when you make your play. If Leary commits to elite skirm right now, even if he doesn't, I mean, whatever he does, he is toast.
Just thinks it's archers.
Apa ini? African
It's archers. Hera's completely bamboozled him right now, and there's a second range coming up
Oh,
from
yang
Leary.
ujung-ujungnya
He's making
ada
a whole lot of assumptions about
danaunya
what
itu.
Hera is doing without scouting.
Terlihat
Hera is
sedikit
taking full
lebih
advantage of the fact that he killed that scout
sedikit
earlier from Leary, and this is
tidak
a wake-up
lebih
call for Leary.
chaos.
The
Oh,
Knights are
Knights!
here. The siege is going to be
Ethiopian
behind.
double
He only
stable,
has skirmishers.
gila.
It's going to have to be a great defense from
You
Leary
never
against an
expect
overwhelming
Ethiopian
force
double
from
stable.
Hera. Has now
Lo,
lost a village against the
tiba-tiba
Mangonel. What do you do in this
mangonel.
situation?
Tiba-tiba
try and roll up
mangonel.
and make some
Bam!
Cav Archers. This is actually better than it could
Embak
have
lagi.
been for Leary.
Bam!
Hera showed the Knights a little early here. I think Hera
Micro
would have
lagi.
just been
Embak lagi.
through
Bam!
already. So the Cav Archers
Dapat
are on the
satu,
way.
nice.
The fish traps are still safe for now, but once these Knights break through, Dave, there's just not a lot of resistance here.
Yeah, there's a wood line there. The Mangonels can hit as well. The skirmishers from Leary microing
No
away from the Mangonel shot.
way!
Is he trying to take out Mangonels with just feudal age skirmishers? He takes
Hey,
out
dapat
Dude,
satu
he's holding
mangonel.
This is crazy hold. Now, great damage from Hera, but still to lose
Mahal sih
5
itu,
to 6
mahal sih itu.
builds against this is completely fine.
and the long-term like benefits of Ethiopians going Knights, there's not many of them.
Yeah.
This is an attack that Hera wanted to work right away. He went for the second town center behind, so he's still expanding his economy. But Leary has done a phenomenal job of preventing them from getting in. I can't believe that Hera, like you said, maybe a little bit late with the timing of the Mangonel, or maybe too early with the Knights attacking that initial wall.
He's through. There's some weak vills here. That was most of Leary's gold income, so he will lose that. There's still a lot of problems that could happen. But the Cav Archers for the Japanese should actually be better than the Ethiopian Knights. And there's not a lot of army here from Hera. Hera is booming behind. He's got the eco lead, so he's done damage in that regard. But what a hold from Leary, really impressive.
Yeah, resources collected still really close. Leary in front because of the Japanese fish at the back. Thank you, Vodka. And the Cav Archers from Leary are trying to hold on. He does have another gold he can go to there. He's now adding in a stable. He's going to try and micro, but this is a really awkward situation for Leary to push this back. It's also kind of a weird situation for Hera to push through here.
Yep.
Some awkward angles, and the Mangonels are going to bump a lot. Also, you don't want to run into that TC. Stalemate at the front of Leary's base.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Every time we see a fish boom, it's because the player has time. And Hera is just not giving Leary time to do anything.
Yep.
Leary has to be at his very best with micro, and Hera's on 2 town centers. So Hera doesn't have the fish, but look at the vill lead now. He's got 43 villagers, just 27 vills from Leary. I mean, sure, maybe could have been slightly better. Maybe the game could have already been won, but if Hera wanted late game in this matchup, with this approach, it seems like he's going to get there.
Really, really sick mind games here from Hera. You saw Leary. He thought Ethiopians make crossbow. I saw an archer earlier. He only saw one, but he did see an archer, and he knows the Civ is really, really good at the crossbow push. He did not expect the sneak, double stable Knight siege push from the Ethiopians, and a severe lack of scouting him here led him into making probably more skirms than he should have, being a little bit late to react.
This is so difficult to engage against. I love the monks from Hera. I love how that villager is constantly repairing the siege. And it feels like with that hill, as Hera kills his only scout there, it feels like you can't engage against this now.
Yes.
Before, it was well played, but now Hera's just microing the siege away. Even the monk there might get a conversion.
Really tough for Leary to take this fight. He's got to go through choke points to get close to the Mangonels. Now the monks are converting. Hera hitting some good attack rounds as well. He's going to convert a villager with that monk, so it's out of faith. Leary might try and snipe it, but always the attack rounds coming in where the Cav Archers are approaching from.
Yeah, dude, that's such a big hit from Hera. The Scorpions are doing some chip damage as well, and Hera's just booming and booming and booming. I mean, still just 2 TCs for Leary, just only 10 fishing ships on fish traps, not the 20 or 30 that we sometimes see. This is just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, and if Leary, even if Leary were to go for like a counterattack, which he might think of because there's nothing he can do to
Hera,
there's
forward,
not that much that he can hit him. He's going for that counterattack. He's going to make his way over there because he's getting the Siege Workshop up at home, and he realizes the Cav Archers can do more damage elsewhere. There is a way in. There is a way in. If Leary wants to make this game really crazy and Hera can't push up there, or he feels like he can't push,
Hera should know.
There is a way in.
Hera should think, he hasn't seen the Cav Archer army in a full minute. Hera needs to be double checking. He'll get attacked. He'll get attacked. I guess Leary didn't click through, Dave.
Yeah, he didn't.
He just clicked in front of the walls.
And usually you don't, right? Because against a player like Hera, you're going to run into a trap or a TC or something like that. There was a hole there.
Bam!
Let's get a massive shot against the villagers. They're going to get another one here, but Leary Garrisons inside the tower.
Bam!
Eco KD,
Good timing,
20 to 1 as
Mangonel,
the
good
Mangonel
timing.
comes out for Leary. He's trying to stay within minimum range of the other Mangonels.
Okay.
Goes for a shot and gets it at the end.
Gila, mahal.
His Cav archers are in.
Mahal.
Leary
Mahal.
Satu
Mangonel menghabiskan 3 Mangonel plus 1 Scorpion menghilangkan 4.
This eco is a wreck for Leary. My goodness.
It's a mess.
1
32 bills.
menghabiskan 4.
The villagers.
Potential demo.
He's gonna go
Potential demo.
towards the dock. He sees the flag, so he splits up his cap
Dog,
archers, and the demo
split.
comes out on
Nice.
the wrong
Itu
side
kapal
of the
bunuh
dock.
diri ya?
Leary just says,
Tuh,
"You
kapal
can
bunuh
die.
diri.
Thank you very much. Your friends will survive," and he gets another Mangonel. Is there a way for Leary to actually pull himself back into this game?
If he can get fish traps now, yes.
Pushnya
I
bersih,
think Hera's
terus
forward
nge-raid.
is
Mantap.
pretty much stalled out.
Good recovery.
But we are also reached that stage where Hera probably doesn't even want to make any more knights.
Yep.
Right? I think now, if Hera's comfortable with his eco lead, we might just see a couple more ranges. Look, he's queuing archers now.
Yep.
The forward's done its job. So he can go into the unit that Leary thought he was going to open with in the first place.
77 eco units for Hera here. 49 for Leary. Hera has lost his investment into the fish. Leary will be over here with these cav archers. No ballistics, though, so it's going to be hard to snipe the Veils. But Hera's somehow not noticing those villagers there, and Leary also not noticing those. They were very, very well hidden, I suppose, on the gold.
Yeah, pickoffs will happen here. This is good for Leary. Now, I think he's also still distracted with the Mangonels coming in from Hera. So that's probably where both players were looking there. And nice pick off there from Hera. He's going to get the Mangonel. That's so annoying for Leary. And so still, Leary's just got Knights running into his eco. It's just such a mess here.
Yeah, and I mean, Hera did a great job queuing up a few extra Knights as well. Even though he's making a tech switch, keep him busy at home. He can't keep streaming units forward. That's the way you lose this game, is if you get distracted. Monk is trying to be sniped down. The Mangonel is still here, and the Knights are still running cover as Hera is looking to expand his eco. 83 villagers against the 46 from Leary, and Leary has just now made an additional fishing ship. He's adding in the extra dock. Maybe he can pull himself back.
This is what he would have done early castle. Right
Japanese
now, he's
fish.
just now gotten to that stage. Hera's
Japanese
gained
fish
such a
working
nice
faster
lead
ya.
now. I think
Good
I'm
income-nya
curious on
lebih
Hera's
cepat
approach
daripada
from here.
generasi.
I'd like to see outposting around the map. Ethiopian
Yes.
outposts give you tons of vision. In fact, he hasn't even outposted.
They don't
on
cost
the front.
stone.
Yeah, and they don't cost stone. But I also would like to see him not allow mobility to be a problem, because Ethiopians struggle there. So what I mean by that is all your focus is right through the gut, right through that stone area.
Yeah.
That needs to be your priority. I think with other civs, you might want to take the gold on the left, the gold on the right, and save the stone for later. But then you might be chasing down cav archers, and you might not be able to keep up. So on the other side, obviously, Leary's got to use that mobility as an advantage here.
Can Leary go for a forward castle? Is that a possibility? Is that like your way back in, if there is going to be one?
It's such a rough position because in a castle war, in early imp, Japanese struggle so much. And then there's clearly some army everywhere you go. So, yeah, if you clear this up, maybe sending Vils forward, but...
I mean, what does the castle do for you at home otherwise, other than like just delay the inevitable?
That's true, yeah. Absolutely. What a play from Hera.
Hera's coming in again, I think, in Leary's base. Leary micros down that Scorpion, and it's more Knights. It's just more Knights. If Leary clears this up, he might feel free to come forward with a castle to potentially apply pressure to Hera, but the Knights clear up the Mangonel. The other Knights are coming in towards the cav archers, and behind this, Hera is just expanding his economy. 4 town centers now.
I love how Hera considered at one point to just stop with Knights, and then said, why? Why would I ever do that?
No, it's still keeping him busy.
Yeah, why would I ever do that? He didn't clear this up. Gets a nice position here. Still, Leary has to defend. He gets some decent defensive shots, but there's still going to be more army coming forward here. This is still pressure next to all of Leary's gold.
Yeah.
Leary is 0 on gold. I mean, the eco for Hera is even stronger now, but the split micro from Leary.
6 split, dude.
Patrolled into that,
6
and then split at the very last second. Beautiful fight there from Leary as he goes for a castle to just secure some gold and some stone over on that side. Still, Hera is very far ahead in eco. Another monk going to be sniped. Leary still trying to take out these Mangonels. And that's a whole community over there from Hera that's going to be really, really tough to clear.
Yeah, imagine a ram taking out those houses later on.
Yeah, you could house Hera deep into Imperial Age.
Okay, so now I think Hera's making the switch. But yeah, I understand Leary's castle. I get your point. You want to apply pressure. But you also don't want to get pushed here.
Yeah.
You don't want to get pushed here. So now your cav archers can go forward. And he was going through the middle of the map. And remember the previous game where Hera, we were kind of questioning how late he was to army. Obviously, he's made a lot in this game, but no elite skirm yet. Still no armor here. Tossing some units away. A bit of momentum possible for Leary. And with the Knights and the Mangonels being out of position now, maybe if Leary gets through, could do some real damage.
Yeah, the fish being added behind too. So that number is constantly climbing. It's like he has 2 additional town centers. Eco units. Cav archers are coming in. They'll be able to snipe a few skirmishers, but the Scorpions are always behind. Hera just now getting that first armor upgrade. Going to make life a little more difficult for Leary. Almost attack grounded his own Cav archers as he tries to save the Mangonel, and he does, but not against the Knight coming from the other direction. Beautiful engagements from both. The game is kind of stalled a little bit now. We've reached a level playing field in terms of military, but definitely not in terms of eco.
What an amazing opening from Hera, and what an incredible hold from Leary. I thought Leary should be dead by now. The fact that Leary's about to go in and is being competitive, down 8,000 res collected, is just insane.
When you have 2 Mangonels, like 3 Knights up against a palisade wall and 9 skirmishers.
He should have died. He really should have died. I mean,
he's on the way to him?
Yeah, I don't know how, but he is. But Dave, let's compare the tech tree now. Both civilizations, Cavs pretty much out of the question, unless it's just for raids. But if it ends up being a raided game there, it's actually better for the Ethiopians. One civ gets bomber cannon, that's the Ethiopians. Not even mentioning the fact that Torsen engines can help them with extra blast damage. And then you have the faster firing Arbalists. So I feel as though this is all about Ethiopians, and Hera's still got a 40 eco lead.
Yeah, the Japanese, I mean, the Trebs are nice for them, right? If you get Kataparuto, the towers can be great for them, but Hera feels like he's going to have the tools he needs with the bomber cannons to snipe the Trebs, and then obviously adding Trebs of his own to take care of the towers if Leary goes for that route. And Hera's actually controlling the majority of the stone here as well, so it's going to be tough for Leary to get up enough castles and enough towers to help defend himself.
Would love to see outposts from Ethiopians. It doesn't cost stone. It gives you tons of vision. I think it would benefit Hera hugely to have that vision around the map. I think he's got the right approach. Punching right through the middle with bomber cannons and Trebs is likely the plan. But if there's a way back for Leary, it's if Hera doesn't spot him sneaking around right now.
10k resources collected extra for Hera.
It's insane.
Without the fish.
It's insane.
Leary killed them quite early. And Leary's now trying to get into the base again from Hera. It's going to be skirmishers from Leary. Ballistics now on the way, so the Cav Archer army should be able to snipe villagers more effectively now as he takes out a Scorpion.
A little sloppy potentially here from Hera. He's not walled, so those units could get through.
I think Hera's going to be stunned that Leary is reaching Imperial.
Agreed.
Like, he knows how much damage he did. I think he is going to be truly stunned. He might wonder just how many fishing ships Leary has behind.
But I think, like, yes, but Hera knows how inefficient that eco was for Leary, and he sees the score, I think, and he knows the tech tree, where at least if Hera's in agreement with me, Ethiopians are way better. So I wouldn't say there's any massive concern unless he starts to lose the middle. If you start to lose the middle, then the panic sets in.
Yeah, Gilnet's just now coming in for those fish behind from Leary. It's going to be Bracer and Chemistry, but still only Skirm from Hera as well. 145 villagers from Hera. He's approaching the point where he definitely needs to stop making them. And now it's supplies from Leary. So maybe Hera is playing a little bit adaptive here, waiting to see what Leary's going to go for. He sees the skirmishers, adds in more skirms of his own. Leary can try and make a tech switch into the champion line.
Look at these two just dancing with their skirmishers. There's the fish traps. Just dancing with the skirms. The bomber cannons are really what makes the difference here soon. And maybe Hera will make a couple knights from the side stables as well, but Leary down 50 eco.
Sorry, 50 bomber cannons. He's going into Squires as well, so maybe Shotel is the play for him. We could see Shotel against Samurai.
Yeah, we could, and Hera loses a Treb there. Interesting. I mean,
not a good few moments here for Hera. Like, he's clearly got the eco set up, and he's trying to figure out what he wants to do, but Leary has had a good few minutes.
I think this bodes very well for Leary tonight. The fact that he is not completely dead right now.
Yeah.
The fact that Hera's opening in the previous game was a little weak. Like, clearly, when you know you're dead, Leary, I guarantee you, his brain is thinking, my civ's trash right now. Like, Leary's thinking he has very little chances. But, like, if you still hold on, that affects your confidence as the series goes on. And Leary's also had a lead in every single game we saw before this, even though he lost one of them. So, a great position for Hera. Really should be able to just push the issue here. He's got all the gold control. He has access to bomber cannons, and Japanese don't.
Castle.
Leary was focused on the center.
Bold
he has his slow trebs over there on the hill. He's going to try and push you in the middle. You have a lot of stone access. Mix it up. Go in from the side, right? And now Leary will have to slowly crawl back to the side of his base if he wants to stop it. Hera's also there with the majority of his skirmishers, I believe. And it's Elite Shotel Warrior on the way for Hera. So we will see them. We will see the Shotels. Kata Paruto coming in for Leary. And two-ended swordsman on the way for him too. But the Shotels should perform okay against the champions.
Leary's going to have some big problems if he does not expand those golds. He has none of the extra golds on the side. The skirmishers just rated his eco. Leary has 82 vills. Hera has 150. Hera loses the castle, but what's going to stop this army of skirms? Nothing could stop that army of skirms. And now Leary's eco is going to be shredded by skirmishers.
Nothing except another army of skirms, which is coming from the north.
Skirmisher
battle. Yeah. And he sees the Shotels. Unfortunately, even with Elite, they get one-shotted by the army of skirms.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like no armor there. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, tapi ada
infantry. Has the position in the game, Dave. He will have bomber cannons in the middle. There's no way Leary could push him back.
Torsion engines.
And yeah, that's the tech. Like, we're just basically waiting for Hera to take this game for himself right now. He was very patient. He went for the eco damage. But next step should be pushing that castle in the middle.
Now, I've said it many times, but I think Leary is probably the best pro if he's in a patient mindset with trebuchets. Like, he will attack one direction, realize he can't do it, roll him all the way back across the edge of the map, show up somewhere else. With Kata Paruto, we could see some sick transitions with the trebs, or maybe packing, unpacking just to avoid shots. But that was like 5 siege workshops in the center from Hera.
Yeah, Hera's just like, I can't lose this game as long as I don't slip up. So he's playing as safe as possible. He's waiting. Leary has to push him. Leary's not going to have gold. Leary doesn't have the stone.
Go like torsion engine.
Dua pasukan berkuda mengganggu
banget. Actually, Scorpion should be really good here.
Dua doang padahal.
I think Arbalest as well.
Ya, dua.
I know there's skirms, which is mixing in a couple, could be good.
Ini infanteri melawan infanteri. Yang satu bawa pedang, yang satu bawa celurit. Bawa celurit apa arit? Yang satu ngarit, yang satu bertumbuh. Bawa arit, Shotel Warrior. Mantap. Serang trebusetnya. Serang trebusetnya. Intersiege. Abaikan unit. Abaikan pendekar pedang. Serang Siege. Hilang 3. Itu ada 4. Bisa 1.
Get champion. Maybe Skirm champ is enough here. I'm kind of mind blown.
Like, Hera is just, it's like he's taking his time. But for what? Now he's going for petards?
Arbalester nggak sih buat apa namanya? Tapi GG call. Mantap, 2-2. Grand final yang cukup sengit sejauh 4 game. Betul, best of 9. Skornya sampai 7.
Was absolutely the reason Hera could do that.
Yep.
And I love the creativity here from Hera to think about it and say, well, I can't fish bone with the Japanese. Why simply sit back and try and do that and give him all the advantage? Let's instead get the numbers out from the side, surprise the guy, and it's been a perfect final so far. We're 2-2.
I mean, plenty of things that we were commenting on at the back end of that game, but the reality of the situation is Hera really could have done anything with the 150 vills and the huge eco he had.
Yeah.
So it's just how quickly he takes Leary out, and it seemed like an inevitability at that point, as Leary was struggling the entire time. Scouting for Leary was an issue. You pointed it out. He didn't see the forward villager. He saw the zebra dying, but didn't investigate at all. And that's what resulted in the push from Hera being so successful. Now, it's going to be going back to Leary's pick Hera's home maps are all still remaining. Does he dare go Citadel?
I was going to say, like, on one hand, Leary only has one home map remaining. Maybe you want to play that to go up 3-2, but kind of feels natural to maybe take a page out of Hera's book and pick one of his home maps now. I don't know. I still have some big questions on the draft for Leary. Humans. I think it was a draft mistake, honestly. There's not a single map that stands out to me as good for humans here.
Mapnya Hera dihabisin sama
And I think
Leary.
he wanted
Leary kalah ngambil mapnya Hera.
But with the way the draft panned out, he picked humans
Interesting
before the maps
strategy.
happened. I could be wrong on that. I may be proven
Mapnya
wrong,
Hera diambilin
but I'm
semua.
curious there. I'm also now curious. I feel like it's got to be Dravidians on Citadel whenever that happens for Leary.
Yeah.
But once Dravidians out of the picture, you've got Vietnamese, which we've seen a lot of, and then Goths, Teutons, and Magyars. There's some tough ones there. You need 3 wins right now. I look at Hera's civs, Malay, Bengalis, Mayans, even Tatars, Incas, all civs we've seen win more in this tournament.
Yeah, where did the Goths slot in here?
I mean, good question.
The map's gonna be Arabia. So whatever agreement they have is out the window. Leary's going to Arabia, and that'll answer some of his questions on what Hera wants to pick moving forward. I mean, we see the Tatars, Mayans are there, Incas are also solid on Arabia. Don't think he's going to be playing Bengalis, Malay, or Slavs. Those will probably slot in somewhere else. As for Leary, what are we thinking? Arabia, are we thinking
Vietnamese or Magyars, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Vietnamese or Magyars. I think Goths would feel a little tricky against many of the civs you could see. I doubt it's the rare Goths v Mayans counter pick, which people tried like 10 years ago. Things have changed a lot.
Isn't even really a counter pick.
Yeah, exactly. It was. Yeah, Mayans can hold their own there. I think Vietnamese Tatars would feel like the natural play. Both players would be comfortable with their civs. It's pretty 50-50 for Arabia, so that'd be my guess. But based on the draft, it's a must-win for Leary because he needs to take a win from Hera's side of those maps, and I'm still seeing a couple civs up there for Leary that I'm asking more questions about.
Teutons are a no. I'm just going through like civs that are definitely not being picked for Arabia. Dravidians, no. Teutons, no.
Humans is a maybe. No. If it was Mr. Yo, he'd try it.
Okay, here we are.
Mayans, Vietnamese.
Okay. Mayans, Vietnamese. Mayans versus Vietnamese. If it goes late, the Vietnamese definitely have some good options against the Mayans, although I think they do struggle against that eagle timing in early Imperial Age. We'll see if we even get there. Welcome in game number 5, 2-2. Hera against Leary. It's been a great final so far. We're only halfway through, actually less than halfway through if it goes to the max distance. And we will see a classic
Dua kamera luring deer. Arabia ya, Arabia. Classic Arabia.
I actually noticed that they're
Arabia Age of Empire 2 ini kayak
Leary will know that because of the Vietnamese bonus, so that's good to point out.
Kalau di Valorant itu Asen.
It's also important to point out how Hera has played Arabia this tournament. It has been walls. It has been archers, it has been walls, and it has been boom, and then occasionally some pressure long term. But it's going to be a lot of walling here. Now, this is a 9-villager start in this tournament, and typically in a normal start, mines would start with 4 vills plus their eagle. They wouldn't be able to produce a vill right away. Yep. They'd have to get loom. In a 9-villager start, you start with the houses. So Mayans are actually even stronger because they're permanently that 1 vill ahead. They don't have to research loom early, and Hera takes full advantage of that here. So this has been a comfort pick for him here. I've seen him being comfortable with Mayans all the way back 5, 6, 7 years ago on Arabia. But tournament Hera, he's going to wall. And I think he will not want engagements in the feudal age.
I actually think the wall is really nice for Leary. If you wall from the right side of the TC to the wood line, and then to the edge of the map, you secure that gold. And then on the left side, it's a pretty easy wall off as well. Hera might have to stretch a little bit further forward for his, but it's a nice map, I think, for both players.
I think, like, the thing that Mayans can't do is they can't really stop the walls in early feudal age easily because they have the eagle, right? So I know Hera has a tendency to wall, but I still think a scout opening from the Vietnamese player makes a lot of sense. Try and slow down those walls and then make a switch into skirmishers. But the last time these two played on Arabia, Hera got the walls down by the time the skirmishers were ready. And then he just didn't leave his base. So if you overinvest into skirmishers, you delay your castle age time. That's what happened. Hera had castle age faster and took some advantages from there. So it's really tricky, and I can't help but think that Leary, like that game is living in Leary's mind right now because it was just a couple days ago.
Res Collected will tell you the story of the Mayan start on this map. It's only one villager. The resources last a little bit longer, which means you get a little bit more hunt, which collects really quickly. But you're always ahead.
Right click, miss click, ketembak tahun center.
But it's still very frustrating. You put a lot of work to bring that guy in there.
Yeah, he absolutely did. The nice thing is he doesn't have to spend as many resources.
Hewan kalau dibunuh selain sama pekerja ya, selain villager.
But yeah,
itu makanannya nggak bisa diambil. Itu si merah tadi makanannya hilang. Itu lumayan 140 foot. Naik ke next edge itu 500 foot, jadi kayak seperlima, lebih dari seperlima harga. Mahal banget.
And Hera doesn't see that. He'll probably loop back again though. Leary sees the
ngelihat range,
and yeah,
lawan stable.
He sees the stable.
Range melawan stable.
So it's archer range versus stable. Now my question is, if you're in Hera's
ya,
position,
Mesos apa American shift selalu ini sih.
Bukan
selalu ya, kayak 90%, 80% tuh selalu archer range. Karena mereka nggak punya stable. Dan Eagle Feudal itu lama trainingnya, jadi
maybe like
mending
2 spears,
archer.
2 archers together before the skirms come out.
Yeah,
but that's a fast range from Leary.
No, it's super fast, and Hera's already explored this area twice, so he might not come back here again.
Yeah,
as Leary now sends a scout over, he's gonna win that 1v1 in the feudal age, and Hera actually sends the spear forward to scout. Great job from Hera. He really sensed that something might be up. He's gonna lose the eagle, but still, he's got the spearman forward gathering information, and he knows that it's not only a stable, but it's an archer range as well. And here come the walls from Hera.
Yeah, so Hera's going to go eagles and archers. Look at how much he has on gold.
That's a lot to wall for him. That is a ton. Like, he needs to be fast with this.
And the thing is, this is taking a chance right now. He doesn't have a spearman there protecting. His first spearman went forward. This villager could easily go down. But it's an approach that if he gets the walls down, it just suits his civilization and suits his style so much. Leary has to double check to respect this army, but I really don't want him to respect that army. I want him to go
putar balik Scottnya,
get some damage in before Hera can wall.
Yeah, he thinks Hera will have like small walls behind.
Itu yang diinginkan Hera ya, scout merah untuk pulang.
For Hera, as he
jadi wallnya nggak ketahuan.
Skirmishers are going to be here. The skirm timing is super solid, but this is just buying time for Hera to get more walls up behind. If you're in Leary's position and you take these fights against the archers as he tries to dive through, is actually losing a scout there.
It's actually sick micro from Leary, though. Look at how weak these archers are. That is so good. The eagles themselves take a long time to produce, and they'll still die to scout skirm. So well played from Leary there.
Do you think about adding in archers now if you're Leary, like going to gold, or are you staying on just scout skirm?
I think after this fight, after getting horse collar too, you just want tons of farms.
Okay.
For crazy food eco.
Look at Hera's food eco.
Yeah. 3 on food.
3. Oh, that's not a standard view we see with Hera's economy. He must have just finished a sheep or something like that. There was a lot of idle vills there. And Leary starting to get his farms up now. Already has horse collar. It's a much better setup, I think, for Leary as Hera still tries to go for the big walls on the sides.
Yeah, he wants those walls. I think if Leary just runs around, those walls won't happen, and it's going to be annoying.
House, though. He won't run around.
You got to run around, dude. You got to check. You can't just assume that's fully walled.
He's coming home.
He's worried he's going to get hit because he's not walled.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I mean, it's understandable because that was already a nice start, and Leary is not going to get that every time. But Hera getting away with one there, I think.
Getting away with one. Again, yeah. Fully walled off here for Hera coming in on 13 minutes. He just has that one segment left to go on the right side of his base. Leary really expecting something coming in. He just hasn't gotten the information that he needed. Even if he caught a segment of that wall on the left side, it would have told him what the plan was, but he never saw the palisades. He only saw the production buildings here because he wasn't looking.
Yeah, nice block here. And he will see this army now and say, okay, I was correct. He's coming forward to my base. But still, that one bill, just walling up there. The truth is, though, now that Hera has 5 eagles, this is actually very dangerous.
Yeah, you have to keep the
and you have to keep the scouts home. But you also need walls. Like, if you can't beat them, join them. You need some walls here.
Leary open.
That's a lot of eagles. If Hera snags armor as well, this could be very complicated for Leary.
Fletching on these skirmishers. I think because the archery range was so fast, he didn't get the blacksmith up before.
Yep.
So Leary just now shifting on to gold. He did sneak in wheelbarrow. So he's got good eco upgrades here in the feudal age. Hera only with that wood upgrade. Leary should start to catch up on resources collected fairly soon. He's got good farming eco. And Hera is deciding to shift over to the right side as his walls at home are going to be complete. The market going up as well. Hera should be on the way to Castle Age soon. Hera might actually be behind Leary.
He might sell a stone. He might sell a stone. He might dive through. Leary saw that. It'd be a little awkward here, though. I think with this wall, you want to boom. So I think selling your stone is probably not the natural play. But a great economy from Leary.
He spots the army.
And he spots the army going home now.
Really, really nice. And Leary's going to wall up. I think this almost, like, the setup is just better for Leary, I believe. Like, he's got the eco upgrades behind this. He can go cav archers with Vietnamese and kind of play into that. And as long as he adds TCs at the right time to kind of keep track of Hera's eco, it should be a really, really nice matchup for him.
I think it'll come down to how much damage he takes early. This is where Hera will explode. And Elite Skirm takes almost twice the amount of time to research when compared to Crossbow. So that will take time. And then you need to actually produce Knights. Hera already has 8 Eagles. That will immediately get more attack in Castle. But yeah, mid-Castle, Knight Skirm, really tough for Hera's army.
When does Leary actually spot the fact that Hera's fully walled?
I think he assumed it already. Right? I think
all he's seen is this area.
Yeah, true. He might see... Okay, he sees that, which should tell him the army's hidden away. Now, is Hera hiding in the TC with the Eagles right now?
I think he is. I think he's healing up with the Eagles. Leary's trying to go in through here. He's trying to get past that villager. Can't quite sneak by him. And does lose the scout. Hera didn't want that scout in there getting all sorts of information. He did, however, see that second barracks going up.
Yeah.
So he knows that Eagles are a possibility. He saw the numbers before that he couldn't kill. Needs to be concerned about the immediate Eagle play. Do you forego the second town center, or do you just add the second one, then like add a siege workshop or a second stable for Leary? What's the thought process?
I think like that's not a lot of army. He hasn't seen the Eagles. He just saw the second barracks. You think he's gonna feel like he can drop the second TC? In reality, this could be dangerous, and he might opt for. He might need to opt for the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just too many Eagles. Too many Eagles.
Just one?
He's got one there.
Yeah.
I don't know where the second one is, if he does have it.
This is what's
he doesn't have it.
It's like the last time they played, Hera just boomed.
Yeah.
Right? Hera just boomed. So now you're kind of expecting that behind walls. And so Leary says, I could do that too. And he doesn't opt for any big military upgrades right away. So
2 extra town centers because he had the res. He still has the res to drop a stable, but keeping the food eco up to go for knights and to try and produce villagers is going to be really tough. He did sneak in his eco.
He just completely guessed wrong, Dave. He just completely guessed wrong. He wasn't able to stop Hera from walling. Hera's actually going all in here. And yet again, early Castle Age, Hera on Arabia. He surprises his opponent and it panics Siege Workshop from Leary. I'm not even certain if the siege can work. If the Eagles get through here, there's no defense.
I don't even know if that workshop goes up. The Knights are coming out. He's trying to finish it. It does go up at the end of the day, but he lost 3 villages to get it. This is a dive from Hera as Leary's trying to clear up the crossbows. If he just clears up the crossbows, he can deal with the Eagles. But the combination is so dangerous. In the back of his economy like this, 3 TCs is fine, but the villagers won't be working.
Just a misread from Leary. He assumed that Hera was not going to come out like this. But I have to question a little bit because he did see 7 Eagles. So at least 7 Eagles is going to be there. And 7 Eagles is enough to already create a problem against his palisade walls and a problem against the setup here from Leary.
Again, though, Hera hasn't done as much damage as I would have suspected. Similar to last game, right? He's killed the 5 villagers, fine. But Leary has 3 TCs, Hera only has 1. And now there's a forward siege workshop being built from Hera. He's going to keep pressuring. He's still got the army in the back. Mangonel is on the way from Leary. Hera's got to be careful with where this pops out. He definitely needs a shot. I would almost prefer one on the Eagles. and then you can try and clear the crossbows up with your excellent skirm micro.
Yeah, I mean, a nice shot from Leary to get some sort of damage control here. He will have no map control here, and Hera knows it. A little surprised we're not seeing a third barracks from Hera here, if you're going this aggressively. And we could see a third or maybe a fourth barracks. Maybe the forward villager will do that. Could even be a monastery. But it's been a lot of patience. Ever since Hera broke through, just patience and control. He knows Siege will come out eventually, so he's now shifting his army away from the Siege Workshop.
Still difficult position for him to find damage. He can idle eco, but he can't really kill it.
Udah ngeliat
the 3 TCs. Although Hera's wise enough to know that idling eco is to his benefit at the moment, and he's just going to play patient on this side, sniping farms.
If Hera
Awas,
can keep this army alive,
nice,
he can
just
counter
in
a
time.
palisade wall.
Nice
He can
reaction.
actually just
He
escape.
can meet up with his siege.
Yeah. I mean,
See
Hera,
the attack rounds here from Leary.
Boom.
That's a decent one. He got a little bit of damage.
Maju.
The Knights are coming in. The Eagles are trying to
Eagle
snipe.
maju.
The Knight, he does
Dapat
find
dua lumayan.
one last Eagle with that Mangonel, but it goes down as the skirmishers are trying to snipe the crossbows, and that's
Big
a GG. Misread from
engage,
Leary.
game
Lack
changing.
of scouting once again, and a
Game
complete
changing
misread as
engage,
Hera
gila. Got dua.
pushes him with the Eagles that he didn't expect somehow, with the crossbows that he didn't track.
and
Wow.
that's Hera's play on Arabia. Wall, wall, wall. And then you've got both options. You've got the boom option, which you have to respect. You also have the occasional all-in, which worked well for him. Leary's going to be kicking himself there. He's going to be kicking himself. And Dave, again, there was an opportunity in Feudal Age to potentially stop those walls. That was a lot of walling, but he fell back with his army. Now, folks, 3-2. This is a best of 9, so potentially 2 more games. Hopefully we get all 4. And we now have a planned break. This was agreed upon before the series. Naturally, it's been a really long final so far. So a bit of a break here for these players. Hera's left the chair, maybe to go get a drink or something. And Leary, is he still staring at the Arabia map right now?
I think he's looking at his draft.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy with himself. A couple games where it's just a misread. Total misread on the situation there on Arabia, and obviously the games before that as well being a struggle. He was up 2-1, and now it is 1-win lead for Hera heading into Game 6. So we're going to go for our break. Thank you for staying tuned here. Make sure you come back for game number 6 coming up shortly.
Coming up shortly.
Can you guys hear me now? Test 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me now? Perfect. So, yeah.
Live audience. Ini di Jerman ini.
All right. I think now is the time. We're actually ready to play The Price is Right. And once more, this is going to be a game between these beautiful gentlemen. Let's call them pros, kind of, kind of pros. And audience members. We're going to have 5 Hama products to give away.
Legend. Tuh, playernya tua-tua, guys. Aja pas itu playernya tua-tua tuh, lihat. Itu player tuh, kaos hitam tuh kayak yang tinggi itu. Kaos hitam, Gamer Legion. Itu player tuh, jangan salah.
Ooh, speaking of which, though,
apa-apa.
You don't have euros in Serbia, do you? Uh-oh.
Itu udah aktif dari 2002.
Dinar?
Yes, and you don't give dollars, dollars?
Always roasting me. Always roasting me.
Legend. Namanya Dal.
In any case,
Legend.
Let's start with the first product. Do we have them ready? We do. Can everybody see this? This is the Hama Bluetooth Speaker Mate Pro. Again, this is the Hama Bluetooth Speaker Mate Pro. And since Dave is holding the mic,
let's see if this works. Oh, it does.
Okay, perfect.
Dude.
This production doesn't fail, Dave, all right?
Okay, so I have to guess
You have
how
to
much
guess
this
the
is?
price in euros.
And who am I against?
Well, we'll see about that. First, I'm going to hear your guess.
$420.
$420.
Euros. Sorry, I don't have euros where I'm from either, so.
So
420.
420 euros.
I'm sticking with it, yes.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right. So, who thinks they have a better guess than Dave here and wants to give it a shot? Okay. Who do we... let's see the young man over here. He looks nice and dandy. What's your name, sir?
My name is Adven.
Adven, nice. Do you come from Germany? Where do you come from?
I flew from Norway.
Flew from Norway. Well, there you go. You got to be sad about the results. Oh, well. That's why. See a lot of beers over there, sir. You sure you're cool to play? You play this, you sure?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with money.
Okay, you're good with money. Let's try that. So, again, we're talking about the Hama Bluetooth Speaker Mate Pro. How much does this product cost?
We're going down to 319 euros.
No, say $1, bro. Just say $1. Price is Right rules. Just say $1. You think it's below 420? You say $1, dude. Have you seen Bob Barker?
Actually, I don't think we're gonna use the rule that go only the price.
No, go back.
I think so. I'm not sure. Nobody told me, but I think we're playing just whoever gets closer. Okay, so your answer was $319. And I was worried about who's going to be doing the math, because I don't want to be doing math on stream. But in this case, it's a pretty easy answer. The final price of this product is 109 euros. And that means that you, sir, just won a Hama Bluetooth Speaker Mate Pro.
109 euro.
Congratulations, sir.
Berapa juta berarti? 1,7, 1,8?
Well, thank you, Dave. You really made it easy on the guy.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
All right. Can only get better from here. The second product is going to be the Hama Wi-Fi corner lamp. Look at this beauty. The Hama Wi-Fi corner lamp. We're going to pass on the microphone to Mr. Memb over here. Memb, how much does this product cost in euros, amigo?
I need this to stream all over my house, so 369 euros.
369 euros. Who's got a better guess than Memb? Let me go over this side over here. A lot of people raising their hands. Over here, sir. What's your name, sir? Marek. Where are you from?
I'm from Germany. I'm from Stralsund.
Streisand. Okay. Sounds cool. Listen, we're talking about the Hama Wi-Fi corner lamp. How much does this product cost?
I think it's 84.99.
What? 84 euros 99.
You check in the mobile. You have been checking.
Again, the math on this one is very easy. The price is 79 euros, and you, sir, just won the Hama Wi-Fi corner lamp. Congratulations. Yo, pros, you guys even trying? Are you guys even trying?
No, 7.9. Only? Oh. Hey, it's me.
All right. I actually didn't say anything about this rule, but if one of you guys gets it wrong, they're not getting the product. Don't you guys worry. They're not getting it. The product goes into a vault, and the next guy who tries to guess it has the chance to win both products.
Me?
But so far, you don't have to listen to this, don't you worry. Okay, let's move on. Product number 3. This one is the Hama Wi-Fi table lamp. This one is a lamp. I actually have this one at home. It's nice. It's cool. I like it. I don't
want the prize, but I want to pet it as well. $1 million. Huh? More or down? More or less? Not euros. Dinars. Up or down?
1 million. I think that might be a tiny bit too much.
Okay. 100.
What was that? 100
million. $100.
100 euros. Who's got a better guess than Billion. Let me try somewhere behind here. Let me try somewhere here. Yeah, okay, let's go to that part. I like that table. I like this table. All right, who wants to guess here? You, sir. What's your name, sir?
Sam.
Sam. Again, we're talking about the Hama Wi-Fi table lamp. Yeah, here's the beauty. How much does this product cost, sir?
No, it wasn't here.
Bluntly say 48 euros.
48 euros. This one is a little bit closer, actually.
You nailed it.
No, I'm kidding. Not really. The real price is 49.99 euros. That means you just got the Hama Wi-Fi table lamp. What a streak for the watch party. You pros suck. Let me tell you something. You guys are doing amazing. We have 2 more products to go.
2 more?
2 more to go.
Dua lagi.
The next one is going to be the Hama LED stripes. Look how beautiful these look like. Yeah, touch them, Tato, touch them. Feel it. Tato, in euros, not pesetas.
Okay.
How much do we think this costs?
19.99.
19.99. All right. Who's got a better guess than Tato? Okay, let's go to the back. Yeah, let's go to, oh, these guys are standing up. All right, all right, all right. These guys are even standing up. Let's get to these guys over here. Man, I always wish you don't get it this time. What's your name, sir?
Iril.
Iril. Is that Turkish?
Yeah.
So, amazing. Sir, we were talking about the Hama LED stripes.
Look at the box.
Yeah, please, Leonhard, let's show it to the young man. How much do we think this costs?
16 euros.
Oh.
16 euros. What was Tato's guess again? 19.99 was Tato's guess again.
Wah, close sih.
The actual price of the product is 59 euros, and that means that the pros actually got it right this time around. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But fear not, Tato is not going to be taking it home. The next one of you guys, if you get it right, you're going to be taking home this product plus the next one. And we're talking about the Hama Bluetooth earphones, Spirit Athletics. I hope someone is fact-checking the prices, by the way. I have them written down, but just in case. Okay, so there's only 4 of you guys, everybody. So you need to come together as a team, and you guys, yeah. Let's talk strategy. Let's talk strategy, boys.
All right,
how much do we think the Hama Bluetooth earphones Spirit Athletics cost?
69,
$1 million.
I love this.
Okay, we've conferred as a team. We've pooled together all of our resources. We've really thought about this, and we've come up with a price. The Bluetooth headphones are worth 69 euros and 69 cents.
69.69. All right.
69.
Who thinks he or she's got a better guess? Okay, I haven't been to this part of the party, so let's try over here. Oh, let's try Sandra. Sandra, we've talked before. Hello.
I would like to guess, I would love to guess 420 because they did a 69.69, but I'm gonna guess 50.
50. 50. The real price of the Hama Bluetooth earphones, Spirit Athletics. is 54 euros. And that means that Sandro gets both products, the earphones and the LED stripes. Well done. Perfect. Amazing. Round of applause for everybody. All right, and that's it. Congratulations to everybody who gets to take home these amazing products. And once more, we would like to thank Hama for their amazing support for this tournament, for this watch party. And don't forget tomorrow, when does it open? Can somebody help me, Leonard? When do we start tomorrow? Is it 1 p.m.? Is it 1 p.m.?
Apa ini? Hijau tanda tangan. Baru banyak. Masih break ternyata. Oh, selesai.
We are back. Man, Dave is fast.
Yes.
You somehow went all the way down there to the viewing party and back. What dedication.
And I took the suit off, went there, changed, put the suit back on, played Price is Right. Like, I did a lot, man.
You did a lot. I mean, respect. I couldn't have done that. Well, also I did want to say hello to everyone who's watching the live viewing. I was there earlier today, got to meet many people. It was a fantastic time. So hope everyone's having a great time. People are full of energy, and it was like a couple hours before the finals as well. So it was a great time. Obviously, you guys probably saw photos in the socials of other players and casters being
Ini
down there
paling
as well.
enggak
So cool to meet people in
satu
person, you know, instead of just
5
a
match
chat.
lagi.
A lot of the times it's the same people, but a lot of the times it's new people as well. So if you ever, you know, are available for any of our in-person LAN events, we usually have a meetup, a watch party of some kind. It's a ton of fun, and it obviously goes towards supporting the event as well. So thank you for everyone that was there. We still have a lot of potential games to go here in this grand finals. Hera is up now 3-2, some questionable decision-making maybe from Leary in a few of those games. However, Hera also had his moment on Tide Pool where questionable decision-making, right?
You know,
and it always feels like there's a way for Leary to punish Hera or a way for Hera to punish Leary in each one of these games. So it's back and forth, back and forth.
You know why I think that is? I think it's because they are in each other's heads on what the other's going to do. They know each other so well, so there's a lot of assuming. Like, I think in the previous game, Leary assumed Hera would just boom here, then he got punished. I think on the Tide Pool game with Khmer, I think Hera thought Leary's going to go no army, he's going to go imp, and then he's going to make army. He wasn't expecting knights to be spammed at that stage, even though there was potential. And then I think maybe on high tides, Leary was expecting Hera to maybe defend from the attack when we felt like the pressure could have continued to come in from.
Yeah, Leary needs to focus on his scouting a little bit more. The last couple games especially, Leary needs to maybe even just a spearman or a skirmisher, like you said, looping around to where that zebra was killed earlier on African rebeds. And then obviously the Arabia game, not seeing those huge walls on either side, not really thinking about the eagle numbers that Hera had even after the second barracks came up. You can't go for the 3TC approach. You got to add the second stable. You got to add the siege workshop, something early to just have some form of defense prepared for when Hera inevitably pushes you.
I'm telling you, this Cumin's pick, which we don't have up on screen, but is a very important thing about this draft. This is just living in my mind right now. And I think at the end of this final, we are going to be talking about that third pick a lot. Whether it wins or loses, it's going to be a really big deal. Because I don't know exactly where it's played. I think if you play it on bypass, yes, thank you. This wire is continuing.
I got you, bro. I got you. It was looped up down
Thank God I wasn't on camera for that.
I'm watching Tristan try and fight with a wire.
I'm talking all professionally, and I'm fighting with the wire. But no, yeah, like Cumin's right there. Because Dravidians is likely for Citadel. That has to be for Citadel. We get that. But then Cumin's, you don't win with that civilization, you're probably done here. You got Goths, Teutons, and Magyars as the final picks. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Hera still has his top 2 picks remaining. Hera just needs 2 wins. So at some point, Leary will have to kill Bengalis Malay.
I think we could see Leary going Cumin's on bypass, and Hera, instead of picking Malay on Sunburn, he's going to go with the Bengalis on Sunburn. And then we'll go with the Malay on bypass to kind of counter the Cumins.
Could be.
And try and push them really, really early with the fast up times. Now, if you think that's the case, is there a civ that you could pick here for Leary that counters the Malay a little bit? Like, Leary still has Teutons if he wants to go for that same strategy. Obviously, you leave Cumins kind of out to dry a little bit. Maybe you don't end up picking them at all, but then you're left with the Goths.
Yeah, I think
available. It's just it's a struggle.
I think you really have 2 options for bypass, and that's Teutons and Cumins, and they're very, very different. So both players are trying to guess. The thing is, Hera's civs, they bail you out in a sense. The faster advancing from the Malay gives you a Vil lead.
Yeah.
And then you arrive to defend from whatever comes earlier. Bengalis, you get the extra Vils. So regardless, you're still in a really good spot even if you guess wrong. Where things also could get very interesting here is what about enclosed? We haven't talked a lot about that. I would imagine
Cumins there too.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Like maybe you go Cumins there, but then it's like, well, where do you play the Magyars? Are you going to play the Goths and the Teutons somewhere else? It's relatively tricky.
I think the only one here that is relatively locked in for Leary is probably Dravidians on Citadel.
Yep, agreed. But you look at Hera's draft, and I think Hera goes Incas for Citadel.
Okay.
I think he goes Tatars or Slavs for enclosed. I think he goes Bengalis, Malay on either bypass or Sunburn. It's very clear. And he's up a win. So Leary wins this final. It's going to have to be with a little bit of draft shenanigans here. And maybe that's what he needs to break someone like Hera, but it certainly is advantage Hera now, especially because Hera was maybe in a shaky moment when he was down 2-1, and then he's been able to recover from that, and he's looked really smooth the last 2
games. Think about the way he lost that second game, too.
Yep.
Leary kind of just wondering where he needs to go. It's going to be enclosed, and that'll answer some questions. I believe it's the Slavs here for Hera. And for Leary,
Cumins. I think Cumins is
and then
better.
You have Teutons for bypass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think if you go for Cumin 2TC on bypass, it's so easy to pressure it through the middle. There's no way you don't just get all in and die.
On enclosed with Cumins, can you go for military production first and then the second TC later? Or do you think Hera's just going to play that approach where he literally farms in the inside and never stretches out?
Yeah,
gold.
I think you can go archers because you can structure your build in a way where you build the range and then the TC after.
Okay.
I think more than likely, though, because the best bonus you have is that second TC, I think we see the second TC first. And then we'll see like a barracks and an archer range. You essentially want to take map control from Hera before he can get to Castle Age and come punish your TCs. But We're just assuming. We're assuming an awful lot. We are here and we have our answer. Leary is indeed going for his third pick, humans. The only civilization that can build a second TC in the feudal age. Here on Enclosed Games, this is so different for him. I can't even tell you the last time I've seen him play this civilization.
I mean, on the flip side, though, Hera, if you ask him about civs, he doesn't like playing against the humans because there's too many questions, right? Yep. You can't really make that many assumptions when they're going to go for military buildings first or after that second town center. Their eco is scaling nicely behind. You can't just ignore it a lot of the times if Leary's going to add scouts or archers early. There is an approach here that we have witnessed on this map before with civs like slabs or civs like poles where they don't even go for that gold. Yeah. They wall themselves into this little enclosure and they just farm and sell resources to get up to Castle Age and then expand after that. Is that a good idea against a civ like humans?
I think if the humans are going to boom what you're expecting, you can kind of move out anyways. So I think it's maybe an approach you take if it's against a civ who's going to be more aggressive. So I would say we'll probably don't see Leary go for that approach, but it is an interesting approach. And actually, the reason I like you brought it up is because I want all of Leary's farming eco around that starting TC.
Yeah.
The second TC will probably be on the gold or out there somewhere, but really all the farming eco, you want to be protected because at some point, Hera's going to come pressure you, and this is your safest little area.
Leary getting loom before he goes up. A lot of players skip that. But he needs a little bit of time to gather some food. You can still see the food wasn't immediately available, so he goes for an extra villager. That's not the worst thing in the world, and that villager on the outside with loom is going to be protected against the scout from Hera because he didn't go for the walls there. Meanwhile, Hera just getting his walls up. He's also thinking about going up to feudal age relatively soon, although he does have 4 villagers in the queue. However, with how many villagers are on that elephant, I would expect them to be canceled potentially. Still has 3 in the queue.
Yeah, it feels like Fast Castle. Feels like Fast Castle to counter this. The best way to counter humans is Night Siege, or just like a castle drop on their face, but that's obviously a bit risky here. So the best way you figure this out of your Leary is just simply on the notifications. If you don't see that Hera's up at the same time as you or just after, you should know he's going Fast Castle, and that's when you need military to stop Hera before he can send those knights forward.
Well, he's got all the villagers out on the berries, Leary, so he's prepping for that second town center. But he doesn't have a lot of vills on wood, so he won't be able to go for that archer range right away. Doesn't even have the barracks yet, so definitely not going to be able to punish the fact that Hera's already come out for the berries. And did Hera get loom before he clicked up?
He did not.
No, he's not even up yet. That's right. He's playing Fast Castle.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's actually going to get loom before he goes up.
Well, the scout's there now, and it attacked the house. And that gold is very exposed.
There it is. Okay, that's a good play from Hera. Sometimes he gets a little greedy.
Still doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it. Leary's
down.
down.
Is in for Leary. It's a strong scout, but Loom is still 9 seconds away. Hera should be fine. They dance, they dance, they dance. Yeah. And Loom is in, so Leary needs to leave.
That's actually good for Hera now because that scout HP is not there anymore. Villager could still go down. Leary may be a little frustrated with himself.
Great job from Hera. And good scouting from Hera. Immediately forward, he spots the second town center almost completed as Leary works away on that. It's actually still only at 50%. Those build so slowly.
Did Hera see as that villager's... Okay, it's going to be fine. Did Hera see the gold? That's so weird.
No, he didn't.
He didn't actually see the gold.
I think he was so hard focused on figuring out whether it was a second town center, he didn't even think about scouting the gold.
Yeah, and he might assume that Leary's gold is next to the TC, and it's actually stone, which is another big thing you have to worry about. So that's kind of wild to me. Hera also won't want his scout around because he's not in feudal yet. But it's definitely going to be Fast Castle Knights for Hera, at least from what I'm seeing here. And he's got to get some vills forward. You need vills forward, Knights, Siege, eat those TCs as quickly as possible because this is dangerous.
Now, Leary will start to move ahead in villagers as Hera makes his way to the Castle Age. He's not there yet because the second town center just went up. But it will take him a long time to recover the initial investment. All of that building time with the villagers. All of the time he had to wait, and he had to go up earlier to the feudal age, which meant less villagers working in Dark Age. Really tough for him to catch up on res collected. It's going to be a while. Hera's still scaling ahead on that front. 500 res collected ahead, and like you said, it's a market for both. That's a really quick market there for Leary.
If I would have expected anything, I would have thought barracks archer range real quick, 2 spearmen, 2 archers, try and take Hera off of gold before he can make the first knight. Market.
That's a really fast market, and he's on stone with 2 as well.
Market blacksmith as well. I mean, maybe he's labbed this out. Maybe he's going to be able to get the food, but he doesn't have a single farm yet. He never snagged horse collar as well, so those farms won't last forever.
He needs to keep that scout from Hera distracted for as long as possible. The scout was chasing him, and Leary's like, come on, come chase me again. Come chase me again, bro.
Yeah, it is 0.08 faster, that human scout, so Hera will never catch that. But Hera's only at 25 bills. It's already 31 for Leary.
Leary is, instead of going onto gold, because that would be an investment into another mining camp and villagers walking over there, he's just going to mine the stone and sell it for gold. And he's going to go up.
Is he
really
idling
quick.
now?
Looks like he is. But Hera will come over here, see Leary on stone. That'll be a question. What's the plan? And
Hera thinks he's pushing the gold with that siege. He just saw the gold now, so now I guess you could still push the TC.
But what do you think now? You see Market Blacksmith, he's on stone, and you're just kind of like, how can he possibly make this work? Leary is still ahead in villagers, even though he idled the town centers, and he's going to click up about 1.5 minutes behind Hera. Now, Leary's scout is still faster. It might spot this villager. There's something following up behind. Hera's trying to hide in the wood line a little bit. Look at him being so sneaky.
Yeah, but I think right now Leary needs to know there's going to be forward, like siege workshop of some kind. This is one of the fastest castle times you'll see off the Cuban
Off
boom.
a double town center, yeah.
But it's also one of the weakest Ville counts you'll see. That's what this comes at a cost of. And wow!
Oh, nice.
There.
Yeah,
Good
the attack
snipe.
animation was still going from Hera as Leary pulled away. Unfortunate for Leary losing that. That could have been really valuable against the monks grabbing the relics, which Hera will likely want to do. And now Hera's trying to sneak in.
He will never go
annoying,
in there. He's just being a pain.
He's never getting in there.
Are those Villes going for Leary right now?
Forward siege here from Hera. It's so close to that town center. It's so close to the market and the blacksmith there from Leary. What can Leary do? It seems like the plan is going to be a castle in defense, but if the siege is already there, that castle is going to have to go in the middle of nowhere, it feels
Agreed. Again, this is not a civilization you would have expected Leary to ever pick.
Leary,
he's gone for a nice build to get up quickly, but he doesn't have his scout anymore. It feels like a theme, actually, for Leary. There was another game where he didn't have a scout where Hera went forward. Does he have any clue? Can we double-check this? Maybe Town Watch came in?
He doesn't know.
No.
He doesn't know because he lost his scout. He'll know pretty soon, unless Hera... Do you think Hera should queue up, like, 2 mangonels? Oh, outpost from Leary. That's really nice.
You go for damage as quickly as you can. The thing is, the castle, even if it goes up, doesn't protect a gold. Villager's dead. And Hera's only 8 vills behind. This army is not something Leary can stop. Leary... If he does get a castle up here, it's not going to be in a spot that protects any gold, and that castle is never going to go up. This is desperation for Leary right now.
Yeah, Hera tries to hit it, but he hits the TC instead. If he had attack rounded that location, maybe he could have killed the castle foundation. Leary still with the villager lead here, 37 against 30, and Hera is idling his town center now. He's a little bit distracted. Leary dodging with the villagers. They jump inside the town center again. He's going to dodge with these ones. He still has not lost a villager building this castle, but it's about to happen. It feels like it is. He still hasn't lost a villager here. He finally loses one, still trying to complete it. 80% into the TC, out of the TC. Villagers come out again. Castle still going
Boom! Dapat banyak, mahal.
What cost?
It might not even go up.
Mahal.
What map? We had no clue on where it would be played. And the second we see it, Hera counters it perfectly. 30 vills now for Leary. He lost 14 villagers.
He's got
gold, and Hera is dropping TC number 2 back at home.
I mean, still even villager count.
Yeah.
That's the Cumans right there. But the eco is much smoother for Hera, and he adds the 3rd town center at home as well, as the Kipchaks just now come onto the field. I don't really believe in this setup here for Leary, but potentially with his micro, if he gets enough of them, it could be a concern for Hera. Notice that Hera has completely stopped making siege there, and he's just backing up. He's like, okay, I've done my damage. I killed 14 vills or thereabouts. I'm even going to bring this forward villager back, and I'll just pick away at you with the knights.
The nice thing here for Leary, Kipchaks can be really good against low numbers of knights, and Kipchaks can be really good if you've got insane archer micro, which he has. So he'll come over to gold finally. He's simply been selling off resources to get gold. And no upgrades yet, but neither does Hera. And I think Hera will respect that micro an awful lot and knows he can't really stick around there on that gold, at least for now.
It's honestly a pretty sick strat from Leary if Hera doesn't come forward with that Siege Workshop as aggressively as
Oh, man, more Knights coming in. More Knights coming in. Hera pulls Leary out of position here. And the gold miners getting sniped again. Also, less villagers mining gold just in general due to the idle time. Still 36 vills for both, but 3 TCs for Hera back at home.
Great walls there to limit the damage from Leary. Kipchaks, he can barely afford them and keep his town center running at the same time. The Slav farms behind are looking good for Hera. Love to see a monastery. He's got one now with the monk coming out. Faster monks can pick up those relics really, really quickly, and Hera's already on the way.
The defensive workshop from Hera is so smart because we all know how weak the Kipchaks are if they get hit.
Yep.
So Scorpion defense against Kipchaks is really good at this stage. And he also continues to just harass Leary where he can. Still no fletching. I think we're a long ways away from something like Bloodlines as well for Leary's Kipchak. So Leary needs to find damage here.
I mean, Kipchaks are weak with Bodkin arrow, let alone no fletching at all. As the Scorpions do some decent damage, Leary is coming in.
Yeah, they're not
going to be able to snipe a villager. So he gets one back. 43 villagers for Leary, 42 for Hera. But 3 town centers for Hera is an issue.
This could go late, Dave. I could see a 3rd TC coming up soon for Leary.
Yep.
I think Hera is probably expected to get more relics here with the monks being out already. Hera's got the really smooth farming eco with better upgrades. But Hera isn't that far ahead in this game. It's 45 vills for both.
I like the monastery timing from Leary. I think a lot of people would have added that extra TC or moved towards that first. He's going to go for the monastery first, and he's going to try and grab the relics. He might be able to get 2 of them, which is phenomenal against Slavs. And he actually spawns this monk, and he's going to snipe that monk down. Hera tried to go for the one forward, and here comes the villager forward from Leary on the other side. Very reminiscent of that early villager from Hera, looping around for potentially a Siege Workshop as another monk goes down. Good minute or so for Leary in this game.
Yeah, and he just needs some momentum. It's been rough ever since he lost those vills. And now suddenly Hera's the one reacting. Hera's not the one dictating the pace. I think Hera might regret trying to take those relics like he did. And he loses another monk. Well played, Leary. This is what I mean. If you can move and manage these units, they are one of the strongest units in Castle.
And now Leary is dictating the pace of this game. It's no longer Hera like it was earlier. Hera's just responding to everything. Scorpions are great if they connect with the Kipchaks, but with Leary's micro, anything can happen. Anything can happen. It feels like he's dodging all the shots and getting the monks and the villagers where he can. Is that 2 more Siege Workshops from Hera in the back, or is it University?
Market.
Okay.
Same size.
For a second, I thought that was double University. He's going double ballistics.
It's kind of awkward right now for Leary because he wants those Kipchaks with his mangonels on the other side. But the only way to get there is to walk the whole way around the map. So that feels like a waste of time. So he's not going to allow himself to do that.
1 relic for Leary is already a win. The slabs from that position Hera was in, I would fully expect him to get all of them.
Yeah.
Getting 1 is really, really good. As the Scorpions have been pulled out of position, the Kipchaks are looping around behind. He lost track of them completely.
Dave, if Hera sees that, though, I just don't believe those Kipchaks can ever make it to the Siege Workshop.
It's Leary. I think they might be able to.
But I mean,
he doesn't
it's 2024.
He doesn't see
buildings aren't buildings. Buildings are walls. Can we see Hera's point of view? Hera's perspective.
He did get Town Watch. He did research Town Watch, which is great. And now these Kipchaks are in a really rough position. Leary's just going to work away on the farm. That's mildly annoying for Hera. And Ballistics is 25 seconds away.
I'm really worried, Leary. Leary, you're not going to be able to make it through here. There's TC. I mean, everywhere you go, there's just pain. Just pain, death, and misery. 2 Kipchaks make it through. The others are going to be
hilang gitu Kipchak hilang semua.
He did make it over there with some Kipchaks.
Yeah, okay, he made it over there.
And he kills a Scorpion, but Hera completes the trap.
Yeah, those Kipchaks are never going to make it through. And now, your siege, he's massing the siege. He's about to have 3 mangonels, and he doesn't have a big army to support it.
No, and the Knights just miss finding that. That's very fortunate there for Leary. He needs to get more forces forward to help him out with that siege push. Leary has only still grabbed 1 relic. I think Hera got the other one on this side, and Hera still doesn't know about that.
That is the funny thing about this. Is Hera has no clue that Siege Workshop is there. So if more Kipchaks mass, if more upgrades come in, it's not like Hera has a lot of Knights right now. This could be good, but there were moments in this series where Hera would gain this type of position, and he actually struggled to get the numbers out.
Yep.
I'm curious to see with Slav Farms and this eco if he goes for a couple more stables and really ups the numbers.
I mean, he's got wheelbarrow, he's got heavy plow already. Those farms should just be bringing in food at a phenomenal rate. 27 on food already, not struggling with TC production either. 83 villagers there for Hera, and the light cav tech is coming in. Leary's sending another villager forward. 5 mangonels!
And he's about to make 5.
What?
Oh, this would be so sad if he pops out and loses them instantly.
He's bringing monks too.
Yeah.
He's bringing everything. Hera's gonna be like, what on earth is this?
Surprise, bro!
What on earth is happening?
4
mangonel. 4 mangonels attacking my TC. That town center is gonna go down so quick. The only question is whether Hera will have enough knights to push this back. The kip checks are slowly coming forward. He goes for that defensive castle, but it's definitely a dead town center on this side as the 5th mangonel now joining the crew.
Yeah, the thing is Hera thought he was okay to just not make army here. He was just going to go light cap for relics. He didn't know about this, and not knowing about this means he was not prepared.
Yep.
+2 armor isn't a possibility. It's a good reaction for him to give up the TC, but Leary could maybe deny this castle.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can. Hera's going to jump in and out of that castle. Leary can find himself some kills, but he needs to back up. There's the stone there bumping.
Oh, no.
The mangonels. He does kill a couple villagers, and he's going to escape with 2 of the 5 mangonels. Lightcav also sniping the monks forward. Here comes Hera. Leary behind this does have a pretty good eco. 79 villagers, massing resources, but still, Hera has dealt with this perfectly fine.
Yeah, Hera just needs to clear out the mangonels now. This would be 5 mangonel kills over the last few moments, and his Scorpions can deal with the kick checks. The push is dead. Leary will lose his mangonels, and Hera's resources are looking great, Dave. He's got 4 relics. He's up a win here. It's just, I'm running out of ideas. Not that, you know,
resources are actually looking okay for Leary. The resources are looking okay, but Hera is just literally farming food in his economy right now. He's got hand cart, heavy plow, more farms coming up. There's so much food just making its way into the res bank, and 12 villagers still in the queue. He could click up right now if he wanted to.
This is where, as a player, you have to shut out the thoughts of, what was I doing in game number 1? Why did I pick humans 3rd? You know, you have to try and shut that out. But that's where my brain goes when I'm playing, and usually I don't make it this far. But it could be happening for Leary now as well. But I think something we brought up before, because right now it's not stacking up in terms of this game. You just got to make it messy. He's trying with the mangonels. Just do anything you can. Sneak buildings. Don't give Hera a structured game from here. Because if this game is structured, I think this is all Hera.
Scorpion.
Dodging some Scorpion shots. He's trying to micro these down. The bolts are missing, even with ballistics. Good micro there from Leary, and he gets rid of the Scorpion. Still, Hera clicked up less than a minute ago. Already has 700 food in the bank. 500 gold in the bank.
Masih ada 800 food in the bank.
He hasn't been on Leary's side of the map in a while.
That's a lot.
But this is the typical Hera approach. He's just slowly building up to that big push. He'll take resource control. He's got 4 relics for the long term.
And he will make Hussars here. I'd be shocked if he makes another knight for a while. He knows that with this economy and with the way this map is situated, he can just raid both sides so freely. It's actually much easier to raid against the humans because they don't get bracer for their castles. So defensive castle setup doesn't really help against a crazy Hussar raid. If there was ever a situation in this series where Hera's comfortable, this is maybe it. Like, it's been a really close series, but this right here is Hera's sweet spot.
I do like the fact that Leary is distracting Hera to
really
such a
good
degree.
micro.
Like, amazing micro with just these kind of low-value units at this point. It's giving him time to switch into pikemen. So he's going to open with Halb in Imperial Age, but the kip checks, as they so often do, finally get hit, and they all just fold over. Another town center here for Leary. That's going to be town center number 5. So he realizes he needs to catch up. 107 villagers for him. It's a position to be in. I'm not going to say it's okay. I'm not going to say it's good, but it's not dead for Leary. It's just going to be a huge struggle against Hera already spamming Lightcav out of 6 stables.
Yeah, you get population space for every single military building, which is so helpful in these situations with the Slavs. You have the unique tech, which makes your castles even cheaper, which allows you to castle all over the map with the Slavs. This is before we talk about their siege, which is cheap, which could be so nice later on. Maybe some heavy Scorpions mixed in with some siege rams. But humans do get Halb. So eventually Hera's going to need to make something other than Hussars. In Hera's mind, he's completely fine with losing these Lycav because it just costs food. And he's got the best Civ for farming in the game.
Yeah, infinitely replaceable in his mind. And he's going to have to deal with some kip checks over here, but still not a huge threat. Chemistry will help them, but no bracer for the Cumans. So it will take a while for them to get their upgrades. And it's Halberdier being prioritized from Leary first off, which is probably a wise decision because there's cavalry coming from either side, even crop rotation. And the third wood upgrade coming in for Hera. So he's covering his bases. If it's a long game, he's going to have that wood supply available to him. And to be honest, the way Leary's playing today, it might actually end up dragging out for another 20, 30, 40 minutes.
And that's why Hussars are really safe play as well. Like, if you just go for the kill and think, I have the lead, and spend all your gold on Cavalier or Boyars right now, what you might end up doing is losing 30 Cav units that you actually can't replace. So that's why Hussars is the right decision here. They're actually getting really close to each other in the middle wood line. I don't know if both of them have noticed shortly.
Really close to each other, and Hera said he didn't even realize. We'll see what happens with that one. Chemistry on the way in. That's really the only upgrade that you can immediately get with these kip checks. And now Onager is coming in for Hera, which would help to cut the wood, also help against the kip checks a lot.
I would love if Hera Onager cuts in the middle just to have a defensive castle just in case he comes back through. What I would hate to see is to open that, and then suddenly your eco's exposed as well. He's finding the reward he wants here with these Hussars.
71 on farms, like 71 slab farms is crazy. That food is going to be coming in so fast. You can replace all of these Hussar almost instantly if you want to. He's actually building up resources. Is this Siege Onager?
Could be. Could be. I mean, Onager...
he spends them.
Yeah, I mean, Onager's probably good enough, I think, for the time being. Man, I mean, we have seen Hera in this position so many times, but credit to Leary. He's been playing incredible today. And 180 population. It's going to be Kipchek and Halp, still far from being fully upgraded on all of that. And Hera's pretty much maxed out on Hussar right now.
It's so interesting the way he approaches this. I think a lot of other players would have seen the forward from Leary, the damage they did to him earlier, try and come forward with a castle or something, and take advantage of their better eco and earlier imp time. But instead, Hera's just sitting back. He's trying to keep Leary penned in on his side, and then he techs into a slow-moving unit like the Onager, and he'll just slowly expand on the right side. And then when Leary's not paying attention, he'll slowly expand on the left side. What does Leary do?
I really don't know. I really don't know.
Is it Halb SO from him?
If he can have the map control to justify it, but he doesn't have the eco to maybe justify it yet. It looks like he's going to go try Cavalier. But remember, you also have to focus a lot more when microing if you're Leary now as well.
Onager.
And right through the middle. Right through the middle. Hera's through. He's into the eco.
Oh,
he's into the eco. There's no defense here from Leary. Hera is through. Look at the amount of villagers pulled off of wood. That's his entire wood economy here.
Oh, Leary just didn't notice that until it was too late. And can you blame him? I mean, the Onager cut was brilliant here from Hera. The Halbs are coming over. Still 2 Onagers backing that up, though. It's 118 villagers from Leary, 147 villagers from Hera, with 75 on food. He can afford Siege Onager, he can afford Siege Engineers.
Siege Onager
he killed Leary, but that's a lot of wood just gone.
1.600 foot dan
he should be able to replace so many armies. Leary's economy right now is not in the state to do that. He's got 57 military. He loses his military, he's stuck. He actually has nothing queued. Now he adds a couple Cavalier. And it's going to be Siege Onagers with Siege Engineers. And you've got Halp Kipchek. The SO play through the middle will completely destroy this.
I think Leary has to hope that Hera attack grounds his own units here.
I mean, maybe. Maybe.
He will continue to micro. Hera trying to hit those attack rounds. He's not finding them, so the Halbs are in on the Onagers. Leary not dying at home, just here on the wood line, and he's pulled his villagers away already. But look at the resources from Hera. Look at the food.
Hey, there you go. Hera killed some of his own
units,
so it works out. Nice strategy. But, I mean, 4 relics for Hera. Still tons on stone and gold for Hera. Big shots coming in with the SO. I think Leary's in this game right now because he's like, the only thing I haven't seen from Hera is Halp. And if Hera doesn't have Halp, maybe my Cavalier can be better than all of this. He does have 1,000 gold. Now, I think someone in Hera's position should be prepping help. Should you not be getting every tech in the book? Maybe Bowyar?
I think so.
Maybe
I think
dropping
so.
the
And
barracks?
it is indeed Paladin. It is Paladin from Leary. Where is he massing those Cavalier? He hasn't shown them. He hasn't shown them at all. And this is a big benefit of getting that Paladin tech. It takes a long time. It costs a lot. But if you can build up an army and show up somewhere, it's overwhelming strength. Hera just now getting that infantry armor upgrade. So he might be thinking Halberdier is a solid choice. Even the tenants on the way for the cheaper castles. That could be all killed by the Paladin. All of it. The castle denied everything.
Hera.
Oh, the shot.
Only one casualty.
The shot.
Castle. He placed it before detonation.
Look at that shot,
castle
bro.
he placed, he
Langsung rata dengan tanah.
Scamming himself.
Rata dengan
Leary's
tanah.
about to scam him too, because he's coming over here with the Cavalier. Hera might want to add an attack round on those. This is going to be completely cleared up unless Hera can get something over here. Hoardings is on the way for Hera. Still no pikeman upgrade.
Hera?
Still no Halberdier thought process there from him.
Hera?
He's selling food now for a good amount of gold, and he's losing a lot of siege as he has to deal with a few raids in the back of his base too. All of the siege going down. Paladin about to kick here.
Dave, this is the last chance for Leary. Just full Paladin's got to do some real damage because Hera's like probably kicking himself under the table right now, probably realizing Bowyar, Halb, one of those things needs to be created. Shocking amount of resources. He researched Siege Onager right now. So,
and he just sold 1,000 food too.
Yeah. I mean, there's never been a better position for someone to go Bowyar. You have this many castles. And your opponent's switching to Paladin. I think Bowyar would be a great play, but he's not fully prepared. The monks from Hera are going to get sniped. Hera's castle is getting denied. Does Leary actually have a chance here?
Leary's going for a castle on the left side too. He's trying to push through the middle, but Hera added in a castle in that choke point. The Paladin has been successful already. Just think about how many resources he took out on the right side with those Paladin as Hera now tries to cut through a different angle of the wood line to get more raids in. But Leary looping in now with these Paladin could be a threat before Halberdier comes in. You're just now getting punked.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it has been a shaky series from both based on the very high standards we have from them, no question. But you got to work through these moments, and you have to do it on the biggest stage, right? Props to Leary for clawing away back. I mean, the Paladin play was clearly good because Hera was not prepared for it at all. But Hera probably feels like he can never lose, maybe just making this more interesting for viewers.
How quickly can you possibly notice this if you're Leary? That is an unexpected angle. And he notices it really quickly, actually, before the cut comes in.
I think he just wanted gold.
Oh, he just pulled those away for gold. Okay, didn't notice the giant path being chopped through to the woodline. He's about to notice it now. Halb's coming over. Still has Paladin on the right side.
He's got 8 Paladin, though.
It's not too many, that's for sure.
39 Halberdier.
Would really love to see some Bowyar here, my dude. He just gets so obsessed with the hustlers.
This might be a prime example of Leary massing up. It's going to be difficult against Siege Onager, but massing up like 5 trips or 6 trips.
Yeah, you need
populasinya cap 200 ya.
And
more villager berarti less
space. I'm noticing that's exactly what's happening.
Now he's moving them forward. So he's got 3 traps rolling forward. He'll join with the others. You got to keep Halberdier around them to protect them. But if you open that area in the middle up, and you have enough resources to make more Paladin, you could just come right through there.
Yeah, and Hera's eco is there as well, right? He didn't wall that up at all. So there is actually a chance. I mean, Leary needs this game.
They're both pop-capped, bro.
Yeah. His draft, things are not good to get 3 wins after this. It's just not. So Leary needs this one. This was his 3rd pick. This is the pick we talked about most before the series even started. Hera's panicking. He's researching murder holes. He's dropping another castle behind. And there he goes for another raid.
Another raid, but there's castles back here that can work away on these Hussar as they come in. The Halbs are still chasing. 64 military for Leary. Only 46 military for Hera. He's got so much res floating right now. He's got a lot of villagers. Maybe consider deleting a few. Yeah. You need more army on the field.
Hera's going to get his own villagers deleted by Leary here.
True.
So that will actually help him. The opponent's going to help him with that. Look at these Trebs, Dave. These might be the last 7 Trebs Leary produces because we expect him to run out of gold. But he is pushing Hera through the middle. In a game that felt like Hera was going to win easily, Leary refuses to die. He's pushing the middle. At Hera, he's probably going to lose. Oh, wait, no. There should be a Siege Onager coming.
There might be
he
one.
might be able to
there
snipe
might be
those
one.
Trebs.
There's a Treb stack there. The Paladin are still kind of in front, but without the Kip checks to clear up the Halb, you don't really have a counter to that. You have to fight your own Halb against his Halb, and then the Paladin behind. Where does the Siege Onager pop out? Is it at the front? Siege Onager comes out.
At the front. Nah, tembak lagi, mantap, dapat satu dong.
However, the Treb stack that he was saving is now really wounded. There's only 2 Trebs left. The castle is down, but can he push?
The fight we've been waiting for, or sorry, the unit we've been waiting for from Hera is now out in the field, and that is Halb. Halb with Drazina is so strong here. The only weakness they're going to have would be up against the Kip checks, which, to Leary's credit, he's still making, Dave. His Trebs are still alive.
Dude, you got to kill that Siege Workshop. Oh, the Siege Onager came out at the last second. He's got Siege Engineers with the extra range, but doesn't get anything. The Kip checks are now behind. They're eating the Halbs, but the Hussar are here. Can Hera snipe these Trebs? Leary is doing such a great job to make this even competitive.
Bukan, lihat, petting kudanya biru nggak kemana-mana. Petting keblok.
He's clearing everything up. There's also Trebs on the right side from Hera taking out a castle, and they're barely protected there. But everyone's focus is in the middle area.
It's another Treb from Leary.
This was an unlosable game for Hera.
It's another Treb from Leary. More production buildings behind from Leary. Hera now 50 on food. Remember, he had about 85 on food at one point. He's lost some villagers. He's had to pull them away. Leary is doing a phenomenal job just keeping these Trebuchet alive and pushing through the middle, which is the hole that Hera cut. You identified that earlier. Yeah. It could be an issue if Leary comes back across, still attacking that castle, but here come the Paladin to snipe the Trebuchet. Leary.
Hit the monk as well. Leary's going to keep his castle up. What a clutch play from him. That's crazy, Dave.
Ini gamenya Leary sih. Ini gamenya Leary sih.
Oh, man.
Dibalikin.
Thinking if you're Hera, I mean, still in a good position economically. You still got the slab farms. You still got the relics. But like this game
Hera nggak punya gold unit
right
ya.
now.
Gold unitnya Season
Edger are now the key again for
ya,
Hera because he needs to get
harus ada Season Edger sih ini Hera.
I think you even consider not making a single Hussar right now and just going full Halb Siege Onager through the middle to just settle this down. You still have castles everywhere. You really just need to get your eco back, get reset, and then you can go back for the Hussars.
The patience from Leary here with these Trebs is really, really nice. He just pulls them back. He's like, I don't have enough. I don't have enough. I need to pull back.
I'd like to see Leary consider some raids, but it's so tough when there's castles everywhere. I just don't know. Like, maybe go Hussar yourself. Try and get through there. These are castles that lack Bracer for both civilizations. Also, I think he doesn't have a Kip check yet, right?
No, he shouldn't.
Yeah, so maybe that can be improved.
He's got 55 on gold, but what's your long-term gold prospects if you're Leary? Might want to start thinking about that. Right? Hussar tech is important as well. It's just, ooh, man, we have ourselves a game that we never expected to see.
I'm actually kind of speechless.
I'm stunned.
I'm really stunned. I mean, amazing hold from Leary. I think Hera thought his position was too good, so he can kind of do anything. Never thought ahead with the text. Look at the gate.
The gate.
Hera gets you gated.
Somehow the Trebs are over there.
Yeah, he's going to shift sides. He's going to shift sides. This is exactly what you said. This has been something that Leary's done such a good job of recently, is keeping one group of Trebs alive, and when he shows up, guarantees himself to take out a
and as an enemy, it must feel so disorienting, right? You see the group of Trebs, and then suddenly they're on the other side of the map. Yeah. Like 2 minutes later, you forgot about them, and they're here. And they're just going to kill the castle right away. The Hussar raids are coming in. Leary probably should wall this off if he can. This is a damaging raid to him. Elite Kip check is in. The Paladin are killing more villagers over there from Hera. The resources are unbelievable from Hera in the bank. As Leary is trying to kill this castle before the Siege Onagers are here, you kill that and you pack up. Time to go. Time to go, Leary.
Yeah, too bad he's not Japanese here, but he's baiting some of the Siege Onager shots with the Kip checks, and his Trebs will survive. Still some really good raids from Hera behind this with those Hussars, it seems. And still, I've been feeling like Hera with the relics, with the setup, with the Civ even, should never be able to lose this game. But how long can you go? If this goes down to a game where the Slavs don't have anything but 4 relics for gold income, they can't make Siege Onagers anymore. And then the Cumans spam the Hussars faster.
Parthian Tactics was a huge tech here against the Halbs for the Kip checks as well. Elite Kip check and Parthian Tactics and you have an extremely mobile composition for Leary. You just have to make sure you're protecting the Trebs. Eco is still looking decent for him, 126 Vils. Hera has gotten rid of some of his villager population, or rather Leary has, and he's got a decent army balance now as he goes for a forward castle on the right side. He's trying to switch things up. He realizes those Trebs will take a long time to get over here. So he's going to try and take out the right side of Leary's eco as Leary pushes in on the left, and Leary's clearly distracted.
Yeah. Now, honestly, Dave, I think the biggest resource here is just going to be wood. And the fact that Hera has crop rotation for all those farms mean they'll last forever before reseeding. And Hera's chopping a lot of the wood. His onager cuts through the middle have disrupted that for Leary. So Leary's wood count is extremely low at the moment. So he's 20 farms behind, and he's making kip checks and halbs, which cost a lot of wood. So it's really going to be taxing when it comes to that resource.
Hera's got 6 on gold.
Yeah, that's fair point.
Is there not a... Okay, he's got the gold down there.
So that's
There's a gold on the left side as well that Leary's trying to take, obviously. And I think Leary has already mined the gold on the right. So long-term gold supply, we're getting to that conversation now of who has access to more. Obviously, with the 4 relics, it's going to look real nice for Hera. But if Leary has an additional pile when Hera runs out, that could be a difference maker.
Let's see Leary's micro there. Paladins snipe one of the onagers. Next onager will get sniped as well. Beautiful micro here from Leary.
How's the castle doing on the right side? We see this battle right here. The castle still being attacked by a Treb. Siege onagers rolling forward. The kip check micro has been great, but the number of paladins is no longer there.
And just one big shot away.
So Leary needs to snipe these down. It is Leary, though. Will he get hit?
Yeah, he's just not getting hit by these units. The Treb,
might kill the Trebs, but the Paladins weasel their way through the halbs. They just went right through the halbs, and Hera's going to get 1 Treb only. Siege onagers not finding the value that he thought they would.
Hera does save that Treb, though, with some repairs. The villagers couldn't do the job, and I'm beginning to go back to the raiding game. Hera needs to raid the right, but he needs to defend the left. Dude, this is ridiculous. Who could kill the other one faster right now?
Yeah, nice dodge of the attack round. The fact they're doing all of this on these high population games where they're being attacked on both sides is insane. The Paladin coming in, that's great damage from the Siege Onagers on the Paladin as well.
Oh, man, but in the end, you did lose a lot of Paladins. 1 Onager remains. The Trebs are there. The Trebs are the absolute MVPs right now. More Paladins coming in from Leary. He just repeats this cycle. Hera isn't raiding yet on the other side, but I think he will.
He's about to.
And there go those Hussars. That's so many Hussars. There are halbs to meet them. But Hera's lost another castle.
Well, Leary needs to make sure that he's constantly producing villagers. Maybe another town center on the left, right? Because Hera is going to kill them. After he deals with some of these halbs, Leary's still trying to counter this raid. Not enough halberdier there yet, though. And Hera attempting to push this back, but Leary's like a dog with a bone. He just won't let go over on this side. Hera's spamming in the Hussar and the Halberdier. He's at 69 farms right now. Leary's only on 31.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hera's just hoping for 2 Siege Onager shots, 1 Siege Onager shot. He knows his setup's the best long-term here. He just needs to stop this. There's what, 1 castle in the main eco of Leary, and Leary still is taking wood in questionable areas.
12 Siege Onagers in the queue, and Leary backs up. He's rolling away with the Trebs. He realizes he can't support it anymore. Down to 98 villagers, and Hera goes for another castle on the wood. Leary is constantly trying to react to all of these raids. 2 more town centers on the left. So I like that from Leary. He's shifting his eco, realizing it's not a good place to hold on the right side, but still, Hera's getting closer and closer to everything.
The thing is, the second you're no longer pushing, you're dead here. You're not at a point where you can stabilize. Now, I thought earlier this game would be over, but my expectation here is with Hera fully popped, he just goes to raid the wood, right? You don't even need the Hussars in defense right there. You can use your halbs with the 2 Siege Onagers, and you could just run right in. That wood is not far away here.
If Leary had already teched into Hussar, I think I might be able to believe, but he hasn't done it.
Yeah.
And he's 0 on gold right now.
Yeah, it's rough.
And his farming eco is not where it needs to be, but he's still fighting on. 164 population for him. Hera with 11 Siege Onagers in the queue. Resources still looking really solid. Leary's still keeping those Trebs alive. He's so good at that.
Yeah.
He's so good at it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's such a unique thing for a player to keep such good value from those Trebs. I would have never thought.
Think about Leary when you think about patience.
Agreed. Not with Trebs.
And he's rolling over to the other side, but that means he gives up this side.
Yeah. Again, crop rotation.
Oh, God, he goes in
for
on
so long. Oh, man.
Wow, how did he escape? Try that at home. Folks, try that at home.
Hera's probably thinking the same right now.
Yeah.
The Trebs make it over here.
This is what I'm talking about. Imagine this from Hera's POV. You just saw those Trebs on the other side, and suddenly they're killing your forward castle on the opposite end of the map. Kipchek's coming in, trying to snipe the siege onagers, and that's what happens when you actually land one. Fortunately, it wasn't the main army. Still great attack rounds there from Hera.
99 vills for Leary. He doesn't have any more in queue. Hera has 8,000 resources in the bank. He has all the position across the map where the other stones and golds are remaining. And I think Leary is fighting in desperation, not just for this game, but for the series, Dave. It might be a best of 9, but he will have none of his top picks remaining.
Oh, pick it.
This was the pick that was going to make or break it for him. This is going to be such a long road back for Leary if he loses this game.
Yeah, losing Kipchek numbers now. The villager count still around 100. Hasn't really decreased or increased in the last little bit. Paladin still coming out, but only 8 on gold from Leary. And it's right there. It's right there. And now the Trebs can't be protected. Leary will look back over on this side and see a bunch of dead trebuchet. He was so careful with them, but he lost track. Because of the pressure from Hera, Leary almost made it happen in this game from a position that Hera should probably never lose from, and he's not losing.
Yeah, Hera is going to be wiping the sweat off his brow after this one. Like, holy crap, I can't believe
How was this close?
40,000 more resources collected. Like, maybe just doing it for the viewers, but Hera has won 3 straight now. He is up 4-2 in his best of 9, and I'm really struggling to see reasons to be confident for Leary right now. It would have to be strats I've never seen him play. It would be with Civs. He rarely plays. I'd love to dress it up for you guys, but until I see Leary, prove me wrong, show me what he's got cooking up, it's going to be a tough road back to win 3 straight.
There was an event, for anyone who didn't watch it, Hanover, the Dream Hack. It was called the Grand Melee. And Leary in the Grand Finals was up 4-2 over Hera. Hera came back and won 5-4, and that was Hera's first ever LAN win. Was at the Grand Melee. That's where this all kind of started. And Leary has the opportunity to do the same thing to him. So if you look at it like that, the storyline would be crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean, and within the context of the draft, it would be even crazier, right? Because we've got some really unique civilizations remaining here for Leary. What a series so far. We will be right back. Game number 7. We'll see if Hera can close this out after a short break.
Tired of interruptions ruining your moment of peace? Discover true tranquility with the Hammer Bluetooth headphone Passion Voyage. With cutting-edge noise cancellation, immersive sound, and unmatched comfort in every note. Sounds like more Hammer.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 7, upcoming. It would be a hell of a storyline if Leary were to come back. But obviously,
crazy.
Up against the run of dominance that Hera has had recently, the 8 straight events, trying to make it number 9, it's going to be extremely tough, especially with the civs that you pointed out. However, if he wins the next game, does the doubt start creeping into Hera's mind?
I think the doubt starts creeping in after 2 games. Because if we look at this draft, I'll tell you why. Dravidian's still a really good fit for Leary. I'm thinking in terms of the whole comeback road. Dravidians is one of his top picks. It's one of the best civilizations on Citadel. And I think it's good to get that confidence back by going there. Hera, he has his top 2 available, I believe. He's got Malay Bengalis. And then he has Incas Tatars down there. But yeah, it would be Dravidians. You win there. And then the bottom 3 picks, you've got to win 2 games with Leary. That's the road we're looking at.
It's not really Leary's style, but Viper won with them.
Could work.
Hera won with them. Technically undefeated.
Yeah. Maybe Gots and make it messy on Sunburn.
Sunburn's the issue here.
Do you say that? Do you say that a lot? Being bald?
You got me, dude.
Is that why you wear a hat?
You got me, bro. That woodline kind of looks like your mustache, though.
I can't see the woodline anymore, so that doesn't even hurt me. Here we are, game number 7. Let's see if Hera can close this one out. And we are actually a few minutes in. The docs just came up. Leary playing as the Dravidians and Hera playing as the Malay. To your point, you need some confidence right now if you're Leary. This is a map that could work really well for him. And both civs actually just shine so brightly on this map.
Yeah, Hera playing as the Malay, able to hit those timings, but Leary with the Dravidians is going to have a much more impactful stretch once he gets to the feudal age, even if he's maybe a little bit slower. Just getting that extra 200 wood is huge. And you have to be careful with the Malay. Sometimes you go up a little bit too early, you get to the next stage, and you're like, oh, I went way earlier than I should have. I can't afford anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up getting more workers because of researching to the next stage or less, that takes time to bring in those extra resources. Yeah. And the Dravidians have the exact opposite problem. They instantly benefit when they make it to feudal. So I think early feudal is
villagers
the moment.
From Hera.
Malay.
He doesn't want a repeat of the Viper shenanigans.
Malay kan Malaysia, Bang, bro. Jangan salah. Malay di game Age of Empires 2 itu gajah mada, bro.
He's going to be taking in the food there as well. Leary, 2 fishing ships, 2 more on the way, and he's on the way to the feudal age. Hera, much faster to feudal, no surprise there. However, how many resources is he really going to have as he tries to sneak again?
Yeah,
is this for a dock or is this for a building?
I guess it depends on the direction he goes, but he did this against Vinch. Vinch also did it to him in the group stage.
Is this for like archery range again?
And then he also did this against Yo. It could actually be both. Remember, against Yo, he went forward dock, and then the villager just moved forward to build the archery range later on. So I wonder if Leary will be thinking about this, but Leary didn't see anything, and that villager's gone.
Yeah, Leary's missed the timing on that. He's going to come and check, because he saw the feudal age time from Hera. I mean, Hera could just be playing water. Leary will go for a second dock on that side. There could be a risk here. Like, if Hera goes for that archer range, gets scouted early by Leary, then Leary knows he can invest a little bit more on water and get the fish out there safely, and then have, like, a tower at home or something to protect himself.
Let's see the first hit here. Ooh, that was interesting. They were both feudal age hits, and Hera's actually losing the scout war ever so slightly, I believe.
I think it's going to be Leary that takes this.
That's huge!
No!
That's huge! If Leary doesn't see anything, if he goes forward, like a second dock, he might be thinking, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. I need to check the back of my base. So scouting is key here.
Yeah, and Hera doesn't have anything. I mean, Hera doesn't have any unit that he can use to get some information.
Don't run into
what
the
Leary is
TC,
doing.
bro.
It's a very weak scout. He's near the TC. He's not going to run into it. Hera garrisons just in case. Now he's trying to block with the villager. Leary just calmly moves around, and he doesn't see anything.
Where is she, by the way?
Anything.
Where is she?
She's in the back there.
Didn't he see that wood line?
No, he didn't.
He'll build it on the edge.
Ooh.
He'll build it on the edge. Trust me, I'm an expert at sneaky ranges.
That feels like a range that can be easily walled in if spotted, though.
But you know what's epic about this? Leary, seeing the barracks, thinks that this is a standard build. If you didn't see a barracks, you'd think that maybe that was, and like Hera built it on the other side, it'd be suspicious. But the timing seems normal here.
Watch the tree from Leary be chopped, and then that villager just be the worst lumberjack ever and go, oh, I called it too. I just thought it would go one tree further, and they would be able to see that. It's such a slight distance that he's missing on the fog of war. Leary clears up the fish, but
the thing is, it's like, did Leary watch? He did it twice, and he full
laki-laki gak ketahuan.
What's happening right now?
Forward base gak ketahuan.
He's full walling his base, so he can't.
Game berapa tadi? Game 2 apa game 3?
He can't even go back to check right now.
Kejadian terulang kembali ya.
This is disastrous.
He's walling this archer range in. He's going for full walls to keep himself safe. He doesn't know that the range is there. He's got skirmishers of his own, but they're going to go in the wrong
Does Hera see the wood line?
direction.
This is a little lucky. This is a little lucky. The fact he hasn't been spotted and the fact he's going to run directly to a lumber camp is pretty nuts.
Blacksmith here for Leary.
Leary's got a
Fishing
fish
ships
boom.
are there. Well, fish boom. He's got 4 fish, but I mean, it's still Dravidians, right? So it's still solid. Hera's got that 1 fire galley still alive. The villager, once it chops through that tree, it might be even dumber and go to the tree farther away.
It's so easy from our perspective, right? But I can't help but feel like if Leary hasn't seen a range, you gotta know.
Satu tile LOS,
This is the one
bro.
thing you
Satu
may be
tile.
critical of with Leary is
Oh,
he's not.
loft up.
He doesn't
Hilang.
always adapt to what his opponents have done before. Like he definitely goes in without that knowledge. We've seen it in like maybe Wandering Warriors Cup. We've seen it in other events. But he can always play
Archers
his game.
are here.
And Hera's like,
so
oh,
good. This is very nice.
And look at the skirms. The skirms are in the middle of the map, Dave. They were going forward. He doesn't have a defensive army. An absolute disaster for Leary. Oh, man.
Tower.
Fish boom, so he's got the
Panic
advantages
tower.
here. But, I mean, he loses 3 villagers immediately. Hera's
Taruh di
archers
bawahnya
didn't
tower.
even have to walk it.
Taruh
Like
di bawahnya
2
tower.
tiles before they
Asli,
were
taruh
already
di
in the
bawahnya
wood
tower.
eco from Leary. The tower
Yep.
goes up, the archers can just sit underneath. Leary's trying to save the
Jadi
weak ones. Good job
bagaimana
to save that
cara
man. He's gonna be
tower
able to
bekerja
save
di
this
Age of
guy too.
Empire
No,
itu
the archers snipe them and the skirmishers
atau
are
unit
here, so
defensif
Hera
yang
needs to
lainnya
sniper
itu
around that
nggak
tower.
bisa
This is
nyerang
really
di
impressive
bawahnya
stuff
secara
here from Hera
langsung.
to just sit under the tower and
Itu perlu
continue
teknologi.
firing away.
Di archernya tinggal duduk aja di bawah, nggak diserang sama
Is
tower.
hit on his side because Leary took down the dock, which was part of Hera's wall. So well played there. The skirmishers will clear this up. Hera's now off of gold, so this is not as easy as it was for Hera when he played up against
Leary's
Mr.
got
Yo.
6 fish.
Yeah.
Leary's got 6 fish. He's cleared the docks. He's at the back now. Little counter raid here from Leary. How did he even get through there?
Right around the dock. He took out that dock, went through, and when Yo was playing, Yo had 0 army, and he had no counter damage. This is now the problem
This isn't over.
of when you go forward range.
Yeah, this isn't over. Hera got some really good damage there, but we look at the resources. It's not too far away. Leary's going to snipe another villager. He's keeping himself in the game, and if he can deal with this stuff back here, which he still hasn't seen, then he can expand on his fish boom and try and get up to Castle Age at a relatively similar time.
Well, the tower being up is pretty nice because that helps you with your gold, and you can stay on the golds and make a couple more archers.
Wall in the forward. It's so easy to wall it in if
He's
you
gonna
scout
check.
it. He's going to check, but by the time he gets back there, there'll be scouts.
There'll be scouts, yep. It's funny, though. Hera kind of needs scouts from home more than anything. Like, you need scouts from home to clear the forward skirms. And there are the forward skirms. Hera probably surprised by the numbers because he wasn't expecting Leary to send everything forward.
It's an awkward situation for him. All his reinforcements that he's going to make are going to be forward.
And there go the scouts from Hera with the archers to the wood line, passing that wood line now to the berries. Hera has to leave. Leary has to leave. Now Leary needs to punish.
Skirmishers are going to die, though, at home. Skirmishers are going to die. There's still an archer there.
This is super annoying for Hera. He hasn't dropped the tower. It's not easy to fight off, and Hera will drop a stable from home. So it's the forward stable in archery range, and now it's a defensive stable in archery range.
It's a double stable in feudal for Malay. Not something you see very often, and also, huge investment without the fish. Hera has to do this with farms. Leary's got 8 fishing ships. Resources collected, getting awfully similar now, as Leary's still hard focusing those skirmishers, denying Hera off of that gold, but he's got problems at home. However, Leary advancing into the scouts and taking out some of those archers, making his spearmen a little bit better to counteract this.
What a sick job from Leary
it's
to
amazing.
defend from this position. Obviously losing, 3 in a row up before this. The sneak completely caught him off guard.
He still hasn't seen one of those buildings, I think. Like
not even a house?
No.
Why did he go back to the wood? That's where your villagers died before.
Good memories?
No, they don't have good memories. If they went back to the woodline,
they're like goldfish.
They have horrible memories. That was scrubbed from history, apparently, because they are repeating it. Oh, man.
Another archery range for Leary. Resources looking solid to click up, but, I mean, still harassment at the back constantly. The scouts from Hera trying to cut off these skirms so that Leary doesn't snipe his archers, and the forces are still building. A couple skirms went down there, but the scout does as well. Leary now pulls the villagers off of the wood line. We'll see if they remember to stay away from that. And Leary's on the way to Castle Age. I can't believe he actually is. Can't believe he's in this position.
These two have something in them where they hate outposts.
Yep.
It needs to be a discussion. Not a single outpost.
Like later in the game, they love it.
Ethiopians earlier, right? Like it just, later in the game, they tend to do it. It feels like in this type of game, having that extra vision would be very helpful. But the walls finally happened, Dave. And Hera is not even close to clicking up the castle age. He's getting armor from Malay scouts, and he's going to continue producing here.
Okay, so Spearman will go down. And the skirmishers will chase the army away temporarily. There is quite a bit of an army here for Leary, so I'm not certain that Hera can push him with that tower. And now with the walls, it's actually a difficult position to do damage at. And you kind of feel a little bit of pressure if you're Hera, because you know he has the fish. You know you've taken losses at home.
I would love, now that the walls are up, I think the best play for Leary is use your archers forward here. You don't want to waste any time. You can maybe defend with walls and skirms. If you can get forward with those archers with crossbowmen before Hera's up, you could, I mean, it's Leary. He could just win the game and get the momentum that he's been looking for, that we know he needs.
I think he's thinking about it, but he still doesn't want to leave this army behind him.
Yeah.
Even though it's way out of position, he wants to kill it. He wants to get rid of it.
Hera wants to click up. This army could be upgraded soon. That market needs to be finished.
I think...
Is this a trap right now? Is that the attempt here?
That's Leary's trying to go behind. He thought that Hera wouldn't hard commit to that market. He kind of is now. The villagers hit it a couple more times, so it should have enough HP, and the skirmishers come in. Hera's there with the scouts. The scouts have the armor upgrade on them. They dive against the skirmishers. The skirmishers are working away on the archers, but don't get full hits. And Leary just loses all of the skirmishers in exchange for one archer.
That's insane value. That's insane
Crazy value from Hera.
That was what, 8 skirms? And 1 scout
Something
went
like
down?
that,
Maybe 2?
Yep.
Yeah, really well played. Now, Leary's still in a great position. Leary's in castle age faster. He's on crossbowman here.
10 fishing ships.
But Hera is super happy to be losing this army here. He's not losing his own eco.
Yep.
The forward buildings are paying off again, and just the fact that they're essentially distracting the entire army from Leary.
I mean, if I'm Leary here, I want to come and wall that stuff in at the south. There's still a risk there, like
so
a couple
much.
Malay elephant. It's a couple walls in between the woodlines. There's 2 woodlines there.
Yeah.
The scouts are gonna pick a villager. Don't get a second one.
Well,
that guy somehow survives, and now Leary can push forward with a siege workshop, and Hera will need something against that. This woman is still alive.
Freaking woman, dude. She gonna dock?
She's gonna try and dock. There's a dock right there from Leary.
Yeah, so that's hilarious that he's trying to dock the exact same
It's a good dock spot.
Yeah.
And he's weak. Oh, God.
I think Leary noticed that.
He did. He's trying to get away.
He needs to send some help, because if that dock goes up,
I think he's going to send a galley. I think he's going to send a galley over to try and snipe her. He's going to distract her a little bit with the guy, and then send a galley over to snipe.
He's looking for her.
Hera, now noticing that the villager is very weak from Leary, will come over, but it's a trap.
Well, does he die, though?
It's a trap. That has Bodkin, that galley. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. No, he's 100% fine.
Okay. Well, there's
She's
the
dead.
crossbow.
Okay, well, she caused a lot of problems this game, so Leary must be pretty happy that she's gone. Game temporarily paused. Little water drink there as a armored elephant will be making its way towards Hera's base. The crossbows are going to be in. We know what Leary can do in the middle of someone's eco with crossbows.
Yeah. Maybe like a 3-second mental reset as well as that little sip of water there,
like,
right?
okay, I survived.
Just to think, like, for an extra second.
Leary tries to go for a sneak dock in the north as the crossbows are still fighting up against the skirms, and it's an elephant here from Hera
Love
to
the
deal
pressure.
with the armored elephant.
Love the pressure. This is really nice from Leary. I think he needs to be close to that siege. You don't want to get separated here from that siege. And this is perfect for Dravidians. He's on 2 TCs. He will kill his own elephant, but Mangonel crossbow is the perfect composition for the Dravidians.
Yeah, great timing on the second armor upgrade from Hera on those skirmishers. I think a lot of people would have tried to make do with just the first one, but against Leary, you need that second one. I also think Leary denied a dock attempt in the north from Hera. He's chasing something there with his ships, but he actually tried to get one. North of Hera's base, he snuck a villager all the way over that.
Yeah, villager died up there. We'll see. I think this is the exact spot you would have wanted to be in with the Dravidians, isn't it?
Hey, gotcha.
Not all the early stuff is not what you would have wanted, but you want crossbow Mangonel with a nice little fish boom. Absolutely. And Hera, is trying to rely on these cheap elephants. Let's see if they're good enough. They're slow, but they're tanky, and they are cheap for the Malay.
Yep. That mangonel will go down. So the elephants got value.
Yep.
But still, there's 2 mangonels coming behind. Crossbows as well. Double TC for Leary. 3rd town center on the way for Hera. Resources collected. Over 1,000 more for Leary. We just need the timings from him. And the Imperial Age timing is going to be sick.
This is also what we're seeing here is why Leary, like there are instances where we want him to be more aggressive, but he is so good with his army that if he just keeps it alive, he knows he's going to beat you in it.
Like, if you take me back 10 minutes ago and showed me the archers showing up on the wood line and then told us we were in this position, I wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, agreed.
I just absolutely would not believe you. That was such a moment there. This is why we needed to wall this stuff in.
It's not
because it's a
something,
problem.
It's not something he's really used to facing up against, right? The sneaks and such, certainly on a map like this. And Hera realized he had some opportunities. That's really good value.
Rambling kaca, guys.
You'll lose skirms, obviously. But those elephants in the back, that's a pain right now for Leary.
I knew there was going to be elephants coming. Staple, dude.
Dave is saying this as someone who has had sneak villagers in his eco before. just
I can feel the pain.
The sound of frustration.
And Leary's not even like investigating it at all.
Well, I think something that was smart there was Leary, while he was dealing with that, brought everything back from the middle. Because very quickly that can turn around.
Yeah, and if you're going imp anyway, you're going to show up with that bracer timing and going to be able to snipe all of the units from Hera for free, essentially.
Hera's eco's flying now.
It is.
But he needs some time. So he needs some good engagements. If he gets those engagements, he could stabilize this.
I mean, he could still be up not too far behind Leary. He's not going to beat him to Imperial Age, but with this economy, with Malay, you could have a competitive imp time.
Oh man,
he's
the dancing,
so
the micro.
much with the skirmishers.
The micro.
Gets the hit uphill, snipes the mangonel. Great micro there from Hera as Leary tries to push forward. He really wants that forward castle
pop out
position.
the front, pops out the side. Nice shot there from Leary. Yeah, if you pop out the front there, you could actually lose your mangonel instantly to the splash damage. So just off the diagonal there. And that's still there, but I don't think that'll do too much for Hera for now. And a castle in the middle now for Leary.
Castle in the middle for Leary. It's not as far forward as he might have liked, but it's still a good position. Hera just kind of gearing up towards Imperial Age. 76 villagers for him. Res collected, only 1,000 ahead for Leary, even with the fish boom. And no one has stretched out for that middle area. No one has grabbed the relics on this map, although I'd love to see Leary start to think about that. He's got 1 monk on the field.
Oh, man, that was a really quick shot to the side there from Leary.
Bam!
They'll trade 1 for 1. That's fine. A small detail, Leary has ships patrolled on all the crossings to get to the middle, on Hera's side and elsewhere. So he knows that Hera can't go there. He would spot that on the mini-map.
That's how he found the dock villager in the north.
Yeah, really smart thinking. Imp is about to be in. 30 seconds. Hera still hasn't clicked. So Malay have the potential to recover. I think economically it's going to be close, but the military count from Leary seems like it could be enough to take us to the next game.
There's nothing on stone from Hera.
Yeah, true. Nothing on stone from Leary either, but he has a castle.
Like, bombard cannons should be good, but I would love a castle. Would love traps as well.
Hera's got to be
Hera don't run into that. He dodges right past it. Goes for the attack, somehow doesn't do any damage with that one at all.
Oh man, that micro is sick for both.
Leary
actually,
has
one more shot.
Alive. One more shot here doesn't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Mangonels don't even count with these two. They should just agree to not make them. We know they're not going to hit unless it's Siege Onager after 25 shots. Yeah, it's true.
I think they like to split.
Yeah, well, upgrades are in now for Leary, so the Mangonels are going to be so much weaker than they already were. And the crossbow count and skirmisher count is deadly. Dravidian skirms also fire faster here. So good luck to Hera trying to navigate this one.
I don't know about pushing through this north area. Shouldn't you just push down the middle through the palisade gates? It's kind of weird to go in through the north, right? There's a Treb sitting right near that Imperial Age TC as well, but it's Malay. If it was any other Civ, I'd be concerned. But with Malay, Imperial Age comes in so quickly. Hera's going to reach. Leary won't have this bracer advantage for very much longer. And
oh man,
nice shot dari Leary tadi dapat satu
trades. His army can advance forward. Hera hasn't even clicked his upgrades.
GG?
He did click.
Is that GG?
And it's GG.
Leary comes back from that? From the archers showing up in his woodline?
Dude, it just felt inevitable when the archers went in. But Leary's immediate counterattack was the solution, and he always had the fish behind. We are not finished, folks. 4-3, best of 5. This would be an incredible story for Leary. We now need to dive into the weeds of the civilizations, but we've seen Teutons played before. We've seen Magyars or Goths be tricky in tournaments before. There are chances.
If he makes this run with these civs,
this would be crazy.
It's going to be historic.
Yeah.
Historic. Now, Hera won't want that to happen, obviously. He wants to take the title for himself of most consecutive S-tier victories at 9. But Leary's got some fight left in him. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest opening for him at all, as we are informed that our next map is going to be Sunburn.
Okay.
Sunburn.
Goss? Maybe?
I'd need to see the draft again.
Or Goss?
I think Goths I like a lot if you can send villagers forward and benefit from laming. You can justify that on Sunburn because there's only one boar, which they'll probably take, and then they have to rely so heavily on deer. So on one boar maps, getting lamed hurts you more. So for that reason, Goths could work. I also wouldn't mind Magyars because there's lots of reasons to expand to the outer resources on Sunburn. But, you know, Hera, I think he's saving his best civilization. I think he's saving his best map for last. I think he has bypass in mind for game number 9 if we get there, where he's likely to go Bengalis. And I would guess that that is Bengalis versus Teutons if we get there.
Is this the worst Civ matchups? If Bengalis isn't played, is it the worst Civ matchups for Goths? I don't think it's that rough. Is it Incas?
You know what? You know what Hera could also do here, and I'm really surprised we haven't seen it? The fast castle into a castle drop phosphorus style builds where you're like 21 pop.
With Bengalis?
With Bengalis, it's insane. I think it actually kills everything. I had some conversations with some other players.
But if it doesn't, then you're looking at bypass with Incas and...
Yeah, exactly.
So
you don't want to take that risk, I think. Yeah. You could actually do a similar thing on bypass. You know, drop the castle, go for the Ratha, go for the monks. So I don't think we see the risk. I think Tatars could be kind of nice with the extra food on the sheep. It's a comfort pick for Hera. He picked it higher. I would say he goes Tatars. And maybe it's Tatars Magyars or Tatars Goths.
Oh boy. Game 8 coming up. Game 8, and the series always goes long between the two of them. I think there was a long period of time where it would always go to Game 7 or Game 9 pretty consistently. We have no break here. We're just right in to game number 8 at Noble Apartment Cup. We've got Sunburn, and it's Hera playing as the Incas, and it's Leary playing as the Goths.
Okay, so boars were brought in. They're just pushing their reds here. We've seen a lot of towers on this map, and we've seen a lot of man-at-arms with that. I think Doubt went for militia. ACCM went for militia. The stone and the golds can generate on either side of the map, so most of the gold is over on the left there for Leary, and then most of the gold is... Well, you got options on either side.
One on the right, 2 on the left for him.
Yeah.
And then 1 on the right, 2 on the left for Leary.
If anything, I think berries is the better push, because the one that's closer is always taken.
Yeah.
And you're always taking berries early.
Yep. But no laming villager forward from Leary. So he's just going to play the standard. Goth Hunt does last longer, which is a great bonus. The Inca's only eco bonus really here is the fact that their houses cover 10 population instead of 5.
And the llama. Don't forget about the llama.
Oh, the llama. I always, you know what? You know why I forget about it? Because I instantly kill it at the beginning of the
Okay, well, Hera has saved his llama. I guess he has a little bit more respect for the llama. But, yeah, would think that something that could be really strong here is Spearman Skirmisher with Incas. It's tricky against Man-at-Arms, but their trash units are super cheap. And we've seen Spearman Skirmisher with Lithuanians before.
What if Leary just goes mass Men-at-Arms?
You have to micro your skirms like your life depends on it. But it's actually doable. Because if you get to 10 skirms, they're faster than Man-at-Arms, and you can hit and run them a little bit. But yeah, it's risky against Goths. So maybe he goes Archer or something instead.
Eagle is looking around the side. Leary wants to scout, so he just ends up shooting that zebra instead of pushing it in towards his town center, and he's going forward. So he's going to go get some information on what's going on over on the other side, trying to drop food so he can go up. 7 seconds of idle TC, not the end of the world. And he's on the way to the feudal age. So is Hera here. Game number 8, such an interesting Civ matchup. The question is more, what is Leary's approach? I think he's going to be the one that's really dictating the game, and Hera's just going to be adapting and responding to him.
I think it could also be Spearman Skirmisher, as weird as it sounds.
Yep.
But then you get worried long-term against Eagles.
No loom.
Can we see...
Yeah, I don't know if no loom is a great idea on such a close map.
A little greedy, but he probably feels like he's close enough to the TC. 3 villagers on either berry bush, so he can fight back 1 scout. I don't mind it too much if you do that. I want to see Hera scouting, though. There's a chance he hasn't scouted the left of his base at all. So Hera's own scouting. Okay, so he does know about the stone and gold. That's important. I wasn't certain he knew about that. He doesn't know that Leary's has most of his gold in the left,
okay, Leary,
and that Leary's
taking
loom. It.
Check for loom. I don't know if he's done the drive-by check, but the barracks goes up. He sees what side it's on, and Leary will be going for militia on this side. So it's going to be a men-at-arms style of approach as he goes on to more gold. And we might see extended men-at-arms. There's an archer range on the way from Hera. He hasn't extended out towards the gold yet, and he hasn't seen the militia yet from Leary, so he still doesn't know what it is.
Look at Hera try and get as much value. The eagle actually attacks a little bit slower.
He's waiting for the
spear.
spear.
So if you hit and run like that, it buys you a little bit more time as well.
Leary's going to kill it, though.
Leary gets the kill.
That's really, really nice, especially if Leary only shows the range to Hera's spearman. He doesn't show the militia. He's going all the way on the right side. Look at the way he's hiding those. He just looped around, and Leary is only going to reveal the archery range to Hera's spearman. The eagle is obviously dead. I'm not certain that there's anything that those militia can immediately hit, but it's going to be a surprise, that's for sure.
Man-at-arms is late.
Ooh, he's making the blacksmith.
Hera's going to make the blacksmith there. So, yeah, Hera's eagle down. Can we see it? Leary bringing this back to a game number 9.
Still got the scout alive.
All the odds are stacked against him, and here he is with man-at-arms. Hera's got to get out of here, man.
Yeah, Hera needs to be really, really careful around these berries. He's still fighting with the villagers. The TC is right there. He's got villagers on the other side, which I didn't notice immediately. I think he can escape with those, but the blacksmith is delayed, so no fletching. No fletching for the skirmishers, and skirmishers are now coming out here from Leary.
Yeah, so again, spears, skirms. Makes sense. It almost doesn't feel natural to go for a unit that does 1 damage against man-at-arms, but when you can make so many of them, and when the natural follow-up to the man-at-arms is going to be archers and skirms, it is really your only option as the Incas. You can't make scouts, for example. Big fight here. I kind of like it from Leary. Just get whatever damage he can.
Yeah, Hera's going to lose 2 wrong here. Hera's going to lose multiple villagers here. 2 villagers already dead.
That's
the men-at-arms chasing some more. The scout is still there. Hera's going to try and quick wall these potentially. That guy is extremely weak, and he is going to go down unless the skirmishers can kill it, and they do.
Wow, nice save, but I mean, still nice value. 2 villager kills there from Leary. His ecos looked really smooth compared to Hera's. I guess it's actually fairly similar. They both had some idle time, but it's going to be a skirm war now. They both have 5 skirms, and this comes down to the micro game. I mean, I said it before. I don't think Hera was hugely concerned after losing the previous game because of the draft. Right now, you lose 2 vills. This is where the doubt starts.
More men-at-arms.
This is where you get worried.
More men-at-arms for Leary. They're cheap. He's Goss, right? It's worth a try, and I think Hera's going to be really nervous about making archers into the amount of skirms he's seen, and Hera doesn't want to go out to gold either, so men-at-arms could be a play. We'll see if he decides to try and go after the skirms with them, or if he tries to hit the other side with the men-at-arms.
Yeah, you probably need the army together.
Yeah, he's going to the other side.
But this is reaching the point where Hera might want to go to gold. And if Leary doesn't see vills on gold, then he probably will double-check on that other side. Actually, does he have?
No. He's got the 2 men-at-arms on the other side.
Over there?
Yeah. He's trying to be sneaky, but Hera hasn't gone out for anything yet.
Okay.
Because Hera's keeping it all on the right side. He might just be going out soon. There's a villager making a house. Still trying to push in on this side. Leary hasn't revealed the men-at-arms to Hera. The infantry has been a surprise all game. And now he just walks a little bit too close.
Those man-at-arms just got a call. They're like, yo, you went to the wrong side. We need you over here.
The wrong address.
Nice micro from both. Both players have fletching now. Hera's going to be happy with this so far because in early Castle Age, Eagles are an option for him. He's also disrupting the eco from Leary. Leary's got some weak skirms in the group. Hera's getting some good snipes. He has the healthier skirm count. And the villager will probably survive. But still, you're off the berries now. You have to rely heavily on farms and full map control from Hera.
Well, there wasn't much food left on the berries over there,
That's
right?
True. That's
so he was going to abandon them anyway, and I doubt he was stretching forward for the other ones, but it's still great map control here from Hera. If Leary lets him sit, even though it's kind of within range of the TC, Hera can snipe all those farms. He can prevent them from working just by attacking them, and it's going to be a difficult position. Hera's got an insane farming eco behind this. Horse Collar already in 15 farms for him and another archery range. So it's just, what, all in skirms?
All in skirms. The opponent goes infantry, and then you just make slingers out of the range. Other civs have to worry about going heavy range units against Goths.
Infantry armor upgrade. And Hera is perfectly content to just sit in his little hatch over here.
Yeah. Well, what just happened the last 3 minutes? He invested in the man-at-arms, didn't have them in front of his skirms, lost all of his skirms, and Hera has been able to use all this time. So the risk from Leary to go to the left side didn't pan out. And now as Leary goes to the right side, here comes Hera, and Hera could find a lot of ills on the berries there.
If he sees it. If he sees it.
Oh,
he saw Bill. He saw the bucket of the forager. The men-at-arms are now coming in.
Oh, man.
With the skirmishers at Hera's house, but he's already killed a villager, and this might force Leary forward towards Hera. It might even force him into like a tower on the other side or something weird. This game might get crazy as the men-at-arms are trying to push the skirmishers. Really, really difficult to take that fight. Really difficult to kill them, though, if you're Hera, and you're still being idled off some farms.
Yeah, Hera says, I'll just make more skirms. That is what I will do. And he's doing that at home. He is dropping a tower in a panic. We have Leary dropping a tower here, so this is a defensive tower from Hera. The forward skirms are coming back home, microing down the man-at-arms, and the tower should go up for Hera. Still 18 military, but Leary just piling on the pressure, Dave. This is what we said. He's got to make it messy, because if it's not messy, Hera's probably going to win this series.
This feels like what he needed to do, but it's a really good response from Hera.
Vils could be trapped in there from Leary.
He's running. Hera's trying to trap him in. He's really trying to trap him in. Leary might lose one, but he gets away with the rest. Skirmisher's still working away on Hera's Vils. He can't attack that tower. More farms coming up from him. Good eco here from Hera, but Leary's still 21 on food. I want to know how many of those are actually on the berries. It's quite a few.
This is the problem, Dave. There's too many skirms. The window for the man-at-arms has closed. It's a two-shot situation now for these 21 skirms, and Hera's food eco is insane. He just needs to go to gold, and he's on his way to Castle Age. You need more damage right now if you're Leary.
He's trying to take out the archery ranges with the men-at-arms, and that one's actually burning, but the skirmishers rotate over here. The men-at-arms are keeping the skirmishers penned in, but the question is for how long? Really, as Leary now goes out to stone, thinking about maybe another tower, or thinking about Castle Age at some point. I'd love to see a market from him. I think he needs the timing advantage over here. I'm not certain that he can ever get it.
Yeah,
just now Hera goes out to the gold.
It just feels like a really non-Leary position to be in. The man-at-arms, the skirms, the forward tower. And I think proof of that is he's just now gone to stone after building the forward one. So now he has to wait a little bit.
27 skirmishers. 27 skirmishers here.
Which, again, any other civ, you do that against Goths, you're asking for trouble against Huskarls, but you don't have to worry about that if you have the slinger available.
I mean, if Leary ever gets up to Castle Age and Hera's not immediately doing damage to him, you're kind of worried about them at that point.
I will say this. There have been multiple instances in this series where I'm expecting Hera to just counterattack and kill, and he's happy to chill at home. If those skirms go to Leary's base right now, Leary's cooked. Like, that tower would have never been up.
Yeah.
He's got it up now. He's on stone. He can click up to castle.
He's chasing the men-at-arms instead, and Leary is actually on the way up to the Castle Age first. He's got a few villagers on stone, but nowhere near the amount that you need for a castle. It'll probably be like a siege workshop or something like that. I don't even know if, like, he's adding the stable, but I don't even know if knights are going to be able to do anything against that many skirms.
It's a lot of skirms.
Yeah, like, one knight is going to mean nothing to those. 5 knights, maybe?
Yeah, and Hera has his skirms over on this side. There's no army over here, so now he'll chip away at these Vils. The Vils are still weak from before as well. Hera will know that. He has more than enough skirms for either side. So Leary will come over to defend
Belum ya,
from
finalnya
this.
belum selesai.
And now Hera says,
Belum
okay,
selesai, masih 4-3.
I go forward on the right, but he runs into the tower.
Tower was on time because he didn't push forward with the skirmishers. Still 32 skirmishers.
Dude, this is, can you imagine the palm sweaty mom spaghetti moment for Hera if he actually loses this? He has played this like he just completely has got the better civ, like he's so much confidence in himself. But to lose this, man, that would be crazy going into game 9.
Skirmishers pushing forward from Leary. Who knew this was just a skirmisher map? So we're back and forth, and it's actually scouts being added in before he gets to Castle Age. So Leary at least will have some units to scare those skirmishers away.
Dude, like, he'll have 3 scouts with armor. Hera is also can't run immediately back home.
Yeah, he's in a weird position
because the
over there.
tower's there.
He's in a really weird
Press
position.
war,
He can't
Pak.
take the fight with just 3
Press
scouts.
unit
Yeah,
perangnya.
that's too many skirmishers. But if he adds in like 2 more knights and Hera's still over here, could be potential. I think Leary goes for a siege workshop on the left side of his base.
Has to be. Because this matchup doesn't get any easier for you. Inca units are still really cheap. They've got way better options. They've got the slingers, they've got the crossbows, they've got the pikes, the cameos, the monks.
Look at Hera's resources.
Fast imp skirm?
No. It can't be. Okay, there we go. Now he's spending them. We just had a hint of something as he was going up to the Castle Age. He had half the resources he needed to go in when he goes for the university, for ballistics. And it's just going to be skirmisher, skirmisher, skirmisher from Hera.
There was so much time to use these skirms in Feudal Age.
Saw the siege workshop. No surprise there.
Over here, Hera could run into knights. On the left, Hera could run into siege. This could go horribly, horribly wrong. His population could just disappear here soon.
Yeah, he's gonna have to have a follow-up plan just in case. Just in case he runs into the siege. Miss Micros against the Knights could be a problem, right? Double stable there for Leary. Bloodlines is on the way for Leary as he masses up the Knights behind.
Hera is giving no respect to the Knights at all here. He says, I don't think you can get enough of them. I don't think you can get enough upgrades to deal with my skirms.
I mean, there's an argument to not even respect the TC, but now you have to respect the Knights because you just saw how many were sitting there. So he's gonna move away. He's waiting for ballistics, which should help a ton. And Leary trying to find a good engagement against this. Ballistics could actually end up in some cav death.
I'd love to see Leary. Like, clearly Hera's not going to get closer again. Just send your Knights to Hera's Eco, see what you can find. Unless you can kill this. If you can kill this right now, obviously you go for it.
That told Leary that Hera has ballistics.
Yep.
Just hit with that last volley. He's going to stay as far away from these skirmishers as possible. He's coming in from 3 separate angles, and he sends the light cav forward instead to find some damage. There's none to be found over on that side, and it's a second barracks now from Hera. So it's skirmisher, spearmen, Incas spending less food on all these units. I wonder how much food he's actually saved on this army.
If you have ever heard a pro player say Incas are busted, the amount of military that Hera has right now is why. The units are so cheap. Hera hasn't cut any corners with his economy either. And he's playing well, but is still wondering, can he defend both sides here? And has he made too many skirmishers? Still no pikemen?
Leary dodges it with the Scorpion and with his own Mangonel. I don't think he can dodge this one. Harris should be able to kill it, and he does. The Knights are coming in. That Mangonel should be dead, but the Scorpion goes down. Meanwhile, the Skirm Armada is over on the other side, box formation style, heading into Leary's base.
Hera panicking. He queued up some militia, has to cancel them. Pikeman upgrade. Pikeman upgrade with these Skirms is needed right now. Leary knows about that. By the way, another game where Mangonels basically do nothing with these two because they're so good at avoiding it.
Even against Skirm.
This is +2 armor Knights. If you engage against the Pikes before their... the spears before their pikemen, Hera could lose all the skirmishers here. Leary.
And the light cav are coming from behind. Ooh, this could be really good. When those skirmisher numbers start to fall, no longer can take really good engagements against the Knights because of sheer numbers. Hera also wasting a few volleys on that Knight that Leary was dodging around with. The skirmishers are slowly being whittled down. This is one force maybe cleared.
Trap, gate.
He's trying to trap before the pikemen get there, but the skirmishers are too many. The villagers just die. And the pikemen are here, so he can no longer engage with those Knights. Still, a decent fight there for Leary to push those away temporarily. He also has almost 500 stone.
It's kind of funny because the Goths are being out-spammed right now.
Castle right there if you clear that Mangonel. There's a forward town center from Hera.
What?
great.
I guess
di bawah tower anjir.
But forward town center from Hera, I guess because he maybe wants a little bit more control.
Big castle energy incoming here from Leary. I can feel it. Big castle energy on the front side of Hera's base.
You have to.
Hera doesn't have the stone.
You have
Leary
to.
is 100 stone away. He's 100 stone away. He's controlling that area. He's got a mangonel there. I want to see the villagers come forward. You have to do something.
You have to. You have to
Wah,
do
castle
it.
terbagus ya, bener sih.
Completely off
Itu ada goal soalnya.
So
Denied,
those are
bro.
probably going to go down.
Kalau ada castle
Hera's
di
looking
depan,
back
denied,
over now.
bro.
A castle potentially for the tournament.
Well, maybe he's only seen skirmisher pike.
And the
So he
skirms are
might
over here.
think defensive. Hello, militia. He might think
Defensive.
Ada militia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Ada
I'm not
militia.
loving it because of the potential of Slinger, but also there's a lot of siege out there. So maybe it actually works out.
Their timings are so on point. Like, Leary shoots in the middle because he knows if he shoots where he thinks Hera's going to split, Hera's just going to move away at the last
They
second.
predict 3 steps.
Yeah.
That's actually been why there's been some quote-unquote misplays in this tournament. This final, actually, between these two is because they're thinking 2 steps ahead. They know each other so well. Dave, the castle
got the stone for the
stone
castle.
is there.
He's got the stone for the castle.
And
Will he be able to do it? There's only 24 skirms now from Hera.
Only. that number somehow seems low.
Hera might drop a forward castle on Leary on the right side. Like, Leary needs to be careful. He's taking the stone over there.
Kameyux would just wreck Leary.
Oh, the mangonels are
There's
coming
the castle.
forward.
Loh, kok yang castle drop duluan
He
Hera.
splits around the mangonel shots. Leary gets 1.
He gets 1. He might get a second. He gets a
big
second.
shots! Here come the Knights!
Dude, the pikemen are behind. The mangonel micros needed here, though. Will this be the forward castle to keep Leary alive? He's falling further and further behind. Hera's just got so much military, though, blocking the way.
Oh, nice shot. Mangonel tadi BTW.
Still
Nice
has
shot.
enough stone for a castle. Wherever he can put it. The mangonel does go down. The conversions are coming
Dapat
in.
nggak?
That castle is
Dapat dong, dapat
is now gone. 78 villagers for Hera,
Castle is
51
up.
villagers for Leary. He's not fighting. He's not fighting. He's not fighting. Finally, engaging with the Knights, and it's just monks against pikemen. There's no castle. There's no options for Leary.
He clearly wants the forward castle, because if he didn't want the forward castle, he would have placed it already.
Beneran.
There he is. Can he get it up? This
All
would be crazy. He
for
needs this.
nothing
He
castle,
does
bro.
here.
All for nothing. All for nothing. Ini all for nothing. All for nothing.
He needs to make it messy. Hera's going to assume that this is coming when he sees the villager. Another TC behind from Leary.
Loh, dibalas castle.
There's 2 monks there. It feels like this is
Castle
all
dibalas castle, dibalas castle, dibalas lagi sama castle.
Hera's castle would probably go up as well, because he has the armored vills, but he could maybe take some losses.
Awas,
Mangonel
Mangonel,
hops out,
bam!
beautiful attack round from
Mahal.
Hera, and yet his castle will go up, meaning
Mahal.
he still has a castle on the front, taking out Leary's TC, and now, Dave, he can actually make Kameyux.
He can make Kameyux. He's got a ram coming out too, so he can mix that in with
Good
the
castle.
Kameyux and
Good
maybe in
castle.
with some petards as well. You can see Leary going for
This is Korea
petards as
1000,
Hera
jir.
adds now the 3rd town center. It's still 91 villagers for Hera, 55 villagers for Leary.
Mau ngomong
I think
gamenya Hera
in
tapi
Leary's
ntar yang
mind, he's thinking humans, he's
Tapi ntar
thinking
dibalikin sama
Persians,
Leary.
he's thinking about all these things that could
Game
have gone slightly
nge-swingnya cepet
differently
banget.
before this point. He needs to somehow find a way, but the game is stabilized massively, right? There's TCs everywhere, there's castles everywhere, there's counter units. It's really hard to be creative in this position. The only thing he can think of is petards. He takes out that castle. That's probably his best chance, because then the heart of Hera's eco is
Hera
still
has
open.
enough stone for another castle.
Wow.
It goes on the left side.
Wow.
He's been mining stone with a lot.
Wow.
He saved stone with the Incas. He's
Castle
just going to have
ketiga.
simply another castle.
Ya,
If Leary can't
castle-nya
deny
Incas
that,
diskon sih,
feels
to
like
be
Hera's
fair
going to
ya.
have unbreakable
Itu civilization
defense
bonusnya
with
Incas
also
ya.
a great
Civilization-nya
eco
Hera.
behind. Already somehow at
berapa persen ya?
101
Lupa aku.
villagers. Didn't feel like the type of game where we would get to 100 villagers, but
10,
Hera's somehow there.
15%.
Yep, Mangonel could deny this, maybe. Hera pulls the villagers back, knows where the shot will go.
Yes.
We'll
Plus
lose a couple
15%
vills here,
stone,
Dave, but
yes.
the Knight... Oh, hold on.
The Knights are coming over.
Diskonnya
The
15%
villagers are
lumayan lah.
weak. That Knight needs to be deleted. Pikeman now coming over for the Mangonel. Can Leary stall this castle out? He's
Needs a
still
house.
building those petards inside his existing castle. The villagers are no longer building this. Leary is killing a lot of villagers. Leary is killing a lot of vills on this castle. This is a last-ditch attempt. The Mangonel is gone, though. The Mangonel's gone. The castle's going to go up.
This is going to be so disheartening with the pathing. Yes, I knew the units wouldn't eject to the right because of the wood line. So he's got to almost eject it to the north and then shift them to the left. Very good chances these petards just go down. Hera's ramming on the right side. He's got a 40 villager lead. Can Leary be patient enough? You need 8 petards to take out a full HP castle.
He's got 1 TC.
Oh, he's petarding the Rams,
He's
too.
got 1 TC. He's petarding the Rams. He's being fired at by 2 castles.
It's over.
He doesn't have anything.
This is it.
He doesn't have anything. Hera is
over. GG. Hera lagi-lagi menang, dude.
And 9 consecutive S-tier events. He breaks the record. A hearty handshake between 2 friends in the community. Incredible job from Hera. 5-3 over Leary.
Yeah, honestly, with Hera's whole run, we've seen he has had better finals in terms of the peak moments. There were some games where you're expecting him to deliver immediate victory. And Leary's fight kept him in it, and there were some questions for Hera. But Hera's consistency is what separates him from everybody. And when you don't have that immediate kill that we might expect, because we know his peak, he's consistent. And I think a big part of this final was the draft and the approach.
Yeah.
Leary, I think, tried to spice it up a little bit with some picks. Didn't end up working out in the end.
Leary looked like he was at a level that was capable of beating Hera in a set, which we haven't seen in a while.
Yep.
However, the draft, the preparation maybe, maybe some jitters in the middle of the set, and it's those tiny little things building up to this entire best of 9 that really make the difference. Wonderful job from Hera. The micro was on point. The execution was on point. All tournament, the strategic choices were on point. He went aggressive against certain opponents. He went defensive against Leary twice. He had a very, very distinctive style against every single person that he played, and kind of developed the meta as well for this tournament. As we watch Hera coming out into the main lobby, we will have Dash bringing us an interview with our Nobles champion, Hera. Dash, take it away.
1790. Everybody, a big round of applause again here for your Noble Apartment Cup champion. It's none other than Hera. A hard-fought 5-3 series, my friend. You continue the era of Hera, and you pick up this beautiful trophy to boot. But I want your immediate reflection on this tournament, as it felt like one of the most competitive we've seen in some time. Felt like you were pushed in many ways, and yet you still managed to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the tournament was a really, really fun experience. I enjoyed playing it, and I think I did well start to finish, which I'm happy about. I do think there's a few things that I learned as well for next time and for future tournaments, which is always good. So overall, I would say it's
punya darah
experience, and really enjoyed it.
Hard to believe a guy like you has anything left to learn about this game, but we'll work through a bit of this series. Before we do so, I want to get your opinion on your opponent. Obviously, you and Leary so familiar with each other. I have to imagine there's a bittersweetness sometimes to taking down a guy like that. You know, how did you feel coming into this series, knowing that it would be up against him, that you would have to, you know, get this done?
Well, I was actually very happy that both of us made it to the finals. I was happy for him and happy for myself, of course. And I think his journey was also quite tough, but, you know, he showed himself as a very strong opponent throughout the entire tournament. As far as this one, yeah, I mean, obviously I take no extra pleasure beating Leary. I mean, we've been friends for like 10 plus years now, always competing and helping each other and whatnot. And I'm happy for the win, and also really happy for him. You know, getting a second place is definitely not a bad result. I feel like there were no losers walking out of that room today. And I just want to say big well played to him as well. It was a really tough series.
Heck yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about it, the approach you took to the series. I think one of the interesting things about moving to a best of 9, particularly in the format that we've had here at the tournament, is that it feels like the draft becomes more about which maps aren't going to be played, right? As opposed to which maps will be played, because ultimately so many of them from the pool will be chosen. So how did that, you know, maybe shift your approach specifically against Leary?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think in best of 9, it's a whole map mastery, and it was unfortunate because well, it was my fault. I feel like on some of the maps I didn't practice as much as I should have, and he really outplayed me on a couple, like namely Tidepool and not Citadel, and Pacific Islands. I think those ones you just, like, we can play them 10 times, you'll probably win them 10 times, and yeah, that's definitely something to learn for next time. But definitely in a best of 9, it's about knowing every map, and also knowing a bunch of civs on every map because of the random bans. which makes it like a very, very complete finals, which I enjoyed.
Right. Well, how about that? Because it did feel like, the admin bans were just sniping power pick after power pick after power pick. Were you afraid you were going to get shoved down onto something like Bulgarians of all things to try and win it?
Well, he landed on Gots and Teuton, so I mean, we were quite close to Bulgarians. Like the Bulgarian territory was really close.
Okay. Well, game number 1 here, High Tides, Persians, Lithuanians. I mean, right out the gate.
Bam! Itu dia. Demolition. Di game itu ada namanya demolition ship itu. Kapal kamikaze. Lihat, bam. Tenoheka Banzai, Banzai.
For you to ultimately take it.
I didn't feel like he was that far ahead. I think what I felt is that he's gonna have the initiative. And that's something that I was well aware of. As you can see, I'm building my base 0 expansion as of yet at minute 30. This is because I know I have to defend. So I knew he would have the initiative, and I was definitely very scared because I knew he had this bottom area, or he can choose basically top or bottom. So I was definitely worried, but I wouldn't say I was necessarily behind, just more like one mistake and I'm dead kind of situation.
Gotcha. Okay, so a precarious position to say the least.
Yeah.
You end up taking it 1-0 on kind of, I'll call it the neutral map, right? Because it's the one that neither of you picked, and that definitely sets you up well. From there, though, you're looking ahead towards Pacific Isles. With still so many different picks available, I think it's still pretty fair to say civs like Koreans and Armenians were likely to come out. But what was it about this map that Leary ultimately, I'd say this one felt like, as you mentioned, one of the ones where he sort of cruised to a victory of his own.
Yeah, this one, unfortunately, was not very close. I just feel like he had the better approach on all parts of the game. Like he played the galleys, which at first I was saying, okay, I don't care for the galleys. I want to get my economy rolling. But in the end, it was super annoying to have to deal with galleys on my shore, and yeah, he just knew exactly how to finish it. And as you can see, I have no advantage at any point. Like he's always one step ahead. And then as soon as he got Imperial Age shortly after me, I figured, you know, it's probably time to call it.
Yeah, interesting as this map does seem to be like the one in the entire pool that really revolves around naval control, right? And once one player gets, solid galley mass like this, even you desperately trying to get the docks up underneath the tower fire of the Koreans is a tough one to come out. So boom, we move to 1-1, and from there it's actually Leary who will take his first turn taking the lead in the series with the Berbers versus Khmer matchup. This Civ matchup left myself, T90 and Dave, everybody kind of a tide pool. Khmer, Berbers, I've never seen that. How do we evaluate it? What were you thinking as you loaded in here?
I wasn't too confident with the Khmer. This is my only good play of the game, actually, this strat. But I wasn't too confident with Khmer. I lost to Leary in a practice game, and he was playing as Khmer, so I figured there must be something there. But upon playing them myself, I just feel like it was super awkward, and I don't know. I didn't really know what I was doing in this game. I was kind of improvising, and I feel like he just got the better of me.
Fair enough. At this point, 3 games into a best of 9, I want to return to the idea of just the Civ draft and where you felt or how you felt about what tools you had left available, right? Because I think sometimes people just, they index into the score. Oh, Leary's up 2-1. Things are looking good. But for you as a player, you might be looking at it saying, actually, I see, 6 more winning matchups for me, and I'm very comfortable. Is that the case? Did you feel like everything at this point had pretty much gone to maybe expectation or to chalk?
Yeah, it's kind of what you said. I knew I had some Civ matchups that are not favorable, and I actually went to the non-favorable matchups first. Like this one was not favorable for me, so I did something weird and different, and that's kind of how I see things. Like in a best of 9, sometimes I have the Civ matchup, sometimes I have the the weaker matchup, and I have to play accordingly.
Okay, yeah. Ethiopians forward, Knights siege. Come on. Where was this an in-the-moment thing, or was this, as you said, you loaded in, you went, I got to go for something crazy, something he would never expect?
Yeah, exactly. I sent the Vil forward. I mean, this is very similar to the Winchester game. I don't want to let Japanese fish boom. If the viewers probably never seen Japanese fish boom on this map, but if they get like a 3-dock fish boom, they basically hard win, or at least hard get the initiative against any Civ in the game. So it's the idea is to prevent that. And honestly, his defense was really formidable, and I thought I threw around here, but luckily I was able to somehow like reel it back in.
I was rather impressed, right, with just his ability to keep you out of the walls initially, right? Buying some time, didn't lose too many villagers, but your tenacity and the amount of siege you built definitely bringing you, through the walls, dealing a bit of damage and extending the game. I think from there it becomes about map control, right? You get castles across the whole center of the map, and then more cleanly kind of transition into an army composition that the Ethiopians want. Shotel's versus two-handed swordsman is a fun one, though, to say the least.
Yeah, my comp is going to be Shotel, Heavy Scorpion with Torsion Engine, and that just sounds ridiculously OP against Japanese. So luckily for him, maybe he didn't want to let me get there. It was going to be very painful for him if I did get to that comp. But I feel like he did a good job of holding on the pressure despite the advantage I pulled ahead earlier.
All right, let's look ahead to game number 5, Arabia. It's a classic. You went back to the Mayans, the very Civ that you had killed the Viper with, I believe it was, in a lightning-fast fashion. And it did kind of feel like you needed to do the same thing here against a Vietnamese player who, if left to their own devices, getting to the Imperial Age, perhaps you run out of options. So was it a kill or be killed within 30 minutes kind of mindset for you?
That's kind of the case. I have a bit more time than that, but yeah, basically if I run out of gold, I lose against Vietnamese like 100%. So I just wanted to make sure I always kept the momentum, kept the lead, and I didn't want to go into a pure boom game. And I think here what happened was he over-invested into economy. Like 3 DC in both eco upgrades is very, very greedy. And maybe he underestimated the fact that I'd go for both Eagles and Archers. I was expecting him to play Skirm CA, which is why I went for both. In the end, it just worked out.
But in all fairness, you don't see the TCs yet.
No.
So why do you die? Like, this is one of those, you did this against Tato as well on the African Reed Beds game, where you take that risk of diving through a TC to find the damage. What gives you that confidence, especially against a player like Leary, who maybe would get those quick walls up, who maybe does have a massive units behind? You seem more willing than anyone else in the top 10 to make split-second decisions like that.
Yeah, if I have the better army, we're gonna fight. We're not gonna sit outside walls. We're gonna fight. That's what I feel like a lot of people will slip on. They make a lot of army and then they're playing really passive. But if I'm making the army, I'm fighting. Like where you can pick under your TC, no problem. We're gonna fight. And that's how I feel comfortable playing with the army advantage.
There you have it. It's a 22-minute victory there for Hera, moving back up into control of the series. Now on to enclosed. Slavs, humans. We kind of know what humans want to do, and it did feel like he almost got away with it in a sense, right? I don't know if you felt his Castle Age timing as he idled his TCs once he hit like 30 villagers. So he really only used the 2 TC advantage for about a minute or two, and then realized he himself needs to get up to castle to defend. Did you feel that timing coming from him?
That's insane. That's like perfect reaction from him, actually. I didn't even realize that was the case. I just realized he was really fast up. I was like, okay, this is like crazy. Luckily, I feel like I had okay damage, but I would say that's really, really well played from him to idle TC, to recognize what he had to do there.
Yeah, I mean, again, it felt like if you didn't maybe find those, whatever it was, 8 to 10 villager kills on the castle, that maybe he had gotten to the point of the Cuman's inevitability, but it did extend. And so now we move into a pretty extended game on a map that is, unwallable, let's say, but defendable in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, both civs lacking bracers, so the castles are never going to be just the most formidable structures.
Yeah.
Come on, talk to me about this moment. 4 mangonels popping out. What was going on in your head right here?
I was super surprised because I had decent scouting and I just had to try to hold on. But I was really surprised by that play, honestly.
Okay. I think this was an incredible centralized push from him. Of course, it was you who chose to open up the wood lines with the siege onager. At first, I was thinking, this is ingenious. He's just going to take all of the wood away from Leary. Like, just literally wipe the map of the wood lines. But it seemed like in some ways it gave him this opportunity to fight in a choke with good unit control. Did you feel at any point that this game was slipping a bit?
This should be a really easy matchup in Imperial Age, and I feel like I was choking a lot. I did feel it slipping at some point, but I looked at my Vil count and it was always healthy, so I figured, okay, I just got to slow down and reassess the situation. And ultimately, I think fighting in one spot with like 5-6 onagers was the play.
Yeah, we get to that point that you're talking about where regardless of his army composition, you have the agency to send some hussars forward and do some raiding while still holding fast. We see the expansions out to the right-hand side there, controlling the important resources. And all the while, I think the resource bank on your side is like what, at least as an observer, what gave us confidence that you had this one locked up. And so 4-2, relatively comfortable. Going back to the draft, was there any kind of curveball you felt that he had left to throw? Was there anything that was in your mind uncertain at this point?
I think this matchup here on Citadel was probably the last good civ he had, but my civ was also like top tier. So this was the last game I was truly worried about.
I've been saying all tournament long that I think Leary's the best Citadel player. Why? Because he just... Do you know? Can you pinpoint why it is that he's undefeated on this map?
I think he just understands how to play it perfectly. Like he understands how important water is, but he also understands how to win water every time. And despite all the nonsense that I was doing to try to get back on water, like from like 3 different angles, he didn't let me every single time. So he just has a really good way of locking down water, getting the fish boom advantage, and then never letting me come close to that ever again. And then also finishing it off with like a fast 10 push down the center. It's like, it's really hard to play against that.
Yeah, I will say, I kind of want like 2 more days of this map being played because I feel like the sneak meta is about to like turn a corner, right? We've seen a number of players try to get a villager into the back line when somebody else wins water and make things messy, and it's worked maybe here or there, and then it's been very close to working. And I think that's an interesting thing about Age of Empires in general, right? Is even while certain things can stay the same, player creativity is then forced to look for ways to break and change the meta on any map.
Of course, this is the thing. Like people think that the meta coming into a tournament is set in stone, but really the meta completely shifts throughout the tournament. So one guy will start with like fire galleys, then galleys would become the meta on water, and then sneak to counter galleys would become the meta, or like at least a viable option. And this is exactly what you mentioned, like player creativity and different options become stronger depending on what is the most popular strategy. And that is how meta shifts throughout the tournament.
Okay, from here, you have the map choice. There's only 2 remaining in the pool. You go for Sunburn, the least played map in the tournament. But as you mentioned, you felt like his best matchup remaining had just been played. Incas, Goths, walk me through this one because your military count in Feudal was insane.
I've never had that many scrims in a tournament. Like that was crazy. His men-at-arms caught me off guard, but I knew that I just want to mass as many scrims as possible. I've got slingers, so no threat, from Huskers or anything in Castle Age, and I just feel like if I can win the skirm fight, I'm in a good position.
All right, so I mean, from there, I think we'll watch it play out, but of course, you do take the victory in 5-3 fashion. You're going to close out 2024, still remaining atop the scene and the inaugural winner of the Noble Apartment Cup. How do you, at this point, reflect on your era of dominance, approaching now double-digit consecutive S-tier victories? Where do we go from here for Hera?
Okay, well, I can say firstly that 2024 has been by far the best Age of Empires 2 year of my life, like 100%. We actually managed to win every S-tier tournament in the year. And I feel like not only that, but on the content perspective, like the stream numbers have been up and the YouTube numbers have been up. So going forward, I just want to double down on what I've been doing. Keep it going in 2025. Hopefully I can find similar success in tournaments. But really what I'm more interested in as well is just growing on, YouTube, Twitch, and sharing Age of Empires in all form, competitive and casual gameplay, to as many people as possible. Grow the community that's given me so much, and just keep the Age of Empires 2 ball rolling.
Heck yeah, if you're new to the Age of Empires scene, or maybe just touching in because you saw it come across Twitch and it hits that nostalgic note for you, definitely check out this guy's stream, as well as any of our other competitors. They've got a lot to teach you. I've got a lot to learn from them. From here, we look at 2025. You talk about coming away with some learnings. Well, I find that hard to believe. That, like I said, you have anything left to learn. Now let's look ahead to 2025, and specifically from the competitive side. Where do you feel like there's elements of your game that are still left to improve? Come on.
I think what I have to do, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what, but I think I have to be a little bit more well-rounded. I think some maps I always tend to ignore. So I think going forward, I'd like to not ignore any maps in a tournament and just make sure that I'm completely 100% solid on every single one. I would say that's like the biggest thing.
Fair enough. All right, Hera. Well, thank you so much. It was a grueling 8-game series, but you still managed to take it. Go ahead, pick up that trophy, feel the weight of it in your hands, my friend. Make sure you pack it well and pack it safely before you head home for the holidays.
It's very nice.
Sweet. All right, well, everybody, I do want to thank you all so much for coming through as we shut down the studio and conclude our 2024 year. Of course, help me out here in chat. Spam those emotes, spam those claps for, of course, our champion, first and foremost, Hera right here, but, of course, our other players and competitors who without whom we wouldn't have had such an incredible tournament. From there, our casters, of course, who always bring the hype for every single series, our production team over here at Take TV. They really work tirelessly to put on an event of this caliber with such a small team, and I really can't appreciate them enough for that. Vodka, of course, the man behind me right there. I don't know how he's still sitting in that chair after spending near 16 hours a day bringing you every single minute of every single game. It is so impressive. And, of course, GL for putting on the event and making sure that we have things to celebrate here at the end of 2024. From there, it's, of course, our incredible sponsors. Without them, this tournament does not happen. And then finally, but of course, definitely not least, all of you at home and those at the watch party, because without you, none of this is worth it. So thank you for celebrating the community with us. Thank you for celebrating the incredible play brought by players like Hera here. And until 2025 and the next time we meet, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other, all right? Good night.
Hey, that concludes the stream. Ketika untuk Hera memenangkan turnamen Empires 2 menjadikan dia 2 tahun berturut-turut tak terkalahkan. Berapa tahun berturut-turut? Sejak 2023. Dari jam berapa? Sampai subuh ya. I think that's it. Sampai jumpa di stream berikutnya. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa.